Okay, we're ready now. Good morning, everybody. My name is Julie Snell. I'm an ELA board member, and I'm so glad to welcome you here today, the folks in the room and the folks online. So thanks for being here with us. So this morning, this is the ELA conference, Regenerative Solutions for Resilient Landscapes, otherwise known as R&R. So now you're in the know. When we say R&R, that's what we mean. In addition to myself, your host for today, Lucy Dinsmore, another ELA member. Hi, Lucy. Mark Highland will be here shortly. He's another host for today. And then also, the three of us are on the committee for planning the conference, along with Wendy Brister. There she is back there. She's one of our presenters today. And also Jeff Lawrence from Refugia. I think his crew might be here, but I'm not sure Jeff is. All right, so on your way in, you met Zach and Susan, the ELA staff. So feel free to talk to any of us today about ELA, about member benefits, about our programs, what we do. There's always something going on at ELA. For instance, next week, there's a webinar, which the webinars are free for members, so I highly recommend that. Humanity for Habitat, Saving Nature at Home by research ecologist Suzanne Lerman. This is a little weird, right? Are you hearing this like back? All right, maybe it's me. I'll stand over here. Is that better? Then you can hear. Okay, I'll let them fix it. And then next month, on December 1st, ELA is hosting the annual Ecological Plant Conference at the Brooklyn Botanic Garden, and that's in person and online as well. So just a couple housekeeping things before we get going today. So if you're seeking CEUs today, I know I am, we'll have those sign-up sheets available at the end of the day. Usually we put them on a table here, so you'll find those there put out for you. And the CEOs offered today are APLD, PLNA, LACES, ISA, and SER. And if you're going to be eating lunch today, lunch will be on your own, but there's great options here at Longwood at the Longwood Cafe. I don't miss the mushroom soup. It's very good. You've got 90 minutes for lunch. So that's time to eat your soup and then also get out to the gardens and walk around. It's going to be a really lovely day. Your name badge is your ticket to the gardens today. So feel free to get out there and do that. And definitely want to say thank you to our sponsors. We can't do these kind of events without our sponsors. So thank you to North Creek Nurseries, Organic Mechanics, Kind Earth Growers, Sunset Farmstead, and New Moon Nursery. So thank you very much. And finally, thank you to the amazing Longwood Gardens. They've been a gracious host for us over the past few years, having it here. Thank you, Carolyn Nash, for all the details, helping us assemble. Again, the garden closes at 6, so just wanted to give you a heads up at lunchtime and after the conference, you have time. So to kick off the day, we have Longwood's Associate Director of Land Stewardship and Ecology, Dr. Leah Johnson, with us today. And Dr. Johnson holds a PhD in Ecology and Evolution from Rutgers University, where she worked for the Center of Urban Restoration Ecology. Leah is an ecologist who joins plant ecology and social ecological systems with applied work on land management and ecological restoration. At Longwood, Leah directs a multidisciplinary team to advance science-based land stewardship in a variety of habitat types, from forests to meadows to wetlands and agricultural lands. These natural lands include public-facing landscapes showcasing native plants and design landscapes. For instance, the 86-acre meadow garden and the 20-acre forest walk with a mature forest rich with native wildflowers and ferns. Without further ado, Dr. Johnson.
Ooh, that happened automatically. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Longwood. So I figured I would start off today in welcoming you all, thinking about innovating solutions for resilient landscapes, today's theme. I think a lot of us here are doing that. So I want to talk a little bit about what we're doing here at Longwood in that vein. So I run the Land Stewardship and Ecology program here at Longwood, which started in 2019, where we integrate ecological science and adaptive land management with both beauty and biodiversity. So we're very much in a people-facing space, although the land stewardship and ecology team also manages land where people don't really spend much time. So if you have been to Longwood before, you are familiar with our fantastic fountains, our botanical displays, and of course, Christmas. But if you have not spent much time here, or many people are not aware that we also have meadows and forests and wetlands and streams. We have the entire property is about 1,100 acres. And about 350 of that is the core formal gardens and infrastructure. So the rest of that land, the other 750 or so, is our natural areas and agriculture. So managing those lands, one of our key questions is how can we take today's living biodiversity, which is really all we have, with us into the future? And this is a question that has driven my work for a long time. So here at Longwood, I have this very diverse team of people who have a variety of different expertise. I think that makes us smarter when we have lots of different kinds of ways of thinking about things, and we do a lot of different kinds of work. So we are busy in the meadow garden and the forest walk, inspiring people with the beauty of native plants and landscapes. We design and implement and maintain native plant displays. We have an amazing volunteer army who helps us with that. We have hotspots in our entrances and pavilions where we use a lot of native perennials, and we're increasing our labeling of those, similar to how it's done elsewhere in the garden to inspire people to use those plants. And then we have our docent team. You may have noticed if you've wandered around Longwood that Longwood doesn't do a lot of signs. We do a lot of our interpretation with docents. And so we train those docents and we develop materials for them so that they can explain to people what they're seeing and enrich their experience of native biodiversity. We also engage our community, our volunteers and others in ecological gardening in the meadow and the forest. We, like I was saying, we use native perennials and with a focus on pollinators, especially in the meadow garden. We also do things like make sure the paths are in good condition so that people can have a good experience of visiting those areas. And behind the scenes, Longwood is very self-contained. It's a little unusual in that we manage a lot of our own systems. So we produce electricity in our solar field and we treat our own wastewater. And apply that to an effluent spray field, which is also a hay field that makes hay. So we have a whole bunch of sort of supporting systems. We manage a lot of stormwater as well. And we are, growing native plants, hopefully, in those stormwater basins. So we manage all of that. We also, when there is construction, we, review those designs and plantings. A lot of work related to water quality. I'll talk a little bit more about our work with forested stream buffers. We're developing and advancing our water quality monitoring and managing a bunch of stormwater. The other key component of what we're doing with land stewardship and ecology at Longwood is our stewardship science program. So this is a program where we're testing different kinds of innovative solutions and practices. And since at Longwood, we have the ability to use a lot of different tools. So we have access to use a lot of different techniques here. So we can test ways of managing invasive species that you might be able to use in a public park where you cannot use herbicides, or in a place where you're in a situation where you have a lot of land, 3 people, and that's your main tool. So we can test different techniques and look at how those techniques affect the natural systems over the long term. So we also have the benefit here of being able to do longer term work. A lot of research in a lot of land management doesn't get evaluated over time because people simply don't have the bandwidth. So to do that, to do all of that recording and then go back and check on things. And so that is part of what we're doing. And then we also are working on cost and benefit analysis of these things too. So what does it take in terms of people, in terms of money and materials? So that's one piece. And then we're also looking at long-term change in our ecosystems. So not only in response to our management, but also just in terms of broader environmental change. So we have been establishing a baseline study for all of our natural areas. We have actually now mapped, I think since since I last spoke to you all, if you were here last year. We have finished mapping all 750 acres in terms of our plant communities. We have more than 220 distinct plant communities here, with some repeats, right? And we now have permanent research plots in 115 of them. So because maybe I'm slightly crazy, we're going to try to do them all. Because I'm really interested in not only the places that are in good shape, but in the mess. And then watching how the mess changes over time as we work on it. So that's sort of the big picture work that we're doing as a team. And all of that feeds back into our adaptive management. This process, right, of learning from what we do, using that to plan, making adjustments in, over and over and over again. And that also helps us to move the landscapes forward along the restorative continuum. If you have connected at all with the Society for Ecological Restoration, you have probably seen this. It's from the most recent International Standards for Practice. And I really like this framework because I think it helps frame a lot of the work that people do, not just in terms of fully recovering native ecosystems, but there's a lot of important work that needs to be done on the other end of the spectrum of, reducing impacts, improving ecosystem management, repairing functions, initiating recovery. I think there's a lot of positive work all the way along this spectrum. And you're not in every situation is your goal full ecosystem recovery of all native pieces, right? So depending on the type of landscape you're working on. And doing this baseline work that we've been doing now is very important to understanding how things change over time and to see the progress that we're making. So we have a variety of ecological assessments, the ecological baseline study for vegetation that I was talking about, which we've been doing in collaboration with the Pennsylvania Natural Heritage Program. It's really fun to see how our plant communities map onto the historic communities of Pennsylvania, and those that don't. So, and this helps to give us an idea of both what we have and then also what the possibilities might be. So, how similar are our communities to communities that we might use as a reference or target? What's missing? What's possible? We're installing these permanent long-term research plots. This study is meant to be compatible. It is compatible with international methods so that we can then look at how our ecosystems are relating to others. We have built a GIS system. That was our big COVID project. What do we do when we all have to sit next to a computer all the time instead of going in? Luckily, that wasn't too long because we work outside, but we did build that, started building it during that time. We map our management all over the place as we do it, including techniques that we can understand the effects of what we do, including our invasive species management. We have a few. It's really fascinating as a study system for me because I'm really interested in how we manage invasive species, and this is a real good microcosm of the Mid-Atlantic. We have, it's a mostly post-agricultural landscape with a whole bunch of different former land uses, and we're a botanical garden, so we have a lot of interesting species here. So we map plant populations, both the ones that we are not so fond of and the ones we're more excited about, so that we can track those over time. And then we do a bunch of collaborative research. We're working with the Pennsylvania Kestrel Partnership, with the Motus Tower network, and the Aero Ecology Lab at the University of Delaware. Our purple martins have been seen migrating toward Brazil. Very exciting to see little birds that were born here making their way. We do community science. We encourage people to use iNaturalist. And we have a wonderful volunteer program of people who, in different degrees of independence, go and record data for us, who go and observe. So we have a bluebird box program with more than 200 bluebird boxes across the property, where we fledge a whole lot of bluebirds and also tree swallows and other cavity nesting birds that otherwise have short supply of habitat in this area. We have a meadow bloom phenology team that goes out and tracks the bloom time of everything in the meadow garden, hundreds of species across the growing season. Our birding team goes out. They're doing extra now during the migration, but they go out year round, and a variety of other projects, including our plant scouting team. And I think for those who are managing managing land where you might be working with invasive species. This is something we're developing. We'll be sharing this soon as a tool. But we've been working on tools to help volunteers to map invasive species, because one of the problems with trying to manage land with a small number of people is that knowing where the problem is one of the things you need, and making the time to go and scout everywhere can be really challenging. So it's great to have volunteers help with that, but they may not have the expertise to identify everything. So we've developed this tool, or we're in the process of wrapping it up, where we're looking at iNaturalist at when people usually observe these the plants that we're interested in, and we're looking at what those characters are that make people notice the plant. And then we also provide training for our volunteers on additional characteristics so they can make sure that they've got the right plant. But basically we send them out looking for specific things when those things are obvious. So like with Japanese barberry, when it's got its bright red berries, or when its leaves are bright red, right? And that leads them to make maps for us. We noticed early on in the process that some volunteers as individuals would make gigantic polygons and other ones would make it look like every single plant. So we've developed a way to prioritize how granular they get with the mapping based on how widespread the species is, where it is along the invasion curve at a local level. So if it's something that's everywhere already, then it's fine to say, yeah, it's in this whole area if you want to go and look there for it. For something that is, like we actually don't have a lot of Japanese knotweed here. If somebody finds Japanese knotweed, we want to know where every individual is so that we can go get it. So we use this invasion curve concept in that way. We also do a lot of invasive plant management. That's garlic mustard. And related to that, we're doing studies of invasive plant control mechanisms and comparing cost benefit effectiveness over time also, and not just effectiveness on removing the plant, but also what is the effect on the native plant community over time. That's one of our Japanese stiltgrass plots. And then we're also working on experimental reforestation techniques. With all that mapping we did, we're able to map our forests and then look like, where do we have core forests? Where do we have edge forests? Where could we have more connections? Where are our streams unshaded? And so we've been using that to prioritize reforestation. And we've been working on some new stuff. We also have some interesting things because we're a botanical garden, and those of you who work in like public parks may also have this experience where you just have weird surplus materials. So I got asked, what do you do with a mountain of wood chips? And so we mulched the living heck out of an area with a lot of invasive species and planted trees in it to fill a canopy gap. So we're looking at the changes in the soil. We're looking at the effects on how much management we have to do, which is so far a lot lower. The trees are doing fine. This has been in for 1 year now. So we're testing things like, those kinds of techniques. We're also working with spacing, with different spacings between trees, different methods of tree protection. And then we're also using plant growth form, doing some experimentation with having planting basically a forest with multiple different kinds of structure all at once. So with this planting that we just put in, we're working on creating low canopy with clonal shrubs, at the same time planting rapid growing tall canopy trees and then slower growing trees at the same time, with the idea of just filling it in and shading so that we don't have as much invasive management to do quickly. So this is the work of a whole bunch of people. And all of the team, and then a whole bunch of students, seasonals, and our amazing volunteers. So if you have questions about anything that's going on here at Longwood, I'll be here most of the day. I have to run in and out a little bit, but I'll be here all day, and I'm happy to talk. If you have, do we have time for a question now? Okay, if anybody has any questions now, we could have one or two. Yeah.
Just wanted the space for the trees, get in there, or swap the street line down the high road, the earth, the grass, whatever, trees get established.
So what we're doing, so in the area where we put the wood chips, no, but we do clear around the trees to protect from voles. We're also experimenting with other ways of deterring voles, like using low tree collars. But no, the idea is to not mow, because mowing takes time and energy and resources. So we're working on ways to either reduce or basically stop mowing quickly. So we'll do what we need to do. So if it looks like the competition is too much, we'll get in there and do that. We'll record that effort. Yeah. Oh, sure.
You can go.
You're doing a lot of research. When do we hear and how do we hear about the results?
Oh, thank you. So all of the research is designed so that we can both, it's scientifically valid, we can put it in peer review papers, but also we'll be sharing it by talking about it and writing about it and putting it on our blog and other ways. So hopefully I'll come back here and talk to you about it more soon. The experiments that we've been doing have been in for about a year. And because I'm interested in longer term effects, I don't want to just report on year one, because I think you see different things. You can see very different things in year one. And if people go, oh, okay, well, year one went this way, therefore this is the answer. I'm interested in what happens like for years 1 through 5. So maybe next year we'll start talking about early results. Yeah. Yes.
In your reforestation efforts, have you determined an optimal spacing for your new saplings to encourage competition with faster growth?
Not yet, but that's what we're working on. Yeah. Wait, one more? Yeah. All right.
I'm curious with the invasive plants that are edible, like the garlic mustard, what do you do with all of those plants that are being processed up? Do they become compost? Are they like processed for food sources?
They get composted, but if you want to come and eat garlic mustard, you're welcome to bring a truck. Yeah. Great. Well, thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Leah. We're definitely having you back next year and the year after and the year after. All right, so our first official speaker for today, I'm so excited about this. So I am a listener to the Plantastic podcast and I read the Planted newsletter. So I'm really happy to have Jared here with us today. So Jared Barnes started gardening when he was 5 years old. And since he's been enthusiastically pursued how to best cultivate plants and cultivate minds. He currently fulfills those passions as an award-winning associate professor of horticulture at the Stephen F. Austin State University in Nacogdoches, Texas. I practiced that. He obtained his PhD in horticultural science from North Carolina State University in Raleigh, North Carolina. And some of you may know him because he interned nearby at Scott Arboretum at Swarthmore. So he may know some of us. He's a familiar face to some of you. His recent awards include the 2021 Stephen F. Austin State University Teaching Excellence Award, the 2019 Perennial Plant Association's Academic Award, among others. And Jared is a member of the GPN's class of 2016, 40 under 40. His passion has been recognized by peers and interviews and organizations like Organic Gardening, Greenhouse Grower, American Hort Connect, Ken Druce's Real Dirt, Nursery Management, and his articles have appeared in the American Gardener, Fine Gardening, and the Carolina Gardener. So please welcome Jared.
Wouldn't it be nice if we could garden in a world with native trees and shrubs? And wouldn't it be nice if we could regreen all the farm cities and suburbs? Plants make everything so much better and help mental health and bring cultures together. Aduba, wouldn't it be nice if we had green roofs, rain gardens, and green infrastructure to safeguard and feed 8 billion people and plant ecology for creatures? We need ideas that will stick to change culture so it's more plantastic. Oh, wouldn't it be nice? So I want to say thanks to the Ecological Landscape Alliance for inviting me here to Longwood Gardens to keynote their incredible conference today, talking about how do we change culture and how do we help to introduce plants to more people. I want to thank Zach, Julie for that great introduction again. It's so wonderful being back here in the Philadelphia region. As Julie noted, I have been gardening since 5 years old. So this is a photograph of me back when I was about 5. Look at those shorts. Look how skinny I was too. I've definitely eaten some ice cream since then, but here I am out hoeing my corn and tomatoes. And this introduction to vegetables led me on a path to growing plants in a variety of different situations. So I'm now excited to be a professor of horticulture at Stephen F. Austin State University in Texas. Just this past Thursday night, we hosted our fall plant fair. And so part of that was, of course, welcoming the committee or welcoming people from our community to come in and see all the great projects students have done. And so one of the cool things is that we were very proud to announce our grand opening of our native plant trial garden. So this is going to be 7,000 square feet where we're going to be evaluating native plants for East Texas. Because, you know, part of teaching students is teaching them about the importance of ecology and talking to them about the importance of reintroducing native plants and also evaluating and see what's going to grow well. Because a lot of the native plants y'all have up here don't grow so well for us. And a lot of the things we have may or may not do well. So again, we're trying to evaluate these and figure out more about them. Of course, another great thing too is my wife and I just introduced or brought into the world a 3-month-old. So this is Magnolia May Barnes. You know, she's a hybrid. So I asked Karen if she wanted to be Magnolia X Barnes. She wasn't too keen on that idea, but this was us a couple weeks ago. So these are two of the love of my life. And of course, whenever I'm not educating students, of course, I'm of course enjoying planting a lot of wonderful native plants at my house and our farm, Ephemera Farm in East Texas. So again, you know, I always like to introduce myself a little bit more, show some pictures so you can get to know me and know more about my story. So pop quiz, okay? So, did y'all prepare? So I got a pop quiz today. How do plants help you solve problems? I want you to take a minute and a half, talk with someone nearby, and answer this question. How do plants help you solve problems? Go ahead, start discussing. How do plants help you solve problems? All right, about 10 seconds. 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Man, listen to all this chatter. This is great. A lot of ideas. So let's have a couple of volunteers who would like to share. How do plants help you? Just raise your hands. Yeah, in the back. Soak up stormwater. Yes. So we can plant plants in rain gardens. We can use plants in green infrastructure to try to help to mitigate that stormwater issue. Great example. How else?
They help us
Relieve stress. Yes. I tell you what, some days after you host a fall plant fair and plan for months getting that thing going, and you've got a 3-month-old that's keeping you up half the night, yeah, it's good to get out in the garden and touch some soil and touch some plants and relieve some of that stress. What else? Yeah, one more. Yes, of course. Plants, of course, help make our environments more diverse because every species native that you add really helps to build some type of complexity. We're going to talk more about that. I'm really great that you mentioned that. Okay, so we can look to plants as ways that we can solve problems, right? So whenever I ask myself the question, how can we change culture? How can we help to connect more people with plants? How can we bring hort to culture? I look to nature to solve problems. So there's this cool thing called biomimicry, where we have this like biophilic design, where we look to nature to solve problems that we may be encountering. So an example of this is, if you look at like water lotus. Water lotus, have you ever noticed how on the leaves of water lotus, it'll collect water there where they'll kind of bead up? So scientists studied this and they said, this is really fascinating. We have a substance, a plant, an organism in nature that repels water. What if we could use this to, let's say, I don't know, make a paint that actually will repel water as well too. That will repel water as well too. And so what's really cool is that we can look to natural solutions. We can look to biological solutions to try to figure out ways to solve problems that we encounter in the real world. So that's what we're going to be talking about today is inspiration from nature to solve problems, because we do have some core problems in horticulture. For example, this article came out a couple of years ago. Is horticulture a withering field? People talk about how, it somewhat is struggling and stuff, but then when you talk to the students and people and they're passionate about plants, it's so evident. I can't tell you the number of people who've told me, I went to become a doctor or a lawyer or whatever, but man, I so wish I had done plants instead. We also have the issue that students and young people don't always recognize terms anymore. I was having a conversation with an adult one day, and they told me they didn't know sweet potatoes came from the ground. And that's something that we just take for granted, that, these things that we take for granted, we're not communicating them very well. And then, of course, we have this huge issue where, of course, we're having negative impacts on our local ecosystems, where, again, we're having reports about decline of pollinators. And we have reports about how the United States is putting bumblebees on, the endangered species list. And so the question is that whenever we look at these problems that we face, how can we change culture and how can we turn to plants for inspiration about how we can do that? And so today we're going to talk about 4 different approaches that I think that we can really use to change culture and help to introduce horticulture to more people. 1, we're going to sow some wonder. 2, we're going to keep growing. 3, we're going to use our Casparian strips. And 4, we're going to increase our richness. Okay, so let's go in deeper on each one of these. The first one is sow wonder. Okay, so one of the most amazing things as a professor is that I have students who come into my class who have never sown a seed in their entire life. Think about that for a minute. They've never sown a seed in their entire life, okay? And so to have a seed that you put in their hands and then they witness it germinate, like for example, Amsonia, one of the cool things about Amsonia is that you clip the little ends off like a cigar, put them in a wet paper towel, and a day or two later, you see those little cotyledons or radicals start to emerge out of there, okay? It's an amazing process to witness. So we then have those students grow those plants on, and then we plant those out and use those in places around the plantery, the student botanic garden that I oversee on campus. And so this is students planting some of these plants that they've grown, of course, in one of our rock garden trial beds. We basically did a little prototype gravel garden to see, is this an approach that we can use in East Texas? Because a lot of people up here, like, Chanticleer, Andrew Bunting, they've done some of these gravel plantings. So when we're talking about sowing wonder, though, what we're talking about is we're basically talking about having something begin to germinate within someone, having this passionate interest in plants germinate within someone. So, there's so many cool things and facets about plants where, again, there's this wonder that exists in the world. That's one of the things that connects us as people to nature, that when we go out in nature and we experience things, we have this sense of wonder, this sense of awe, this sense that there is something greater than us and bigger than us. So like, for example, whenever we look at a kalmia flower and you touch those little stamens and all of a sudden they go like, pow, pow, pow. And you can talk about how that is, of course, a great evolution and adaptation for that plant. So that when a pollinator lands in there, all of a sudden it gets pummeled with pollen. It just, again, makes you appreciate how wonderful this grand world is that we live in. And so one of the things that connects us with as humans is wonder and awe, the ability to share and talk about some of these fascinating things that we encounter that make us feel small, not small in an insignificant or worthless way, but small in the sense that, we are part of such a grand environment and universe. So this is a really fascinating photograph. This is a photograph where what they did is they took the imaging software they have to basically model the air that comes out of jet airplanes, and they applied it to a person sneezing. This is a person sneezing caught on film, okay? And so you might say, well, why in the world are you sharing this with us? Because sneezing is kind of disgusting. Well, in 2008, this was one of the most shared articles on the New York Times website. And in 2008, we had some other things going on, like an election. Okay. So why is it that this image, of course, was shown and shared so frequently? In Jonah Berger's book, Contagious, he talks about one of the reasons why is that it's this sense of wonder, that basically that this is something people didn't know. They didn't know what a sneeze looked like, okay? They sometimes accidentally felt it, gross, but they didn't know what it looked like and visualized. And so what Jonah says is that one of the things that connects us and allows us to engage with our environment better is this concept of wonder and awe. Again, this sense that there is something going on in the world that we don't totally know. And then what do we want to do? We then want to share it, okay? And so whenever we're talking about wonder and awe, one of the things that we have to take in is we have to imbibe something new, okay? So when seeds germinate, what do they take in? What do seeds need to germinate? Water, right? Water kickstarts that germination process. So for people to start engaging, learning about plants, what do they need to take in? I think one of the things they need to take in is story. They need to imbibe this concept of story. And so there's a great article came out in the Washington Post. It was titled Pearls Before Breakfast. And it was this really interesting small microcosm experiment that the author set up. So he asked the question, what would happen if I took Joshua Bell, who's one of the most famous musicians in the world? Tickets sell easily for $200, $300 for his performances. What if I took him and I gave him a violin from the 1700s that's worth $3.5 million? The guy took a taxi 1 block to carry this because he didn't want to carry it out on the street. He was so worried about walking it. And then I have him play for 1,000 people in DC rush hour traffic. Okay. So the question is again, this is our experiment we've set up. Joshua Bell, famous musician, $3.5 million Stradivari violin crafted in 1713, 1,000 plus people in Washington, DC, 45 minutes rush hour traffic. So how much did he make? Thoughts? How much? $3. How many? $5. $32.17. 20 of that came from a woman who recognized him and gave him 20. This is like bargain of the day, right? Okay. So the reason this experiment, this is just a small experiment. The reason that this is fascinating to me is because it really sets up this concept that you can have something that's the most incredible thing in the entire world, and you know it, but until we start to associate status and story and value with it, that's oftentimes lost on the people walking by. So I really liked how Leah earlier was talking about how they have docents out in the garden that teach people instead of just having signage. Again, sharing that story and communicating that. Because a lot of times whenever we go to garden centers, this is what we see, right? Plants are just viewed as a commodity. Plants are just viewed as something that goes on the clearance rack when you're done with it, and then, just toss it and throw it away. And that's what pains me so much, to see plants treated in such a way when, again, they're these amazing organisms that have such incredible stories. Every plant out there has a story. It might not always be a good story, but every plant out there does have some type of story that it tells, okay? Kudzu is one of the worst plants on the planet, right? But it grows 13 inches a day, And again, you can talk about how, that's why we've got to get this plant under control to prevent it from spreading. Again, people understanding that story and concept. So there's another great article that came out in Harvard Business Review by Ty Montague, and he was talking about how they did another experiment, kind of thinking about how you connect story with things to increase the value of that. And so what he did is he talks about in this article, they had this significant objects project that was a really cool idea. What they did is they took a bunch of junk that they bought at yard sales, bought it for, pennies on the dollar, very cheap junk. And then what they did is they got professional artists, professional writers to write stories associated with these objects, and then they put them on eBay, okay? So what they did is they bought $128 worth of junk at garage sales, junkyards, etc. How much y'all think they sold this $128 of junk worth? Any guesses? $400, $1,000. They sold this junk for $3,600, a 2,800% increase, just because it had a story associated with it. So when we go to look at plant labels, what does the plant label say on it? Height, sun, pH maybe, Bloom time, deer resistance, it's these things that are basically items of commodity, right? That basically we're looking to fill this plant in a certain role. What I want to start seeing QR codes on plant labels where you click it and you have a story that's told behind it. Or maybe some information in garden centers or on websites, something along those lines where, again, we're communicating and sharing that story. So I'm going to share a story with y'all because, when we're talking about plant names, a lot of times it's really hard to teach students about how to say, I don't know, Lindera benzoin or, Echinacea angustifolia. Sometimes these scientific names have a little bit of a effect to it. In fact, sometimes people will be like, so what's the common name of that? And it's like, well, the common name is the same as the scientific name. I can't help you on Marshallia. It's kind of interchangeable there. So, of course, one of the most famous people who, of course, is associated with plant names is, of course, Linnaeus, right? I'm sure at some point in time, all of you have heard about Linnaeus. And so a few years ago, I got to go to the New York Botanic Garden and actually got to touch Species Plantarum, this first book that Linnaeus ever wrote. And if you look in here, you can see things like Lilium. You can see plants like Fritillaria, plants that he named 250 years ago, names that we're still using today. And so whenever I was going through school and I heard about Linnaeus, I thought he was a pretty boring guy because everybody was like, blah, 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 Linnaeus, Species Plantarum, binomial nomenclature. And I was just like, this guy was just, he was just one of these old fuddy-duddies. So I was reading in Tyler Whittle's The Plant Hunters, and I want to share this story about Linnaeus with you. Teaching, sharing his own pleasures, and enjoying the company of adoring students was to fill the rest of Linnaeus's life and make him supremely happy. His influence was huge. At the beginning of his teaching career as a professor, Uppsala, where he taught in Sweden, had 500 registered undergraduates. That number gradually increased to 3 times that number. Students came to him from all over Europe. At his death, the number dropped back down once again to 500. So basically, he tripled enrollment. I mean, can you imagine what I could do if I could triple enrollment at my university? Holy cow, man. They'd probably rename the place after him. The amount of enthusiasm Linnaeus generated was astounding, and when the malignant Swedish weather allowed, his twice-weekly botanical expeditions would attract as many as 200 undergraduates and more. Often so many that they announced fresh discoveries to each other with bugle calls like huntsmen in the field. At the end of the hunt, they took their trophies to the professor to hear him appraise the best of them. If he judged any to be of particular interest, they would honor the plant as discoverer with a celebration, singing as they marched home in a long crocodile to the beat of drums and fanfares from bugles and trumpets. The party that evening would be held in a hall or garden with much dancing to fiddle music and drinking as only Scandinavian students could drink. Their professor would sit smoking his pipe and enjoying their exuberance, and then he as well would be pulled to his feet to share in the dancing. At this too, Linnaeus excelled. Not only was he an internationally renowned botanical collector and classifier and their inspiring teacher, but he could also outclass them all at the footwork of a Polish jig. So the reason I share that story with y'all is that sometimes we look at scientific names and we're like, oh, but this was a guy who was at the height of his time, This was basically the Madonna of Monarda. This was the Justin Timberlake of timber. This was the Snoop Dogg of dogwoods. So again, that story that I just shared with you elevated your experiences with scientific names, right? You have a whole different perception now about the guy who created them. And maybe you have a story that you can share with other people as well too. Besides story, we can also talk about how do we keep growing? How do we keep growing so that every day we're doing something significant in the world to have a positive effect on horticulture, in ecology, and plants? Sunflowers, we love to see sunflowers. I haven't met a person yet who doesn't put a smile on their face when they see a field of sunflowers. So when we see this bloom on a sunflower, usually sunflowers bloom about 60, 70 days after we put the seed in the ground. How soon after you put the seed in the ground does a sunflower initiate that flower bud? Anybody know? I heard 6 weeks, 3 weeks. 3 weeks after you put a sunflower in the ground, it's initiating that flower bud. So when we walk up to the sunflower, we're like, wow, this flower just opened. But what you can't see is everything that plant has been doing behind the scenes for the past couple of months. You can't see how it's been organizing those beautiful spiral flowers into that Fibonacci sequence. You can't see how it's begun forming those rays and disc flowers as they begin to grow. And so one of the things that I think that we need to embrace is that too often we think that, doing a lot of things or going viral very quickly online is the way that we need to impact plants. No. What we need to do is we need to be methodical and sometimes repetitive in our actions to make sure that we're pushing things forward, making small incremental additions to this world of horticulture and ecology to change culture. One of my favorite quotes that I picked up in a Seth Godin book was, "Process saves us from the poverty of our intentions." And so if you're wanting to, let's say do a blog post every week or a blog post every day or an Instagram reel on native plants, once a week or something, you have the intention that you want to share knowledge. Well, we need to back up and actually ask the questions, what are the steps that you're going to commit to doing that? And one of my favorite stories about how steps and commitments helped people is the story about how two gentlemen approached their marching to the South Pole for the first time. So this is Edmondson and Scott. These are two different explorers that decided that they were going to go to the South Pole in 1913. And in Jim Collins' book, he talks more about their two different approaches. Edmondson's approach was, we're going to march 20 miles a day. We're going to march a certain number of miles every day, no matter what the weather. If it's good weather, we'll march. If it's bad weather, we'll march. We're going to march this and walk our way there. Scott's approach was, well, we're going to go when things are good. We'll hunker down when bad weather is bad, but we're going to march for, let's say, 50 miles in a day when things are really good. And then if we've got a storm, we'll settle down in that, okay? So what Jim talks about is that they basically had very similar number of days. When they went back and researched the expedition, they have very similar number of days of good and bad weather. They were both fairly close in age. They were within about 4 years difference in age. And again, they have very similar training. They had both been on expeditions. I mean, look at the both of them. Don't they look like they've traveled the world a little bit? So who do you think lived and survived, Amundsen or Scott? How many people think Amundsen lived and made it all the way to the South Pole? How many people think Scott? It was Amundsen. Amundsen basically beat Scott there by about 34 days, and all of his crew lived. Scott, they made it there again 34 days late, found the flag already planted, and then all 5 members of his crew died on the way back. So I'm not saying if you're not doing everything every day, you're going to really suffer. But this concept of this 20-mile march, that's what Jim Collins talks about in his book, Good to Great, and other books as well, too, is this concept of 20-mile march. That whenever they look at companies and organizations that are being really, really good and surviving hard times, one of the things that they're doing is they're being very, very consistent about their actions and constantly putting things out into the world and continuing to make improvement. So again, he calls this 20-mile march. So you might say, well, what would a 20-mile march look like in the world of horticulture ecology? So this is a really great story about Edmond Albius. Edmond was a 12-year-old that lived on the French colony of Réunion. And so one of the things about Réunion was that they had planted vanilla orchids there. They had planted them there, and they were trying to figure out how to get vanilla orchids to pollinate. And so an older gentleman showed Edmund how you could take watermelon flowers and cross the male with the female part, right? And so one day that older gentleman was walking through part of that vanilla production area, and he found a couple of pods on a vanilla plant. It was one of the first times they had found vanilla pods there on the island. And so Edmund had told him that he had tried practicing. He had practiced around. He had done this 20-mile march. He had practiced around with pollinating different vanilla orchids because he realized that just like the watermelons have males and female parts, that the orchids also have male and female parts. And so sure enough, Edmund started going around and started teaching other people on the island how to do this crossing. And pretty soon, Réunion's production of vanilla outsourced even Mexico's, okay? So the reason I'm sharing this story with you is that this was a 12-year-old. A 12-year-old figured out something about plants that an adult had not thought of. And sometimes we discredit these kids. And even now I'm starting to see with Magnolia how her eyes light up whenever she's outside and looking at things. She's already starting to react with that natural world. Sometimes we forget about that power of connecting with children and youth and how impactful that can be. And sometimes they can think of things that we haven't thought of. So how many people in here think that it's important that we connect plants and horticulture and ecology to the younger generation. Look at all those hands. Okay, so you're going to have to put your money where your mouth is, because I'm going to teach y'all an activity that you can take home. Because again, we all said it was important. So I'm going to teach you an activity that you can teach to a child to help to connect them to the world of horticulture. Okay, so we're going to do something called the germination groove. Okay, so what I would like is that y'all, I'll give y'all a second to set your handouts and notes aside and stuff. What I'd like you to do is I'd like you to hunker down in your chair like this. Okay, hunker down. So what I've done is I've magically just transformed us all into seed. Okay, we're all seed. So one of the first things that seeds do is that they start to germinate when they take in water. So everybody start to germinate a little bit, right? Because you got to shed that seed coat, right? You got to shed that seed coat. All right, now, the next thing that seeds do is they put down roots. So I want everybody to stand up and put down your roots. Oh, look at this. Look at all this germination. Excellent. Now, once seeds put down roots, they then put up their leaves. Excellent. And they make them bloom. Good job. Wonderful. All right, young, sit down. Good job. Excellent. Again, give yourselves a round of applause. Give yourselves a round of applause. Hey, Zach, we have like 98% germination on this group. This is a really good group, and hopefully those of you who are doing it virtually did it as well too. So yeah, sometimes groups are only at 60% germinate, and I'm like, oh, we need to stratify or scarify these a little bit. The next thing we're going to talk about is using our Casparian strip. So we're going to do a biology review, botany review really quickly on this. Okay. So we're talking about using our Casparian strip. Let me draw a cross section of a root up here. Okay. So this probably looks familiar to many of you who took classes back in college or read plant books, etc. So what we see is that we've got a ring of cells here on the inside of the root. And what this ring of cells is called is a Casparian strip. This Casparian strip is a waterproof ring that basically prevents things from coming into the root. And so when plants take up water, they have two different options as far as how the water comes in. It either comes in between all these cells on the outside and hits that Casparian strip and cannot go any further until it then enters a cell and then is then able to make its way through the plants, or water comes into a cell on the outside and then of course makes its way all the way through those cells. So basically, again, the Casparian strip, what it is a glorified filter. It's a filter that makes sure that if you have not entered the plants yet, like the purple arrow you see down below, if you have not entered those cells yet, I'm going to force you to enter up here. It's a glorified filter. So the reason I think we need to talk about filters in the world of plants and ecology and horticulture is that there is a lot of misinformation out there, even in the world of plants. And so fascinatingly enough, cultures are starting to teach people about how to recognize whether information is accurate or not. How do we recognize information is accurate? And so, you've seen news articles about this, about how students are learning to spot fake information and what misinformation means to a science-informed world. But one of the most fascinating books that I've read on this is, of course, Thinking Fast and Slow by Daniel Kahneman. And so what he says is that human beings have two different systems for how we process information coming in from the outside world. We have system 1 and we have system 2. Again, these are not different parts of the brain. This is just model names that he's given, how we think about how the world works and how we process information. So system 1, it's fast. It's very intuitive as well too, but it's also very easily manipulated. So system 1 can be easily led astray. System 2, though, is slower. It's more logical and analytical and also more tiring. So this is part of the reason why when students are studying, or even you, whenever you're trying to maybe draw a design or maybe think through a plant list in a different way, you feel very tired after a while because, again, you're using that more logical, analytical part of your brain. You're using a lot more of that energy. So it doesn't make sense as human beings for us to walk around using system 2 all the time because that would be very, very draining. So a lot of times we just kind of operate on system 1 as sort of a default system to engage with the world. And so, for example, if I put this up here, what do you automatically say? 4, right? Okay, so 2 times 2 is 4. But if I put up something like 37 times 48, you're going to have to pull out a calculator or do some long multiplication to determine that this is 1636, right? It's going to take you a while to sit down and logically, analytically think through how to calculate this. Right? Right? Wrong. 1636 is not the answer. 1776 is. So what I just did, and this is a great example that Daniel does in his book, is I just hijacked your system one. I know. And so I do this with students because whenever in my intro class, my first lecture is basically, how do you learn? And so one of the things I talk with students about is I say, I'd share this information with them. And so a student one time raised his hand. He said, are you going to be lying to us for the rest of the class? And I said, no, this is the only time I will knowingly lie to y'all. But I think it's a great illustration that sometimes when we see things, we just go along with it, right? For example, how many of you have ever seen this meme circulate around on social media? That there are male and female bell peppers. And you can tell the females because they've got an even number of lobes on the ends. And you can tell the males because they've got an odd number of lobes on the end because males are a little odd. So you can tell them apart, and therefore you should use them this way in cooking. These are 3 different graphics that I pulled off online, where again, they're talking about how there's male and female bell peppers. So again, we're biologists, ecologists, horticulturists. We know that in organisms, the female is what makes the babies, right? And when we cut bell peppers open, we see babies on the inside. So again, this is female tissue that we're dealing with. These are female organs when you're talking about fruit. So yes, misinformation out there is rampant in our world. And fortunately, like good organizations like Longwood Gardens, Ecological Landscape Alliance, they're putting out great information there to try to turn that tide. But even sometimes you see articles that appear in things like The Guardian. This is an article. How many people saw this article a few years ago in The Guardian? That it's better to plant trees in square holes than it is in round holes. So the article said, systematic planting trials have shown that roots are not that good at growing around corners. And I was just like, square pots, square root ball. I see roots growing around corners. What's going on here? Because, anytime we pull a plant out of a square pot, we see that roots have no problem doing this. And so I had my Jerry Maguire moment. I was like, show me the data. Show me the data. Show you the data. Yeah, show me the data. I wanted to see the data. And so I reached out to the author, and he said, well, it's just what they've said here at Kew Gardens for a number of years. Oh, it's what they've said, okay? So other places started picking this up, like Intelligent Living, Sunset.com as well, too. Sunset's like a magazine that you can get in the Southwest. They actually picked it up and started running with it. So I wrote a blog post, no, you should not plant trees in square holes, and it's 26% more work for you. I did the math. I showed, I was like, why are you going to dig out all this extra here? It's going to be 26% more soil that you're going to be excavating. And then finally, fortunately, I found a scientific article once this kind of all got stirred up. This is Dr. Mike Arnold, who is at Texas A&M, so nearby to me. They did a study where basically they planted trees in different configurations. Oops, there you go. Look at this. They even did a star. I was like, why not do a triangle? It's half area times base, all right? Or it's half height times base. Why not do that? Then it has even sharper angles. So the thing to take away here is that, yeah, it's really great when we have the science and stuff to back up what we've been learning and back up what we've been hearing. And so on the Plantastic podcast, I asked Peggy Ann Montgomery, who, of course, specialized in sharing stories about plants. And here's what she had to say. And we're going to try this audio out.
It's got to be about the truth. I hate when I'm reading information about plants that's either untrue or oversimplified. You cannot throw out some seed and have a meadow this summer. It won't work. Gravel gardens are a delight, but they take time to establish. And we can't lie to people and make it sound easier than it is. It's not. And that information needs to be checked, and it needs to be accurate. And I think that's the most important thing. Also, when you're working with people, influencers, magazines, other folks, they need to know that they can count on you for accurate information. What I try to do as a marketer is try to think of ways that we're going to help people be the most successful. The truth is, I want you to fall in love with it.
I want you to fall in love with it again, because it's the truth. There's a saying that, a lie makes its way halfway around the world before the truth even has a chance to get its shoes on, right? And so again, as we're sharing information, we got to make sure that we back it up. So this is another good example of an experiment. My wife is a graphic designer, so she did this really cool monarch and milkweed pattern. And there's this fascinating study that came out, configuration and location of small urban gardens affect colonization by monarch butterflies. To explain it to a 3-year-old, how planting milkweed helps monarchs. And so they did this really fascinating study where they did 3 different configurations of planting milkweed. They did on the others, let me put up the labels for them. They did a perimeter planting of milkweed. Okay, so they basically planted milkweed around the perimeter, and then they planted a mixture of other flowers and perennials on the inside. Second, and then their second trial, they did an interior planting of milkweed where they planted other flowers, like for example, Tithonia, Zinnia, and Calamagrostis on the outside, and they planted the milkweed in a block on the inside. And the last one they did is, of course, a mixed planting where, again, they mixed those milkweed in amongst other plants, okay? So how many people thought the perimeter plantings had the most monarch larvae and eggs? Perimeter plantings, okay. See a few hands going up. How many people think the interior had the most monarch larvae and eggs, okay? How many people think the mixed had the most monarch larvae and eggs? Yes, that's what I thought too. And then I looked at the data. What in the world? Okay, so let's think like a monarch for a second. You're driving down the interstate, and all of a sudden you see Starbucks, Target. In Texas, we have this massive gas station called Buc-ee's. It's got like 100 gas stations and 100 clean bathrooms. And so, you know, whenever you're driving or whenever you're traveling or when you're migrating, you like to see where there's a lot of resources located and also very easily to see. You know, if Longwood Gardens was tucked like, you know, way off with no signage, so you didn't know a way to get in here, you'd be lost trying to figure out your way. Instead, there's a lot of clear signage, big front entrance saying, here we are. And so 2 years of data. I also liked how earlier Leah was talking about how, you know, she likes multiple year data. So this is 2 years of data showing that the perimeter plantings had more eggs and larvae in 2017 and 2018. So again, so this helps us inform how we will need to plant milkweed. We need to plant it sort of on the outside of our plantings, the edges of our plantings. It's not going to be bad if you plant it in somewhere in a mix or something, but if we plant it in blocks where they're easily able to see it. Another cool thing too, if you go into the study, they also evaluated plantings of milkweed that were on a north-south orientation where they could see it as they flew over versus an east-west orientation. And they found more monarch eggs and larvae on north-south orientations because, again, that's how they're migrating. And so, again, sometimes we have these preconceived notions about how ecology works and how the world works. But when we do the data and actually look at the science behind it, we can learn more. We can learn about how maybe we can plant things better to make sure that we're maximizing the impacts that we're having on ecology. The last thing we're going to talk about is increasing the richness of our plantings. So one of the most fascinating things that I ever learned about was Grimes Triangle. Who in here has heard of Grimes Triangle before? Okay, a few hands going up. So Grimes Triangle was one of those epiphanies that I had. For example, I learned in college that if you hold up your left hand, it makes an L. I was like, oh my goodness, where's this been? Because I'm right-left challenged. I can tell you right now, north, south, east, and west, but I am right-left challenged. This is an epiphany for me about how to engage with the natural world and learn more about plants. And so the concept here is that plants have 3 survival strategies about how they engage with their environment, because there's 2 primary things that are thrown at plants: stress and disturbance. If flood, fire, whatever is coming at us, we can run away, right? But a plant can't because it's rooted in the ground. Those are things like stresses. If a herd of bison is coming at me as a human, I can try to climb a tree or run away, right? But a plant can't. And that can be very disturbing to those organisms of plants, because again, it may destroy their foliage above ground, or it may destroy their root systems below ground too. And so what Philip Grimes did was he basically created this concept, Grimes Triangle, where he said that plants have 3 adaptive strategies that they use when they're engaging with their environment. The first approach is competitors. Competitors, low stress, low disturbance. Competitors are say, we're going to grow as tall and as fast as we possibly can, and we're going to shade out everything, and we're going to become rhizominous and take over the world because we can. Right? because they've got the light, they've got the nutrients, they've got the water, they've got everything they need. And their goal is to compete everything else out, right? Monarda, goldenrod. Goldenrod spreads rhizomonously as well too. Great examples of competitors. Ruderals though, oh my goodness, like we're going to die. We're going to die soon because conditions are getting really, really rough because there's some type of disturbance that's coming at us. And so what we have to do is we basically have to grow very quickly, flower, set seed, and then we're going to die. But then our offspring are going to be able to survive and come back next generation. And so again, our goal as approach is that we're going to try to produce as many seeds as we possibly can because you only live once and then we're going to be toast. These are what we call ruderals or pioneers. And again, the concept here is that there's some type of disturbance that's coming. I can't maintain my above or below ground biomass. And so therefore, my approach to survival, seeds everywhere. So these plants live very, very short periods of time. We also have the stress tolerators. Stress tolerators are going to take their time. They're going to slow things down. They're going to take a few years to go from seed to flower. Trilliums, great example of stress tolerator. First year, boop, little leaf. Second year, boop, little bit bigger leaf. 3 to 7 years, flowers on a trillium. Narcissus, bulbs, a lot of our plants take this approach. They form storage organs. They form a bulb, they form a rhizome, they form a corm, leatrus. They form something that's going to allow them to come up and grow because there is a stress that's coming their way. Heat, drought, flooding, something along those lines, cold. There's some stress that's going to come that's going to knock them back. So their approach is to make sure that they've got a nice nest egg built up so that whatever bad's coming, they can survive it. These are the 3 approaches plants have. If you're curious about what happens when we increase stress and disturbance to the max, that 4th category, so we have like competitors, low stress, low disturbance. Ruderals are high disturbance, low stress. Stress tolerators, high stress, low disturbance. You're wondering about high stress, high disturbance? Nothing lives in that. It's like Antarctica. So one of the cool things I do is I teach students about this concept Grimes triangle. And I say, if you see rhizomatous habit, if you see tall, wide growing, it's a competitor. If you see things like storage organs, takes a long time to go from flower to seed. A lot of our trees tend to be more stress tolerant as well too. But it's stress tolerant. And our ruderals are things that will produce seeds very, very rapidly. Usually they're annuals, biennials, or maybe short-lived perennials. So we do a fun activity called pin the plant on the triangle in one of my labs. So I've heard pin the plant on the donkey. They're not going up blind putting these things on. Instead, they research online, try to figure out what types of organs these have. So the reason that Grimes triangle fascinated me was that, again, it's a model for explaining how plants grow and adapt and evolve in their ecosystems. And so when we're thinking about this, what we can start to do is we can start to think about how the effects of disturbance and stress really also influence our plant communities as well, too. So BONAP, Botany in North America Project. Who's familiar with the website BONAP? Oh, good. A lot of people are familiar with it. Yeah. So I always kid around that, if you want a fun Friday night, just crack open a carton of ice cream and start typing in Echinacea BONAP, Asclepias BONAP, Monarda BONAP. You can see county by county distribution maps of all these different species that occur in the United States. So because of the fact that they have all this data, they were basically able to compile this master image of diversity in the United States. So what we see is that, again, this is native vascular plants per 10,000 kilometers squared. The brown, darker colors, lower diversity. The green, darker green colors, higher diversity. So I grew up right here in West Tennessee in Obion County. That's where I grew up and then eventually moved to Texas to teach. But one of the things I was always wondered about was, why are there no wildflowers really around me? You would go east towards Nashville, you see wildflowers going 70 miles an hour. Like you could identify trillium almost on the sides of the road on some of those cliffs and stuff as you headed toward Nashville. Also, as we head toward the Ozarks, the diversity of plants increased too. And I can never figure out what was going on. I just always assumed, well, living in an agricultural area, everything's been farmed to death. But then I read about in James Hitchmogg's book, Sowing Beauty, he had a comment in there that said that as we begin to increase the fertility, and as we begin to make conditions for plants to grow in very, very rich, we actually start to see a decrease in the diversity of organisms that can grow there, which was kind of flipped upside down because I'd always heard, put compost down, mulch, water, fertilize. These are the things plants need to grow. Give them more of it. So I was like, I wonder if I could figure out a way to map this diversity of plants against some quality, maybe soil or temperature or something out there. So I found this soil fertility and drainage indices from Miller et al., where basically what they did is they took and they mapped the United States soil fertility to show how it changed in different parts of the country. And so what we see is that areas here in the middle of the country where, again, fertility is very high, as well as here in the Mississippi Delta region, where fertility is high as well, too, because, again, it's that darker purple, darker magenta color. We see that there's less plant diversity, okay? Also, conversely, if we look in the Ozarks, down here in the panhandle of Florida, up here in the Appalachian Mountains, even up here as well, too, around Jaw, where, again, where we see that soil fertility is a little bit less, with higher diversity of plants that naturally occur there and are native there. So what's going on? So one of the things that we've learned about plant diversity, of course, is that up top we have management intensity, down below we have environmental stress. And so basically, if we are having basically low disturbance and low stress, we tend to have dominant competitive species. The thing about competitors, remember, is that these are going to be plants that are going to try to take over everything else. How can other plants survive if you're being outcompeted? You're being outshaded, outgrown, you can't survive. And so we can, again, think about management techniques and ways that we can change the environment, because our goal as horticulturists and ecologists and other things as well, too, in the gardens that we plant is that we want them to be as biodiverse as possible, right? Like, we don't just want a garden of goldenrod. It would be beautiful in September. We need more diversity there. So what can we do to try to make sure that we're kind of pushing things towards that middle? Because as we start to increase more disturbance, management, maybe mow it once a year, maybe come through and allow goats or bison to come through there or something. As we begin to stress the environment, maybe, again, not fertilizing as much, maybe not watering as much, maybe introducing sand or gravel or tailings, something to that site to try to help to make sure that it's more stressed. What begins to happen is that we begin to decrease the chances that these competitive species are going to dominate everything, and that we open up the opportunities for more diversity. So that's our goal with planting, is to open up opportunities for more diversity. We can not only think about that within plants, but we can also think about that in our organizations, in our societies, in our groups of people as well, too. Because these are the faces of my students. We have a very great diverse university, where we have, again, people that have Hispanic cultures, we have African Americans, we have people from Nigeria, we have people from all different walks of life that come to learn and know more about plants. And so whenever we're thinking about, diversity in horticulture, we also want to embrace diversity as well, too, with the people that we work with. So we always want to ask ourselves the question, how can we sort of push towards that point where, again, we're trying to create opportunities for more diversity? For example, I hired a student that was a hospitality major this past year, and I had no clue that she could do wedding cakes. And so for our fall plant fair last Thursday, I said, hey, could you do us a cake that looks like a terraced trial garden? Boom, there it is. So the Corten steel is already rusted. She did gravel. She did gray Rice Krispie treats for the gravel. And then, of course, here's our soil with our native flowers like coneflowers, liatris, growing up through the cake. How awesome is this? So again, I wouldn't have known this if I hadn't reached out to her. And again, trying to make sure that I'm creating a great environment in the plantry, because my goal in the plantry is not just to hire just horticulture students. I like to hire people from other backgrounds, because when we start to graft other ideas in from other different groups and other different organizations and other majors and approaches, we can help to build horticulture and ecology and make it even more beautiful. So there's a research article that came out about this article that came out in the New Yorker in Groupthink, where they talked about this fascinating study that Yuzi and Spiro did. What they did is they looked back at years and years of data from Broadway plays and how they performed. And so what they did is they began to map out how they had repeating characters in Broadway plays. Some Broadway plays would have many people who had worked together before. Some Broadway plays would have very few people who had worked together before, and some would have a mixture. And so what they did is they basically started to form these networks, like the Pajama Game and West Side Story. This person here worked on both. West Side Story and Gypsy. Well, these people had worked together on these different projects here. And they began to build this giant map. And so what they were able to do from this is they were able to glean data. And what the data showed was that there's this thing called a bliss point with Broadway plays. That if people work together and they have no interaction, no previous engagement, etc., the Broadway plays flopped. Also, at the other end of the spectrum, if people work together that knew each other very, very well and had collaborated on a lot of things previously, the Broadway plays also did not do as well. Where we find this magic point is where we have a little bit of the old guard who has been around and interacted while constantly bringing in this new. Constantly this idea of, again, introducing diversity and helping to make sure that we're, again, connecting with people across a broad environment and swath. So that's what we've got to do too in horticulture. We can't just have the same stagnation of old ideas. We've got to be reaching out and grafting ourselves to other groups and organizations to ask, are there ways that we can do things better? So Avril Lee, of course, I asked her thoughts about how do we engage more with diversity and welcome more people into horticulture, and she had these thoughts.
I think one of the things we have to do is, for me, it was returning to my roots, knowing my roots in the South, knowing Southern stories, knowing that's the entry point when you came in and you said, oh, I'm from Tennessee, I get it. And we were talking about Texas, but that's a commonality. And I think that people forget about the commonalities we have. And in terms of exploring groups of people, I think that really what it is, Jared, is that people are just hidden in plain sight. Auburn is on the same road, literally the same street as downtown Tuskegee. Tuskegee being made famous, not just by Booker T. Washington, the founder, but George Washington Carver, just the complete greatest of all time of horticulture. And for Auburn and Tuskegee to be on the same street and not even have a very strong relationship, that's unfathomable. So I think it's just more so about being aware of your own community. When I was in school, I'm speaking because I went through a whole College of Agriculture 5.5-year experience there. They never said, let us just take you to the grave site. Let's take you to the archives down here. Jared, I know it's interesting to you right now hearing this. So we have to be more, my friend Wamboy Ippolito would say we have to expand just look for what's obvious right there in our own community to bridge those gaps.
So when we see this, we cringe. But the thing is that we never know when a love and appreciation for this might lead to this. Okay. So again, that's what we're talking about diversity. I'm not saying go out there and spray paint goldenrod or anything like that. Okay. What I'm saying is that sometimes we have to be a little bit more open, a little bit less judgmental, and again, be more welcoming to bringing people in. So today we talked about sowing wonder, talked about how to keep growing, talked about how to use your Casparian strip, and also how to increase in richness. Again, the goal here is try to figure out ways that we can change culture, introduce plants to more people, and help bring hort to culture. So a few things wrapping up. If you enjoyed today's talk, I send out a weekly newsletter where, again, I have a lot of thoughts about different aspects of the world of horticulture. So again, you can check that out on my website, meristemhorticulture.com. As Julie graciously mentioned, I also host the Plantastic podcast. This comes out once a month. And then, of course, you can check out and learn more about our program at Stephen F. Austin. Visit our website. Horticulture is awesome because it is. And so, again, I'll leave y'all with, again, my life philosophy. Keep growing. Always be exploring. Always be learning. And until next time, keep growing. Thank you. Yeah. Questions?
I can come around with a mic as well, so we can get you on the recording.
You got a question right over there.
I just have one question. Would you recommend planting like long dress, like the way Roberta Farley Mox used to plant, when you do a planting design? Because of what that one study showed with the monarchs?
So, okay, whenever we start talking about how plants arrange themselves in nature, we start to bring out this concept of sociability, where there's plants that will normally be very far spaced apart. Other plants will be grouped closer together. And again, something like Rudbeckia maxima, that people normally think about it being sort of a plant that tends to spread itself far apart. I mean, if you come to East Texas, I'll show you solid ditches full of it. What I would recommend is, especially with milkweed, the goal there is maybe planting them in blocks of 8, 10, 15, instead of being scattered as individuals throughout a planting. I've seen pictures before of, again, production fields full of Asclepias. You can do that if you want to. I think that whenever we start to do design, we begin to ask multiple questions about, how can I make this planting the best that it can be for the ecology that's on site, while at the same time having good design aesthetics? Because in East Texas, Asclepias tuberosa looks great April, May, but then when we hit the, death star of summer, it starts to cook a lot. In fact, we basically have 2 Asclepias tuberosa seasons. We kind of have a spring bloom, and then it will actually come back and sometimes rebloom later in the fall, after we've had that kind of harsh summer. And so you can plant it in large drifts like that, but again, you've got to make sure that it's not only pleasing to the ecology on site, but also pleasing to the human eye. So my advice is, small blocks of Asclepias on the outside of a planting. I'm not saying don't do a few blocks on the inside too, because if they're engaging with this out here, they're going to engage with that too. It's just like, how sometimes if you see a giant billboard on the side of the interstate or a giant sign, which again, as ecologists, I know we hate these things, but the concept is, if you know that there's going to be something attractive in a town, you're willing to stop, and who knows what else you might discover there. I think that's kind of the same thing we want to do in our ecology and planting of design. Do it in a way that is ecologically beneficial while also keeping that human element in mind. Great question. Another question over there.
I can project questions. I've been trying to bridge a really big gap, which is from our world to commercial property owners, for-profit,
yes.
office park
Yes.
owners, those guys, which is about probably the most difficult target for ecological or naturalistic planting. Their concern is primarily cost, and make it easy. Don't bother me with complexity. Give me a lawn, I mow it and blow it, and I'm
Sure.
good. Pitching to them the value of ecological planting is viable, and it's the most important way to go. But we also have to deal with cost. And I'm wondering about, you cite a lot of studies and evaluating what kind of plantings work in different environments. What about maintenance cost? Do you know anything about research on maintenance cost of a meadow versus a turf lawn, for
Sure.
example?
So Cassian Schmidt, who of course was at Hermanshof, and unfortunately Cassian, Cassian, Schmidt, Schmidt, I think, Cassian Schmidt. He was located at Hermanshof, and unfortunately they've decided to do away with his research program there. But Cassian has done presentations before where he shows that he and his students and his crew were able to calculate out on a square meter basis per year how much management that basically occurred in those areas. And so the areas that had more stress, more gravelly type plantings, more step type plantings, like what we would consider a modern day gravel garden, the maintenance pressure was drastically lower on that because, again, the top level of the soil has lower nitrates in it, and you don't get the weed germination that normally you do. So that data is out there. You might reach out to him and ask if he would be willing to share some of those studies. He also has data that shows if you have a mulched bed that's fertilized and has lots of colorful flowers, the maintenance cost is drastically different. Another person I would ask you to reach out to is Wild by Design. It's Ben O'Brien up in Canada. And what Ben has done is he got a grant to do some of these gravel. What he did is he basically planted plugs in a crushed concrete remediation rock gravel mix. And so basically he did like a 3-year or multi-year trial where he evaluated those. And I remember one time he made a comment how he spent like 45 minutes weeding a certain area of those blocks. So that data is out there. Those are 2 sources that I would check out to have some data on that. Germany, yeah, Hermanshof, yeah. Hermanshof, Hermannshoff, I believe. Hermanshof. Next spelling.
He can sing and spell in public.
I try. Any other questions? Again, I'm around today, so I look forward to having more conversations with all of you about how we can keep growing and bring port to culture. Thank you.
Thank you, Jared.
So in the interest of time, I'm going to start introducing our next speaker, Brooke Thompson. Brooke Thompson is a Yurok and Karuk native from Northern California. Growing up, she lived and fished on the same land that her ancestors have been on since time immemorial. Brooke fights for water and Native American rights through public speaking, academic research, and frontline activism. She has been an intern for the City of Portland's Bureau of Environmental Services, the Senate Committee on Indian Affairs in DC, the California State Water Resource Control Board Office of Information Management, Save California Salmon, and currently works as a restoration engineer for the Yurok tribe's Fisheries Design and Construction Program. Brooke is a graduate of Portland State University with a Bachelor of Science in Civil Engineering with a minor in Political Science and a Master's in Environmental Engineering at Stanford University, and is now attending UC Santa Cruz for a PhD in Environmental Studies. Ms. Thompson's PhD is focused on how Indigenous knowledge can be better implemented into California water policy, spring versus fall Chinook salmon nutrition in the Klamath River, and how non-tribal organizations can better work with tribes on restoration projects. Thompson's goal is to bring together water rights and Native American knowledge through engineering, public policy, and social action. Let's welcome Brooke Thompson.
Welcome back, everyone. Just because I know it's morning time and it's hard to stay awake, I'm going to count down from 3. And I want everyone all at once to say your favorite flower. So I'm going to count 3, 2, 1, go. And on go, everyone say their favorite flower at once. So take a second to think of what that is. Yeah, okay. So 3, 2, 1, go. Iris. That's good. I heard a lot of diversity in plants out there. So I'll also take a second to introduce myself in my language. So Ayakui, Nicknell Brooke Thompson, Wotok Mokwekuk, Santa Cruz Uk, Pudaglawe, Ese Pichiklawe, Ne Pichuas Iwak Archie Thompson. And so I'm from the Watak village on the Klamath River, and I'm Yurok and Karuk, and my grandfather, who has unfortunately passed away, his name was Archie Thompson. And today I'm going to be talking about building relationships with land and water, Indigenous lessons from traditional ecological knowledge. So this is just a summary of what was said before, just also so I can get a sense of who the audience is, because I had 2 amazing doctors speak before me. Can you raise your hand if you're under 27 here? Okay, good. I'm not alone. Thank you for also being in this space. But yeah, so I have done quite a few things. I'm very busy if you talk to any of my friends. My 28th birthday is next month, so I'm pretty excited. But a little bit about my background is I come from the northern area of California, which is hard because a lot of people say Northern California and they think like the Bay Area, which is where that little inlet is, right in the center. And I have to say, no, I'm about 7 hours north of Northern California. But my area is specifically on the Klamath River. So on the picture on the right, I drew some pictures of where approximately some of the reservations, or not reservations, but traditional areas of the tribes were on the Klamath River, mine being right by the coast and all along the Klamath. So for me, it's a really big privilege to have lived somewhere that my family has since time immemorial, since colonization of the United States happened mainly east to west and like pretty much north, south, up. I'm kind of in this like really nice area where we were some of the last people to be formally colonized, where we had first contact with white folks in 1851. And for reference, my grandpa was born in 1919. So his great grandparents, really. And because of that, we've had the privilege to keep a lot of our culture and traditions alive, despite many laws that have tried to prevent that. So what is traditional ecological knowledge? The easy answer is there's no one answer to it. There's no universally accepted definition of traditional ecological knowledge. It's kind of a field that's always developing. And the cool thing about that is traditional does not mean inflexible or adherence to the past. It simply means it's time tested and wise. And I kind of see this assumption made with traditional ecological knowledge that association with tribes is automatically primitive and therefore not useful to current day benefits. Like there was a time when I was at a conference with Canada's Prime Minister, and he specifically, I remember he said in his speech about working towards the future of Canada, he says we need to get away from these tribal mechanisms and right, associating the word tribal with being in the past and tribal with primitive and therefore lesser. And I don't think that's something he meant to use on purpose, but there's just that association in the English language because of the history of colonization and with tribes. And yet that's not the reality of the situation. So one of the definitions of tech that I really like is the evolving knowledge acquired by Indigenous peoples over hundreds or thousands of years through direct contact with the environment. This knowledge is specific to a location and includes the relationship between plants, animals, natural phenomena, landscapes, and timing of events that are used for lifeways. So basically, tech is aligned with what we see as like Western academic science in the sense that the main difference is it's not written down. Like my language never had a written language. I don't think any language in the United States originally had written languages. It was all oral history or through pictures. And yet there's this kind of hierarchy that it has to be written down to be valuable, to be usable, especially since our language was purposely tried to be removed from us. Like, for example, my grandfather, Iwak Thompson, was the last native language speaker for my tribe. And I got to grow up in his household, which was a huge privilege. But yet, we now have all these restoration programs that want to use language when they're doing these restoration work, etc., but not paying the language department where they're run 100% on grant money, and then just wanting to use that language in the restoration work. And then also not acknowledging, right, that it was purposely taken from us for about 100 years, where it is actually illegal to speak the language, where my dad and my mom and my like aunties and uncles don't speak it because my grandpa didn't teach them, since it was considered something that could get you in trouble or get your kids taken away from you. And I think a lot of immigrant families feel a similar way, where my friends who, especially from like, for some reason, Mexico and Italy, they wish they knew those languages, but their parents didn't teach them because they wanted them to become Americanized so they could fit in better with the new country they were in. But yet there's so much information that's stored in the language that now people want back. And yet when I work with restoration companies, they're still not quite putting their money where their mouth is and what they want versus what they're giving. So some context around traditional ecological knowledge. It is impossible to divorce the ecological aspects of tradition from religious, the aesthetic, and the social aspects of being Indigenous. Meaning, right, you can't just be like, oh, I learned something from this tribe. Let me just pick that one thing out and then just apply it to my everyday life, to my garden. You have to have a deeper understanding of the people it's coming from, how they saw the world, how they see the world, and how they understand relationships between plants, animals, and each other. And without that deeper knowledge, that information isn't very usable. And it's actually like a form of colonization where you're just taking the knowledge without the people. Also, traditional knowledge systems tend to have a large moral and ethical context. There's no separation between nature and culture. So actually what Dr. Barnes said really stood out to me about the valuation of when there's a story told behind these objects that were being sold on eBay, right? and then the value associated with them. So one of the books I really enjoy is called Sacred Ecology. And I want to read an excerpt from that. Among Native American people of the Columbian Plateau of northwestern North America, moral precepts were included by means of a body of coyote stories. An elder from the Columbian Plateau may know as much as 60 stories, each one constituting a full evening's performance. To appreciate the meaning these stories convey requires an intimate knowledge of the local natural environment, local animals and plants being main characters, and local places, the stage on which they act out the human drama. Children learn out the morals of the human drama. Children learn the moral precepts that will guide them in their social and ecological relationships by listening to their elders tell these stories. Thus, religion, art, and ecology are one. Traditions are thus ecological in the sense that they represent a complex and integrated system of practices and beliefs. And so to me, when I heard Dr. Barnes talk about the valuation with story, that instantly made me think of this quote about how you might reconsider how, say, like the Western world or capitalistic world may value plants with them on the shelf that get thrown out every season when they aren't sold quick enough or they aren't taken care of well enough, so they're not pretty enough to buy. Compared to a lot of tribes seeing these plants as characters, as relatives, as actors, and having stories to tell. And that valuation we have with those plants based on our culture. And again, this being a very purposeful aspect, something that didn't just come up on accident, but something that was designed and taught and understood by tribes. The other thing I want to touch on is local knowledge, which local knowledge and traditional ecological knowledge are often, I see, like used interchangeably when it comes to research. And yet local knowledge does not convey ecological aspects of the concept nor the sense of temporal dimension and cumulative cultural transmission as traditional ecological knowledge does. So, right, the difference in time scale is huge here. We're recorded data in the United States, especially like on the West Coast where I am, is only around 200 years at most. And yet with Indigenous knowledge, you can have as much as 15,000 plus years of data that can help inform our decisions. So next I want to talk about redwoods and redwood canoes. I haven't lived on the East Coast very long, besides when I was in DC. I've noticed there's not a lot of redwoods out here, but hopefully a few of you have had the privilege to experience them. This is what redwood canoes look like in my tribe. And this is a traditional picture of a redwood canoe as well. And some of the things that are special about the redwood canoes is that they're considered as having personhood because the redwood trees are considered having personhood. And in some cases, being ancestors to some of the tribes in the local area. And that these are great beings that we also choose not to kill. For example, when we build our canoes, we wait until the redwood tree falls to build the canoe itself. And there's a lot of ceremony and process that goes along with that. And we actually imbue a spirituality and personhood in the canoe itself with how we build it. With our canoe, we put a nose on it. We put eyes so it can see, lungs, a heart, kidneys, and a butt. It's kind of funny in the language. There's still a lot of fart and butt jokes. So I think that's like cross-cultural. But yes, butts are very important along with your kidneys, hearts, lungs, eyes. And the fact that like we map this out onto our redwoods, that we, for example, count them in some instances, in some theories, the same way as we count people and treat them with respect in that sense, tells me a lot on how we think about redwood trees and how we think about our place in the world. In addition to that, not only do we have personhood for redwood canoes, but also the river itself. The Klamath River was given personhood in 2019 by the Office of Tribal Attorneys from the Yurok tribe. And this was in addition to, there's a river in New Zealand, Colombia, and Canada, where Indigenous peoples have all given the rivers personhood, meaning they can sue on behalf of the river if it gets polluted or if it gets mistreated. We haven't had this come up in court yet, but we at least have that recognition there in case it does in the future. And also goes along with our cultural values of understanding the world not as just resources for us to take, but us as relatives and actors within this larger culture. So my first question to you guys to think about in your own lives is, how does our treatment of plants, soil, and rocks change if we consider them as equal beings? How would we treat planting differently if we consider them as equals? How would we treat our attention to them? How would we treat how we think about them in the future? And what's going to happen to, like, you know, our plants when we die? I don't know how many people like write their house plants in their will, but maybe we should, you know. But for me, like, this is something that's just been always apparent to me and taught to me since I was a young kid. And yet, being in academia, I can tell you this is not the mindset people are in. I see Dr. Johnson smiling at that. Yeah, so for me, this is a given. This is just the way I operate. And there's a lot of benefit that comes with that. Because when you do consider these as equals, you have a lot more observation with them because they're not just one plant, right? The plant becomes an individual. And the next part of tech I want to talk about is the 7th generation concept. Raise your hand if you've heard of 7th generation before. Okay, good. Most people are pretty familiar. The 7th generation concept is mainly popularized by the Iroquois. And it's a philosophy that says that we make today, the decisions we make today should result in a sustainable world 7 generations from now. Decisions being made about our energy, water, and natural resources, and ensuring those decisions are sustainable for 7 generations in the future. But it can also be applied to relationships. Every decision should result in sustainable relationships 7 generations in the future. And again, applying that not only to our relationships with each other, but to plants, animals, and the environment around us. And right, we're here right now in 2023. I can only imagine how much better off we would be if those in charge in 1873, which they would have looked like this, if they were making better decisions when they were in the Congress in the United States, when they were making decisions on how our future would look like, which I don't honestly think they probably were. But for me, this is, again, a given. You think about how your actions are going to affect those in the future. And not just in the near future, because having that political science minor has taught me that a lot of our decisions are based on political cycles. They're based on 2- and 4-year, 8-year election cycles. Because, right, I work in infrastructure with engineering, specifically water resource engineering. And politicians want to see their name put on something that voters can see within the next election cycle so they can get reelected. And things that you can see, like, for example, if a senator funds money to build a pipe system underground, which a lot of us need, our infrastructure is horrible in the United States. A lot of people won't notice that ever because it's not like we see what's going on underground. And it's not like a lot of us really care what's happening when we flush our toilet until it goes wrong. And then it's the most important thing in the world at that moment when you don't have a toilet. But it's really unfortunate that this is the way that we make decisions. And also, I mean, it makes some logical sense, right? Because we don't know what inflation is going to be in the future. We don't necessarily want to make these decisions long-term because there's so much uncertainty. And yet, I feel pretty certain that those 7 generations ahead of us are going to want fresh water, fresh air, and soil to grow food with. And so my ask with that is, right, if each of one of us here considered what looking at 7 generations ahead would be, it'd be looking at 2,173, which, you know, I feel like when I wrote that number out, that I was like, I don't think I'm thinking about how each decision I'm making is affecting 2,173 that often. I feel like I'm just trying to get through my week, honestly. But yeah, like it does take exercise. It's like a muscle you have to stretch, is like trying to expand our sense of time and space, which you'd think would be easier than ever considering our access to the internet and historical documents, etc., and projections with all this technology we have. And yet it's still hard to get a glimpse of what's past the next day. But I do want to stretch each of you to try to think of what it would be like if you planned your landscapes and what they would look like 7 generations from now. How are you planning your landscape today to benefit those who inherit it when you might not even be there to see its potential? And how do you plan for that? So one of the examples I think of when talking about landscapes and how little we do think long-term is with sidewalks. I lived in Portland, Oregon for a long time, and we love planting trees there. And yet, right, we have these great ideas, planting these trees in these little boxes. And then all of a sudden, right, we have the funding for maintenance for 10 years, 5 years, whatever. And maybe the maintenance gets cut, or maybe the budget gets switched around, etc. And then all of a sudden, you have something like this happening. I have tripped on so many roots bringing up the sidewalk while looking at my TikTok on my phone. But right, this is obviously like, this tree didn't grow overnight. This was a long-term issue, and this was something that was eventually going to happen, especially since I hope they knew what kind of tree species they planted. But this again exemplifies how like cities, governments don't think as long-term as we should, because this is something that could happen within like, right, 15 to 25 years. Nonetheless, thinking 150 years in the future. And then yet, right, when we're comparing it to my relatives, the redwood trees, that's not that long. 150 years is like a blink of an eye for a redwood tree. This section of an old growth redwood tree is 1,000, see, I'm even biased myself, 1,341 years old. And coastal redwoods can live to be older than 2,000 years old. So this tree saw the Alexandria Library burn. It was alive during the same time. It was alive during the Second Crusades. It was alive during the landing of the Pilgrims. It was alive during the Civil War. And when we compare it to like a redwood tree that lives close to 2,000 years, suddenly 150 years does not seem that long to consider in this span of time, especially when we have to consider these redwood trees in my tribe's understanding of when we're going to collect resources, for example, for those canoes I talked about earlier. So then there's a question of, where do we start as individuals? Where do we start as audience members here? One is learning the traditional lands and plants and where your water comes from. So if you guys are from, well, no matter where you're from in the United States, using native-lands.ca is a really good site to get a general understanding of whose lands you're on and what languages were spoken in or are spoken in the areas you are in. So this is just a quick screenshot of Pennsylvania. My understanding is that there's no current federally recognized tribes in the state, but that does not mean that there aren't indigenous peoples who hold this knowledge, who have language and indigeneity that can help restoration projects in this area. Just because there's no federally recognized tribes does not mean that there's not indigenous peoples there. And even if there wasn't per se, there's still a lot of anthropology books, there's a lot of understanding that we can still gain from those who live in this area traditionally. And again, with like thinking about the language and supporting language when it comes to restoration, I think Trillium was also mentioned by Dr. Barnes. So that was just a good luck on my part. We didn't plan that. But right, this is in my language. Trillium is Parik Segon. And the first part, Pa'arik, means flint. And one of the theories behind why we named it this specifically is because basically the trillium looks like 3 pieces of flint put together. And that's right, helps with identification. It tells you how to find this plant versus the Latin name, which is also similar, where there's the word tri to mean like a triplet. So the Latin word also talks about like how to identify this plant, but also acknowledging that so does the indigenous language. And one of the things I found really interesting is that there was a tribe in New Guinea that had 136 names for 137 species of birds that were distinguished by the Western world. The only bird that was not included that the tribe had was a nondescript species of warbler. So you see often these tribes have names and understandings and complexity of identification that aligns with Western scientific views and classification. Species of great importance tend to have a cultural over-differentiation. So for example, in my tribe, I recently helped to get the spring versus fall Chinook salmon classified as 2 separate species. Because for us, we can see the differences in their behavior, their taste. Actually, like part of the language, one of the translations is like it translates to really good tasting salmon. And to me, that has significance. And so I'm like, what does that mean to be good tasting? Is it because of the fat content? And that's what led me to my research on the salmon and being like, okay, now over the next 2 years, I'm going to take 200 samples of salmon from all across the board, do DNA sequencing to find that different alleles and the phenotypes within that salmon, in addition to testing the nutrient content between the earlier runs, the spring salmon and the fall salmon, to see if I can find differences that can help support protecting the spring salmon. Because initially, the state's opinion on it was kind of like, oh, they're so similar that it's okay if all the like quote unquote spring salmon die, because we'll have the fall salmon and they'll just re-evolve to run in the spring. When we're finding now that's not necessarily true, and that the spring salmon can't, the theory is that it won't be able to re-evolve from the fall salmon because the genetics are different. And yet, when I went to the Fish and Wild Game, or California Fish and Wildlife Commission, to make a comment on this with several other tribal members, since in our language, we brought up how they have different names and we have different cultural understandings of how they act. We were told that indigenous knowledge cannot be taken into consideration when making decisions because it wasn't on their list of decisions or like considerations they can make to make decisions. And to me, that seems pretty ridiculous. If you have indigenous knowledge that's backing up this Western knowledge of genetics, do you think you could use both of those aspects to be validated in making your decisions? And yet we just haven't been considered in the world. So, or purposely, not only that we've been left out, but we've been purposely kept out of these spaces. And therefore, that's one of the reasons I'm doing my other chapter in my PhD is on how to integrate indigenous knowledge into California water policy. Because if that's true for CDFW, that must be true for other state agencies in California, and I'm sure the rest of the United States too. In addition to that New Guinea tribe, in some cases, indigenous systems may have a series of names for the linen species, but no one for the general term. So understanding indigenous languages and how we classify things also gives a sense of what's most important to us and why. So maybe it's not important for us to have a general term for something. Like, for example, there's tribes that don't have general terms for forest. You have to know what the trees are in the forest. You have to have that understanding. And that word for generalizing forest just does not make sense in the context of our culture. So for me, again, this understanding that tribes do have this very complex system and understanding that may be even more complex and deeper from thousands of years of additional research, pretty much, on plants and animals that just is being underutilized, basically because of a history of racism against Indigenous peoples and being seen as lesser or stupid. And mainly because, right, if Indigenous peoples aren't smart and we can't take care of ourselves, it gives the US a reason to come in and take care of us for them. And hence, like the boarding school era, where my grandpa was forcefully dragged from his ankles from under his bed by federal agents and forced to go to school hundreds of miles from home in order to try to force him to forget his language. And told again and again that Native mothers weren't capable of taking care of their kids and being reason to place them in white foster homes where they were adopted and then pretty much had their culture erased. And you see this again and again throughout history, and those perceptions persisting because we haven't been taught a different history. We haven't rewritten that yet. And it's been interesting for me as a PhD student because I continuously come across people who have a college education and yet do not know Native Americans are still alive. They think we went extinct, which is, it's funny on like some level. It's also just like, how do you go through all that school and not realize that? Compared to like also understanding the more complex ideas that, right, Indigenous peoples were specifically thought of in a certain way and stereotypes as means to exterminate us. And yet we could have had all this rich knowledge years and years and years ago that could have benefited everyone. And so it's just like this frustration I have in that in hurting Indigenous peoples, you're hurting the environment. And in hurting the environment, we're hurting everyone that lives in the United States and in America. So one of the things I want to you to take away from this is supporting Indigenous peoples is also supporting landscapes. Supporting Native landscapes and taking care of them properly is also supporting Indigenous folks. Another thing I want you to come away with is how do you start building your own local knowledge and maybe what will eventually become traditional ecological knowledge given the lifespan of a redwood tree. You start with one plant, right? There's this book called Pollution is Colonialism. And one of the main concepts in that book is how we in Western science love to generalize things, right? We only get research funding really if we can find a concept that we can apply to everywhere. That's this complete fact that you can apply the same in California as you can here in Pennsylvania, that you can apply in Myanmar, right? These universal truths that don't really vibe with traditional ecological knowledge because traditional ecological knowledge is about specific location and place and space. And that's why I say start with one plant because, right, you can get that little marker that comes into your pot when you buy a house plant that says, right, how much sunlight, how much water, etc. the plant should get. But every single plant is unique. Every single plant is an individual. And they're not going to have one monolith of how they like exactly their water or their sun. And so you can run those tiny experiments in your house or get your kids involved where you can have one plant, see exactly where it likes it in the house the most, try to consider if that's temperature, if that's sunlight, if that's water. Where does that plant like it the most? Noticing when the plant, is drooping or doing better and not just like, right, following that exact water regimen schedule, even though that might be beneficial to some, but really tuning into the specific details of a plant because there's a big difference between having a plant survive and having a plant thrive. And I can tell you as someone who's killed multiple houseplants that is definitely true for me. And trying to focus on like one specific plant and really being in tune with it has helped me a lot in understanding my connection with that plant and like, why do I even want to have houseplants in my like place? Like, what's the point of it being there? And it makes it feel more alive, right? If you have plants in your house, there's just this feeling of calmness or almost like friendliness that comes there. And with that one plant, right, then you can start to expand to a garden's worth where that one plant becomes a part of a bigger ecosystem. And I feel intimidated by your work, Dr. Johnson, right? Because you're working with acres and acres of land. But for the rest of us, right, like starting between one plant and then growing that larger and not seeing this as just like, okay, I have to water this at this time or I have my automatic drip set up and that my plants are going to survive, but really paying attention to the individuals you have in your garden and how they interact with each other. Do certain plants like to be with other ones? And we know that as a fact that some plants grow better with certain companion plants. And really having this deeper understanding of a garden and as these plants as beings and your friends and your fellows, and not just as these tools for us to take from. And for me, that reminds me of my redwood tree. This redwood sapling, I planted when I was about 5 years old. This is a picture of me when I was 5 years old on the bottom left. And I planted it when I was 5 with my dad on my land. And this is about 20 years later. This is about the height I am now in the picture. I'm 5'2" for reference. And this is the redwood tree 20 years later. And for me, like, this tree is my center of home. Like, if I'm doing poorly and I'm not tending to the tree enough, then the tree is not doing as well. Like, you can see there's a little crook in the tree there when I wasn't able to get to it enough, when I was busy with school and other work. And some vines tried to take it over, and it started to kill it for a little bit until I was able to get the vines off and started growing straight again. And so understanding that, like, right, for me, this is a big learning moment. I also learned that redwood trees don't like to be alone. So this is actually a mistake I made just planting one, but they actually like to grab onto each other's roots to create a support system for when winds happen, that they have like this network in the ground versus being all alone where they don't have much to grab onto. And so winds hit them harder. Or the bears like to eat the thin lining of sugary bark that's underneath the bark. And when I only have one redwood tree, the bears pick on my tree, versus when you have a community of trees, right, that feeding gets spread over multiple ones. So it's not just one tree getting taken advantage of by the bears. So, all right, I lived with redwoods my entire life, and yet having this one redwood tree has taught me so much. And again, like how I'm doing, being reflected on the tree has been super interesting, because even with the salmon, right, I used to catch 130 salmon a day on a good day in the Klamath River. And that was already after a fish kill in 2002 that killed 60,000 salmon. Because when my grandpa was younger, he said there were so many salmon in the Klamath River that you could walk across their backs onto the other side. And yet, now I haven't caught a salmon in 4 years. But when I was catching salmon frequently, I had the salmon in the ice chest, right, and the salmon bleed out because you pop their gills. And so you have this water filled with salmon nutrients and blood. And I would just pour that at the base of my tree when I was done gutting the salmon. And the tree did great when that was happening. And now I've noticed, now that I'm not gutting the salmon, or now that I don't catch any salmon, the tree doesn't get that benefit either. And so as I'm not getting that nutrients from the salmon that I relied on, neither is the tree. And there's a lot of evidence to support that. One of the reasons we have such an amazing redwood forest in California is because of the salmon historically, and how bears, etc., other animals, floods, left salmon carcasses spread out on the land, which led to nutrients being in the soil enough for it to grow these huge, amazing trees. But yet, right, we're losing that, especially with the degradation of a forest with logging, etc., loss of the salmon, and just understanding that these are all interconnected, right? Like, we can focus on just plants, but we won't truly get to the part where plants are thriving until we focus also on insects, on animals, and us as beings too. We're all interconnected here. And I think that's one I complain about academia a lot, but like, that's also one of my issues with academia, is that's like, you have to focus on one specific thing. And especially like on the doctorate level, right? It's like, that's your one thing, is like maybe this one type of soil in this one area, etc. When indigenous like understanding is really taking this deeper time to understand the whole entire ecosystem and web of life. And yet, right, a 5-year doctorate doesn't really allow for time to truly understand that. It takes a lifetime. It takes multiple lifetimes. And yet, with having our language taken away, we sometimes get robbed of that. And so that's one of my things I'm trying to revitalize, is this excitement for nature, this excitement to kind of push academia in a way where we get to think of these large, more interdisciplinary types of work. And that maybe, right, there's answers that we can't get in 5 years, and that the system's just not built for that. But how do we change the system to be more beneficial, for example, Native scholars, and therefore beneficial to the landscapes, and therefore beneficial for the rest of us? So I'll wrap up with this quote that untouched wilderness is a myth. Plants and nature do not persist despite humans, but thrive through coexistence, mutual aid, and evolution alongside one another. Meaning that, right, we didn't have all this great fertile land and forests despite Native Americans and humans being here. The reason we had that was in part by all this management and love and care that went into the environment by tribes over thousands and thousands of years since time immemorial. And to forget that the world and plants do better with people is a disservice to all of us. So thank you guys for listening so much. My name is Brooke Thompson, and I appreciate you being here. Also, this is my cat, Happeline. He likes to hike.
Thank you, Brooke. And for questions, I want to pass the mic around so that the people virtually here can hear as well. So we have plenty of time for questions.
Thank you, Brooke. You were very inspirational. Something I just found out recently was about pawpaws, and it made me think that we need to look at how the indigenous people ate as well. So some recent research that came out on the pawpaws is that it's very toxic if you eat a lot of it. If you eat more than a few in the fall, as they fall to the ground, there's evidence now that people have developed neurotoxicity from overeating, preserving, etc. pawpaws. So I just think it's phenomenal that we need to learn so many things like that. That's just one example, but thank you so much. I really appreciated your talk.
Yeah, thank you for sharing. Oh, in the back.
I noticed, so when Longwood Gardens moved Route 52 over, they closed a circuitous road that had a big rock on it that was the Indian Hannah Rock. And I noticed that it's been moved to the Chester County Visitor Center. So that's right on the Longwood campus. But that rock always claimed that Indian Hannah was the last remaining Lenni Lenape person to live in this area. And that's not true. And it's interesting how history is created by memorials that we see and learn on the side of the road. So now we find that there's lots of Lenni Lenape people running around, and they've even helped to develop the urban farm plan in Philadelphia. So it's just something you might want to go see to see that history isn't always what it's presented to be.
Oh yeah, no, I've definitely learned that doing Googling and looking at TikTok versus what I was taught in my primary education is that when it's interesting to me, again, like I was saying in academia, because I feel like a lot of times, right, people want the traditional ecological knowledge without wanting the native behind it. And that's a really hard concept to sell. And it's so hard working in like a capitalistic environment too, where, right, we had time to manage these plants all year long traditionally. And it was just part of our everyday versus like now, right? I have to go to work for 9 hours a day, then come back and then like cook myself dinner, etc. And I'm just so tired. It's so hard for me to like, even though I love gardening, it's so hard to take care of a garden, for example, when that was just something that we could do daily. Yeah, understanding who we're learning history from is definitely an important part of expanding how we understand our world.
kind of curious, you mentioned the spring and fall run of the Chinook. Did you find that one is a subspecies of the other? Because you said there was a difference in the taste.
Yeah, so current genetic analysis implies that they're two separate, or they're a species that has two separate sets of alleles, and that one allele makes the salmon run at a different time than the other, and that their habitat was different. For example, spring salmon habitat is thought to be behind the dams because they came up earlier, so they went up further on the Klamath River. If I go way back. Okay, there you go. Oh, too far. So there has been 6 dams on the Klamath River, and it's one of the things that was impacting salmon. And currently there's more hybrid species of these spring and fall salmon because the dam's cutting off that habitat and also creating a issue where they just cannot go any farther. They're losing about 400 river miles of habitat because the dams don't have any fish ladders. But because of the tribes pressure, along with other allies, there are currently 4 dams being removed out of the 6 on the Klamath River currently. And it's one of the reasons I went into civil engineering initially, is to understand dams better and to understand what was happening to my river, especially with the salmon. And that is currently the largest dam removal in United States history is happening on the Klamath River right now. So yeah, it's exciting. And with that, right, I'm hoping to get that in between time where we have a record of what these alleles are before dam removal, showing that there are separate alleles, so different genes that distinguish them, and that giving extra protection to the spring salmon will allow those alleles to continue on. Because the concern is that if we aren't selecting for those specifically, which there is some evidence that tribes have selected for those and separated those alleles to help biodiversity within the salmon, that it can just go away completely. And if we don't have that diversity in salmon runtime, it's going to be harder for them to survive climate change because, right, if you're all having salmon run at one time and there's an environmental like hot flash that happens then you're losing all the salmon versus just some of them. So I am in my 2nd year of my PhD and I'll have more definitive answers hopefully in 2 years. So you'll have to contact me then.
There's a question back here.
Thank you for your perspective. I appreciated you bringing up the idea of personhood for the Klamath River, because it has me thinking about, you know, how do we convince people to care more about the land and the plants? And I often feel like the problem since colonialism is that humans don't see themselves as part of nature. But what you've described is maybe a perspective of seeing nature, non-human nature, trees and our natural resources as part of human culture by giving them personhood. I just wonder if you think that might be a more palatable message for humans to consider personhood for things, to see them as equal as opposed to seeing ourselves as part of nature.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. It's interesting to me because, right, it took a long time for even Western culture to understand that a lot of animals had emotions. And we know that, like, that's just kind of a given now. Like, right, I look at my cat when he wants breakfast and I can tell he's upset. But then, right, it gets a little more fringe when you try to expand that to plants. And I'm sure a lot of us here, like, actually have a plant we do really care about, or, you know, genuinely really care about the work we do when it comes to plants or revegetation, and that they're a life that's worth keeping alive. And then it's even more fringe to try to get people to understand that with, for example, like rocks or soil. I mean, but right, if you're looking at like the molecular level of like soil and the components of it, it's like very much alive with like the bacteria, insects, the chemistry that's going on, etc. And then with rocks, like in my tribe, we have rocks that are these large ones, are these protectors of our land and that we go to pray. And so it's interesting for me to be like trying to get people to expand their minds to that concept, because I feel like it's so much easier for people to care about plants than like say rocks. And I think it's just this like larger understanding that, right, everything around us matters and that we're just one part in this larger understanding of an ecosystem. and that when we're hurting the ecosystem, right, we're hurting ourselves. And part of that ecosystem does include rocks and geology. And yeah, I just don't think people like Western, and when I say people, I mean like Western culture specifically, is there yet. Because, right, I grew up with a lot of these values and understandings. And I've seen other cultures with those understandings too. Like, for example, I've met multiple cultures where when you cook food, right, you put love and care into it. And I would say, like, a majority of people, like, if you had cookies made by like your grandma, for example, and you know she loves you and she puts all this care and effort to make sure you're well fed and that you have enough to eat and that they're your favorite cookies, you're going to feel like there's some love in that and benefit from eating that versus just from cookies from the store. And yet there's no like quote unquote like proof that's true, but yeah, it does like fill you with a spiritual fullness. And right, we have this concept in the tribe too that my uncle's grandma taught him, that he talked to me about, where it's like the tastiest salmon you'll ever eat is the one that you never taste. It's the one you give away to an elder or someone who's in need or is disabled and can't catch a salmon themselves. And I think that really illustrates like how our indigenous knowledge is really tied to the culture and can't be removed. Because like, say we don't have salmon now, how do we teach that cultural value to our kids? And what does that mean to like put all that effort into catching a salmon, being proud of it, and then not even eating it? And that sense of, you know, spirituality that's imbued into these areas. Like, I have the privilege of being at this rock that my ancestors have prayed at for thousands of years and put their hopes, their dreams, their fears, their love into, and I get to be in that same space and energy. And I don't like, that might be like church for some people here in the US, but I also don't think we have those same deep connections, especially when we have the privilege to move other places so frequently. Like, this is me rambling a bit, but for example, like when people say like, oh, something's going bad in the US, I'm going to move to Canada, etc. I'm sure all of us have heard at least someone say that at some point, especially when it's come to politics in the last like 5 years or so. But for me, I don't feel like I have that privilege to just get up and move. And that like, no matter what happens, I'm going to stay in my home area and protect it, because that's the place that I feel is my self-identity. It's the place I know. If I go somewhere else, all those plants are strangers to me. I don't know who they are. I don't know who these plants are out here. I'm hoping to get to know some of them, but like, right, to me, this forest is home. It's family. These redwoods are family. These redwoods know people, my ancestors that I didn't know. And I have that privilege to be here. And yet that's not something that everyone has. But I would really try to encourage people to foster and where you're currently living. And part of that is by helping create this natural landscape around you.
Oh, me? Okay. I'll just say I really appreciate, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Really appreciated your talk, all you shared with us today. And I just mentioning, I'm finally reading Braiding Sweetgrass. Yeah, everybody's probably read it, but I'm finally reading it. And I'm just thinking about the salmon. They would celebrate them with a fire, lighting a fire, and wait for them and to come back and celebrate that. And it's just, and she also, it's about sweetgrass, braiding sweetgrass. Well, she doesn't tell you all up front about sweetgrass. I'm just dawned on me, I think she's weaving it into her story, little bits here and there about sweetgrass. And it's such a good book. Recommend it.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty essential book around traditional ecological knowledge, is braiding sweetgrass. So, and also if you have kids, they have a young adult version of it too. So no excuses.
Hi, I was just curious. One of the topics that came up in the previous lecture was about the systems of thought, system 1 and 2, and your discussion of treating plants as individuals and living in a capitalistic society. It's very hard to get that point across, especially in a lecture hall surrounded by people who work in landscape. So what do you do specifically to consciously approach moving away from generalizations and treating things individually and relying more on that system 2 thought rather than the system 1, especially in PhD research?
Oh man, that's a good question. I think one is getting in a lot of arguments. I mean, honestly, it's like pushing back on these assumptions we make in academia, right? Because a lot of these like quote unquote rules in academia or these standards were not made by people with my background. They're not made by like Native American women. And trying to understand like for example, sometimes I feel like universities want the diversity, but they don't actually want the, again, person behind the diversity. They want the images of the people and they want like the manageable like minority and not the person that's gonna like actually change the system and push them to think differently. Because I mean, right, that's why we're supposed to be there in the first place, aside from like the right that everyone should deserve education. But right, to try to push people's mindsets and give them different perspectives and understanding of the world, where we can then have better conversations, which makes our research more robust and also just building these connections that give us these deeper understandings of the world and are applicable to more than just one group of people. And so for me, yeah, it's talking to my professors and being like, okay, we're at this table, we're at this committee, we're at this meeting, this conference, looking around and being like, who's not here? For example, there's not like a lot of 8-year-olds here, unless someone's just a very old looking 8-year-old here. But you know, like even for me, I'm just like, right, we have youth, but then like there's so many dimensions of that too. Like at the United Nations, I was at the was it the climate change conference last year, COP27 in Egypt, and you're considered youth as long as you're under 35, which I think is just because everyone else is so dang old, like 35 is youth for them. And for me, that feels like, okay, I really do want like, right, elementary schoolers, middle schoolers, high schoolers in these climate conversations too. And that like, they don't need to get all these letters behind their name before they can articulate what they want to see in their future and their understanding of the world. And that has value to it. And so for me, it's also like kind of doing some kind of radical things with research. Like when I work with tribes, one of my goals is to put their names on the research papers and not forcing them to go through this like tiring process where you have to really fight for your name on a paper and what order it's going to be on, etc. And being kind of like, you know what, screw that system. Like these tribal people, they probably just, they know as much as I do. They just didn't have the privilege to learn a bunch of fancy words that I get to throw around now. I like Google words every single day when people talk to me in like academia. It's very different than civil engineering, what people use in environmental studies and like these other backgrounds. I think I was Googling words during both these last two speeches as well. But yeah, again, like I kind of say arguing jokingly, but you know, pushing people, having conversations and dialogue, being like, okay, not just accepting the way things are, but questioning why we do it this way. And if that really is the best way, or if we're just doing it because it's been done that way and that's the easiest thing to do right now. And being okay if things take longer and expecting them to take longer because we want to see real change versus just like having diversity on a piece of paper.
Hey, I specifically regarding your research and work with the California Water Authority and the Fish and Wildlife Service, I was wondering if, no, you're not done with the PhD, but if
I'm
you
nowhere close to the
yeah,
PhD.
but if you found any examples either in this, you know, North America or internationally where there has been successful integration of tribal communities and traditional ecological knowledge into policy making by, you know, the governing authorities or whoever it may be, or if you're really like pioneering something as far as like a successful model for that.
The idea, like the word pioneering is also interesting, but besides that point,
word choice.
Right. I mean, that's kind of still where I'm in the process right now. Obviously it's not being put to use, even if it is in existence. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had that issue with CDFW in California. But I don't know, when I think of that, right, I have other examples. Like I used to be the intern for the Senate Committee on Indian Affairs in DC. And there was examples that came through there, but it's also like, what do we mean by successful? What does that look like? And I don't know if I have the right ability right now to determine that. there's definitely people who work with tribes better than others and listening. And part of that is also like having data sovereignty and being willing to let tribes keep things to themselves. And that's one of the things I've seen where it's like, there has to be a trust built between some of these groups and the tribes versus like some organizations, especially like state or political wise, just treat tribes as like children almost, like that we can't control our own data, or that we're just going to lie for our own benefit and our intentions aren't pure, etc. Which may be true in some cases, but right, that's the reason we build trust over time. And a lot of these organizations don't understand that they have heard us for hundreds of years and yet want us to start an equal playing ground right away. And so what I have seen been successful, just from my personal anecdotes, is willing to have data sovereignty and tribes be able to present what they are willing to give to the public versus keeping things sacred into themselves when they feel appropriate because of past abuse that's happened. In addition to, again, giving tribes real power and decision making, and not just saying they checked a box because they talked to a tribe about a project, but really having them as lateral leaders and not like top down leadership from the state being like, okay, this is what we want you to do as a tribe, but being like in discussion, being like, this is what we're going to do as a partnership with each other. But those are just some basics. Again, you have to come back to me in 2 years if I'm still in a PhD program and get some answers from me.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I also just want to mention, because I had a question about this earlier, with that Klamath Dam removal, right? There is reservoirs behind the dams, obviously. And with those being drained, there's acres and acres of land that wasn't previously open that will now be out and ready for new vegetation. Because of that, the Yurok tribe has partnered, and this is part of my job, with the company called which is Restoration Company, with the KKRC, KRRC, these acronyms get a lot sometimes, Klamath Restoration Renewal Corporation, who is using over 20 billion seeds, a lot gathered by Indigenous peoples in this partnership, to plant native plants and do restoration work on that land that's becoming available with the dams being removed. And with over 60 miles of new area to, quote unquote, new area to vegetate. And so that's been really exciting to do that grubbing work firsthand, and also collecting those seeds for replanting and seeing the care and effort that goes when you have Indigenous staff to do that seed collection that I wouldn't see with anyone else, where it's just a job or a 9-to-5 to them. And having these Indigenous peoples reconnect with these native plants and really care about the work they're doing and feeling the sense of pride that they're going to help these future generations. And so I just wanted to make that point too, that, that's another work I'm involved in as well. And if you want to talk more about that lunch or any of these discussions, feel free to chat with me.
Thank you, Brooke. It was our pleasure.
Thank you,
having
guys.
Here today. Just quick before I let you go for lunch, I wanted to draw your attention to a poster at the back of the room next to the coffee. It has a QR code on it, and that's where our evaluation form is for today's conference. So please do that, and we appreciate that feedback. And one other thing about ELA, after the conference last year, we started a meetup group in this area, and we've had several meetings over the course of the year, and it's been really wonderful. So if you'd like to be a part of that, come talk to us at ELA, and that would be wonderful. So it's about once a month meetings, and it's at various locations in the area. And yeah, we'd love to have you. So, okay, it's lunchtime. You have plenty of time for lunch. And if you could be back in the room by about 1:45 at the latest, that would be great. All right, thank you.
How many of you had mushroom soup? Oh, nice. Was it good?
Yeah.
Okay. Bread bowl, you're gonna fall asleep.
No.
You're not gonna fall asleep because Sam is here. So I want to introduce Samantha Nestory because she is amazing and awesome. We worked at the Morris Arboretum together, where she was the weird bug girl or insect girl. And you always need a coworker who you can send text messages of weird larvae to and say, what's this? So that was Sam for me. I would text her on the weekends, caterpillars, what's this? And she would be like, oh, that's the. So Samantha Nestory is the engagement manager at Stoneleigh, a natural garden in Villanova. How many people have been? Of course, because it's awesome.
Yeah, that'll be mine.
It's free. Samantha worked in ecological horticulture at Morris Arboretum, where we worked together, and at Stoneleigh for several years before moving into her current position. Now she develops educational programming, coordinates public events, and manages the volunteer program at Stoneleigh, using her passion for plants, insects, and people to connect and engage the community. We're thrilled to have her here with us today to discuss ecology in motion, interpreting change in a public garden. Welcome, Sam.
Thank you so much, Lucy, and thank you all for being here today. Oh my gosh, I have to follow 2 doctoral holders and a doctoral student. Oh my gosh, it's okay. I can do it. So Lucy asked one of the questions that I wanted to ask, which was, how many people have been to Stoneleigh? So instead, I'm going to ask, of those who haven't been to Stoneleigh, who wants to go to Stoneleigh? Oh, okay, great, great. Love to see it. So I am here acting on behalf of public gardens at this conference, and I'm going to share with you a little bit about the story of Stoneleigh, our recent past, and how we are interpreting and engaging people in a new public garden. And for those of you who don't know or who need a refresher, Stoneleigh is one of the newest public gardens in the Philadelphia area. Stoneleigh dates its name and its time as an estate back to 1877, when Edmund Smith and his family moved to a large parcel of land along the main line in Villanova. And at that time, it operated as a gentleman's farm. So there was livestock, there were crops, but there were also formal style gardens surrounding the main house. And the Smith family lived there for about 21 years until the Bodine family moved in 1899. And in 1899, the Bodine family really started ushering Stoneleigh into an era of formal landscape architecture and design. And they worked extensively with the Olmsted brothers. Does that name sound familiar to anybody? Frederick Law Olmsted, perhaps? Yes. So the Olmsted brothers really brought a naturalistic design. If you're familiar with them, vistas, things like that are really critical to their vision in the garden. And they worked at Stoneleigh for over 50 years. So it was one of the longest tenures in the firm's history. But the most consequential story of Stoneleigh becoming a public garden actually comes with the Haas family. So in 1935, Otto and Phoebe Waterman Haas moved to Stoneleigh, and it truly became a family home at that time. And nearly 80 years later, John and Cara, pictured here, look how sweet they are, and their children donated Stoneleigh to Natural Lands to become a public garden free of charge for all to enjoy. And so, 2016, we suddenly have a 42-acre family home and estate, complete with tennis court. You can see that in the back there. In another part of the property, there's a swimming pool. There were play sets. So it really was a family home. And the question was, how were we going to change this family home into a public garden? Change was coming. What was that change going to look like? What did we want Stoneleigh as a public garden to be? You know, just that little question that we were asking ourselves. And to answer this question, context was really vital. Firstly, Stoneleigh was now part of a land conservation organization, Natural Lands, which is one of the oldest and one of the largest land conservation organizations in the region. Who here's heard of Natural Lands? Oh, love to see it. I mean, this is the audience to ask, right? But still, love to see it. And Natural Lands conserves open space throughout eastern Pennsylvania and southern New Jersey through conservation easements and with partnering with municipalities to keep open space, but they also manage 42 nature preserves throughout the region. You know, everything from really large intact swaths of natural areas like the Glades Wildlife Refuge in South Jersey, to more pastoral landscapes like Bryn Coed preserves with fragmented woodlands and agricultural fields, all the way to smaller parcels of land in suburbs that are highly developed, like Hildesea Preserve in Media. But Stoneleigh is Natural Lands' first and currently only public garden. How does Stoneleigh fit into the narrative of a land conservation organization? Another thing we had to consider, Stoneleigh has a really long history of landscape architecture and design in the garden, right? I mentioned Olmsted Brothers there for over 50 years. And not only was it one of the longest tenures they had with a property, it's also one of the most well documented. So we have records like this. This is the historic Circle Garden. Look how many plants are on there. So it is a really robust plan. That's not what it looks like now. It's not what it looked like when we got the property, but that's what they wanted it to look like. So were we going to be in the business of restoring a historic garden? The answer was pretty quickly no, especially if we're looking forward, if we're going to be a garden of the future. But we certainly needed to consider the fact that Stoneleigh is a historic landscape in a historic part of Pennsylvania, the main line. Thirdly, something we needed to consider. We are in America's garden capital. There are more than 38 public gardens in the Philadelphia region, and that presents so many beautiful opportunities. Events like this are just one of them, but it can also present some challenges. The region is filled with people, organizations, individuals who are willing to share their time and their resources and their expertise. And we have a built-in audience of garden enthusiasts who really have a sophisticated understanding of what a public garden is and what public horticulture looks like. But this is a lot of public gardens, right? How do we find our unique voice among dozens of public gardens in the same region? How do we differentiate ourselves aesthetically, interpretively, experientially from the other gardens in the region? And finally, most important, arguably, factor, or in this case, really factors, is all of the challenges that we are currently facing in the world, right? Invasive species, pollution, overexploitation, changes in sea and land use, all of which contribute to biodiversity loss, and that includes climate change. And you'll see that climate change is seen here as a factor contributing to biodiversity loss, but really biodiversity loss, climate change, they're inextricably linked in a feedback loop. So yes, climate change can cause biodiversity loss, but alternatively, biodiversity loss also exacerbates climate change. So, you know, just a few things to consider with a new public garden. But after we considered all of these things, we decided that our approach to horticulture was going to focus on a few things. Firstly, creating a welcoming and accessible garden that promotes beauty and biodiversity and ecological health, right? If we're talking about a garden for the future, this is pretty much a no-brainer. But there really are no other gardens, kind of except for Mount Cuba, who are utilizing a strictly native plant palette. And so that's part of the reasons that we considered ourselves unique, or consider ourselves unique among all of those 38 public gardens. So after 18 months of very intensive transitions, faced with a bunch of challenges like coordinating dozens and dozens of contractors. There are some days we had over 70 contractors on site facilitating the transition from private estate to public garden. We had a small staff, 6 people, that included our director and our facilities manager. And we were operating on a really strict and tight deadline. So 18 stressful, awesome months. We opened to the public as a public garden in May of 2018 on a beautiful, serene, rainy weekend. And pretty immediately, we were faced with our biggest and most unexpected challenge yet. Anyone recognize this phrase? Yeah, I see a few hands. So even before we opened, about 2 weeks before we opened, our local school district and the Lower Merion School Board identified Stoneley and the 42 acres that we had as the location of their new middle school and playing fields. And they were planning to take all 42 acres by eminent domain. If you're not familiar with eminent domain, it's the process by which a government entity can condemn and seize private land for public use. And you know, there's lots of great understandable benefits, I should say, to eminent domain, the creation of highways and roads, public transportation, and in this case, a school. But for people who had just spent years planning a transition and building a new public garden, you can imagine that that was a really terrible blow, especially a public garden that was going to be free to its community. And so, yes, this was very stressful. However, what at the time really felt like an insurmountable tragedy turned out to be an awesome opportunity for us to build and engage community. Pretty quickly, we became a very highly publicized, sympathetic cause that led to thousands of new social media followers, hundreds of new guests in the garden. We had over 40,000 people sign a petition in support of Stoneley. Over 3,000 signs were displayed in yards throughout the region. And hundreds of people showed up to school board meetings just like this to voice their support for Stoneley. It was remarkable. And thanks to the efforts of the community and our organization, Natural Lands, 6 months later, Stoneley was saved. It was a tough 6 months. I wasn't actually there for those 6 months, but it was a tough 6 months from what I understand. And luckily for us, we now had a diehard community of supporters. And some of those supporters have actually become indispensable volunteers and donators to the garden. And all because this fight engaged them with Stoneley and with Natural Lands. Now, do I recommend this as a strategy for you all to engage the community in your green spaces? I absolutely do not. Like I said, I was not there, but I imagine there were lots more gray hairs after that 6-month fight than there were at the beginning. But it's a really good representation of how possibility can come from adversity. And it was such an important story in the development of our very young life as a public garden. And it really demonstrated the power of community. All right, so the garden's saved. We have our jobs. Let's refocus. The story of the first few years at Stoneley was really about creating our identity as a public garden. When the garden was donated, it was very much a landscape garden and a home. I mentioned there was a tennis court and there was a swimming pool and play sets. And there were hundreds of beautiful, large trees throughout the garden, some of which are on the Pennsylvania State Champion list, which is so cool. But it had been managed in a very traditional style for a very long time. So in addition to beautiful trees, we also had 14 acres of mown turf and over 7 acres of invasive ground covers like Japanese pachysandra, English ivy, and periwinkle. It also was not a physically accessible space. So one of our first priorities in those first few years was actually transitioning these gorgeous, romantic, but tough to navigate pathways into gorgeous, easy to navigate pathways. And this was really important to us because you cannot engage your community effectively if part of your community cannot see your space. And this doesn't just apply to folks who use wheelchairs. This also applies to strollers. Anyone who has wheels and needs those to get around in any capacity was not going to be able to navigate these pathways. So access was really important to us. This, plus the fact that we are a free garden, eliminated at least 2 barriers to access. So now, what about those other ideologies we talked about at the beginning? Beauty, biodiversity, ecological health. Well, there were already some really beautiful and striking elements to the garden. There were historic architectural features like a really long, 200-foot long pergola. There was a large sunken circular garden that kind of felt like an amphitheater. There was, I don't know, a Tudor revival style mansion. And there were also 120-year-old trees like these. Anyone know? Arborvitae. These are arborvitae, 120-year-old arborvitae that have bent and twisted into these spectacular magical forms. But throughout the property, there was a real lack of biodiversity. So that was a really big opportunity for us. And in those first few years, we were still struggling, with lack of resources and lack of staff. So in some of these areas, we used temporary measures to elevate the garden and to introduce our ethos into the garden in a visual way. So in some cases, that meant using annual plantings like Coreopsis tinctoria to soften those landscape elements until we could implement a full design. In other areas, that meant strategically leaving some of that mown turf to grow long. And we used these mowed edges to create visually enticing spaces. And ultimately, we decreased our turf by over half during those first couple of years. And not only that, but now what we call these no-mow areas also created habitat. They reduced inputs like gas and noise and time and cost. And they diversified previously very monotonous mown turf areas. But when it came to new plantings, these landscapes were really very young. We challenged ourselves to kind of bridge the old and the new by using larger plant material, bald and burlapped trees and shrubs, for example. But even so, these landscapes looked really fresh. Look, you can see the little tree diapers. I really don't like when they call them tree diapers, but the tree bags underneath some of these trees. These were really, really young plantings. And as we all are very aware, plants have their own timelines, right? We cannot rush a plant. And so a lot of the challenges that we had in those first few years were really around our identity as a public garden. We had people asking, where are the flowers? Ugh, that gotcha. But also we had people asking, when are you going to restore the historic gardens? And the one that really got under my skin is when people called Stoneleigh a preserve or a park, because there are different iterations, different thoughts when a property is a park as opposed to a garden. But it was an understandable viewpoint when most of the gardens still looked like this, right? Trees and turf. A significant portion of the transition from private estate to public garden focused on public use improvements, right? Lighting, pathways, parking lots, and a lot of renovations were done to the home. Things that people either can't see or they don't really think about. People don't think about pathways. And so that was a really tough time for us, but it was understandable, again, that people thought of this as a park. Also, we were free. That's a great way to eliminate a barrier to access, but people tend to place higher initial value on something that they pay for. And this is something that I imagine a lot of new green spaces can connect with. And the thought that it was a public park brought along some ancillary issues as well. We encountered folks who had an attitude of entitlement to the property because their tax dollars paid for this. They did not. So they thought that they could come whenever they wanted. They had a real problem with our open hours. Again, something that I can imagine new green spaces, especially that are owned by private organizations, might face. So how were we going to address these misunderstandings in our identity? How are we going to interpret this part of the garden, this stage of the garden? In the beginning, we, again, really small staff. We didn't have any dedicated engagement staff until just last year. That is me. And so we did our best with our limited resources, and we focused our energy on providing tours, both privately arranged and public tours. This was the primary way in those first few years that we engaged with guests in a captive way. So they were a captive audience, and we could engage with them in this way. We could answer their questions. We could spark discussion. It was intimate. It was personal. We could share our vision. We could share our philosophy, and we could set ourselves up as experts during this time too, right? Dazzle them with our personalities and our knowledge as well. And this has proven to be a really, really popular way that we have continued to engage with people. Over the last 4 years, we have sold out almost every single one of our home and garden tours throughout those years. So it continues to be a really great way to introduce people to the garden and to our vision. Now, another really important engagement strategy was developing our volunteer Stoneleigh Ambassador program. Now, these volunteers became responsible for welcoming guests to the garden and acting as ambassadors in their own communities when they went home. But building a base of enthusiastic and knowledgeable ambassadors who could interpret the garden is intensive. It requires a lot of our time. We need to interpret it for them so they can interpret it for others. Our ambassadors go through an intensive 5-part training program during which they learn about the history of Stoneleigh, about Natural Lands as a broader organization, about our approach to horticulture, guest relations strategies, all these things. But again, that initial challenge was they were interpreting the same garden that we were, the one that didn't have any flowers. And so they were learning right along with us during this process. And during this time, we realized that frequent communication and auxiliary training sessions were really, really important for keeping them updated and keeping us updated on how we were using language to interpret, oops, getting too excited, how we were going to interpret the garden by interpreting it to them. It was like a practice scenario for us. And even just their presence, especially in those first few years, was really important for elevating our perception from park to garden, just their presence alone. But ultimately, in those first few years, our best ally in overcoming those challenges was time. Time for plants to grow and time for us to grow. And this year, we celebrated 5 years open to the public. And in what simultaneously has felt like an eternity and like a blink of an eye, the garden has changed tremendously. Spaces like the pool house that were planted 5 years ago are now fulfilling the vision that we had for them in those initial stages upon planting. Spaces that we had put into temporary plantings like the pergola, we have now designed, those designs have filled in, and now they serve as great places for us to display all of our native plants. And the pergola in particular, when we first saw this pergola in 2016, we thought to ourselves, oh my gosh, isn't that the perfect place to put some native vines? And so we have over 20 different kinds. And it's fulfilling that vision for us. And then some spaces we hadn't even thought about touching in those first couple years. And now they are dynamic displays of native plants throughout the entire season. And we have even created entirely new spaces like Catalpa Court. Now, this was the tennis court. Yeah, you can see those sitting walls, those outline where the tennis court used to be. This was in grass, this was in mown turf until 2020. And so this garden just kind of celebrated 2.5 years, which is real since we started working on it, and it's really exciting. And so the name Catalpa Court comes from, it was a tennis court, and from this absolutely spectacular, tied for state champion, Southern Catalpa that is there as well. And this space in particular was actually made possible by a donation from the Bodine family, that family who lived here at Stoneleigh prior to the Haas family. And donor engagement of this caliber was really a huge boon to us. This was a family who had lived here for decades. They had a lot of family history here. And for them to see the garden as it was changing, connect with us, and make a financial contribution to grow the garden was really a vote of confidence for how we were approaching the garden. And as the garden grows, so does the community of critters that use it. And we have seen an absolute explosion in insect populations, which, as Lucy pointed out, is one of my favorite things. And these critters range anywhere from butterflies to beetles to caterpillars. And in particular, we've seen specialist insects moving in. Over here on the left is an American lady caterpillar. They only eat a small group of native plants, pussy toes, pearly everlasting. Those plants were not at Stoneleigh prior to 2016. So adding these plants to the garden and seeing these critters come in is directly a result of the work that we are doing. And we've seen increases in other wildlife as well. Birds, snakes, mammals. Look how cute those foxes are. And we are now up to 116 different bird species seen at the garden, with 5 new species this year alone. And for 42 acres in the highly developed main line, I'd say that's pretty good, especially for a new garden. And so we feel that we are at a place where we are successfully creating beautiful and biodiverse gardens that promote ecological health within a historic and cultural landscape. People no longer ask, where are the flowers, which is great. But now, how do we emphasize the public of a public garden? We're making this transition. We're making changes. How do we communicate that message to our community? One of the keys that we have noticed is the very creatures that we are inviting into the garden. Wildlife-based programming is a huge hit with our audiences. Guided bird and insect walks are a really successful way for us to introduce, firstly, wildlife enthusiasts. Wildlife enthusiasts, most of them already know we need native plants. We need ecological practices in order to support these creatures. But they might not understand that cultivated landscapes, beautiful landscapes like Stoneleigh, can also support those creatures. And then on the other hand, we're inviting garden enthusiasts who already know the value of beauty in cultivated spaces and inviting them to see that spaces that are cultivated and beautiful to a more traditional eye can still invite in wildlife and can still be ecologically beneficial spaces. And hopefully they can go back and approach their own green spaces with that mentality. In the same vein, we have seen a huge increase in the participation of children in the garden, specifically in our insect programming. So Dr. Jared Barnes was talking about engaging children in spaces. So was Brooke Thompson. They were talking about engaging children in these spaces. And sometimes children have a little bit of a harder time engaging with plants. Plants don't move generally, but insects, oh, they're gross and they move and they look weird, and kids love those things. And we have really seen kids and children coming to the garden in order to participate in these insect programs with us. Last year, we hosted 2 what I call insect safaris with children and their adults. They were moderately attended, but this year we hosted 3 and all of them completely sold out. And so we're really seeing kids connecting with this green space, connecting with these creatures, and hopefully we are starting to instill a lifelong appreciation for green spaces and for insects as we do this. And then plus, the adults are sitting in the back, they're chatting, but then you cut open a pitcher plant and everybody's coming to see what is inside. So we are also engaging and educating adults in that way, but not necessarily directly, but definitely indirectly through their kids. We currently do very limited children's programming, so this is a really big opportunity for us in the future. Another very popular way that we engage with our community is through our spring plant sale. Now, I think we all know plant sales are wildly popular at horticultural institutions. People just love buying plants. And I am, preaching to the choir here. We all love buying plants. And we were first planning to host our plant sale in the spring of 2020, and we were going to do a big in-person thing. It was going to be so fun, as most plant sales were at that time, big in-person sales. And then I think we all know what happened. And so we had to really quickly shift to an online plant sale. But I think that that actually turned out to be a really fantastic opportunity for us to broadcast our messaging and our voice through this virtual plant sale platform. As one horticultural institution, again, amongst many, we really had to find what was going to make us special, what was going to be our unique voice among the masses that have spring plant sales. And to do this, we not only offer exceptionally diverse selection of native plants, but we are telling unique stories about the plants. Now, I'm so glad that Jared and Brooks brought up the topic of telling stories around plants. And when Jared was saying, I wish that there was a full story or a QR code on those plant sale tags. Well, come on down to Stoneleigh, we'll tell you a couple stories. So because we have this virtual plant sale platform, we open it up, people can browse, they can preview. After a few days, then they can actually start purchasing. We use our personality to tell funny, engaging, sometimes witty, sometimes punny. That is not my strong suit, but definitely some of my coworkers are really good at making punny stories for all of the plants that we are selling. And additionally, yes, we have to talk about conditions. Yes, we have to talk about size. But at the bottom here, we have an entire category about wildlife value. And pollinator friendly is not enough. It is not enough. We want to highlight the specific relationships that these plants have with wildlife. Those are the interesting stories. And so we also create plant collections. So you can browse the website and we have plant collections for different groups of wildlife, like songbirds or hummingbirds. You click on that plant collection and it shows you a variety of plants that will help or support that group of wildlife. And that goes for insects too. We have one about specialist bees. So you go in there, there's a bunch of plants that support pollen specialist bees in Pennsylvania and our surrounding states. Plants like Jacob's ladder, plants like erythronium, plants like willow. All of these plants have specialist bees that cannot survive without those plants. And to go back to what Brooke was saying, there is more beauty to a plant than just what it looks like. It's what it does. It's what it supports. I find that beauty. Many of us find that beauty. Let's share that beauty with our customers. And so after folks purchase their plants online, they get to peruse these fun, informative descriptions from the comfort of their own homes with a cup of tea, or depending on when you're shopping, a glass of wine. And they come and pick out their plants during one weekend in the spring. And this is part 2 of plant sale engagement, right? The culture of the event, at least what we're hoping, is that it is welcoming, it is fun, and it is informative. When people are having fun, they're much more likely to absorb the messages that we are giving to them. And we really think that this is the reason that people travel from far distances to come visit our plant sale. We have people coming from New York City to pick up plants in Villanova, Pennsylvania. That's pretty crazy. And this is also an opportunity for some of our higher level advocates and donors, especially at the organization level, to come to Stoneleigh. You know, they have busy schedules or they live far away, but they can commit to coming to Stoneleigh once a year, buying a bunch of plants, connecting with a lot of the staff at one time, and connecting with the garden during that time. All told, we sell over 4,500 plants every year to over 350 different unique customers, which means that thousands of native plants and hundreds of Stoneleigh advocates are going out into our communities. And hopefully they're going out there with a more robust understanding of what these native plants not only look like, but what they can do. Look at those happy faces. Oh. We have also begun venturing into the realm of the performing arts in the garden. The Haas family has a really strong connection with the performing arts. They have for decades, they continue to. And there are also very few outdoor performing arts venues along the main line. So we identified this as a really great opportunity for us to find a unique voice in the community. We've worked with the Chamber Orchestra of Philadelphia, with the Savoy Company, with independent artists to put on a variety of performances, some of which happen in our Circle Garden, which is like a natural amphitheater, a natural stage. And these performances are bringing entirely new audiences to the garden. People who are supporters of these other organizations are coming to the garden, connecting with the beauty and connecting with the space. And now one of our challenges is converting these new guests and audience members into supporters of the garden. How do we elevate their engagement? And we don't know the answer yet. That's one of the things that we're hoping to tackle in the near future. In addition to the partnerships with performing arts organizations, there are many, many opportunities for partnerships within our own industry to share resources and to share knowledge and to build meaningful relationships. These partnerships can exist on really small and simple scales. One of my favorite examples is a volunteer exchange. So at Stoneleigh, we organize one volunteer exchange every year, during which in the first part, we take a group of staff and a group of our personal volunteers, we bring them to a fellow public garden, and we work with their volunteers and their staff on a big garden project. So here we are at Morris Arboretum. This was 2019, so pre-pandemic, but we're working with them on a big mulching project. And then in part two, their staff, their volunteers come to us and do a big planting project or a big garden project. And of course, we cap it all off with a nice shared lunch and of course a tour of each of the gardens. And these volunteer exchanges can really create a lot of community around our green spaces. They can reinforce connections within public gardens, not just among volunteers, but also among our staff. And it is a heck of a lot of fun. It is so much fun to just work with all of these really enthusiastic people. Additionally, meaningful experiences like this are vital to engaging volunteers in a long-term way. The average lifespan of a volunteer at an organization is 5 years, and we want to extend that lifespan as long as possible. So that relationship really is possibly lasting forever, hopefully. And then if you've worked with volunteers at all, you know that engaged and enthusiastic volunteers are some of our best advocates and messengers of mission that we could possibly ask for in our communities. And then some partnerships operate on a completely different level. Stoneleigh is really fortunate to be catty corner to Villanova University. And when Jared was talking with April Lee, she was talking about look to your neighbors. And here's an example of where Stoneleigh is looking to our neighbor, Villanova University, one of the most esteemed institutions of higher learning in the area. So here's Stoneleigh. That's the edge of our property. And that's Villanova's campus. Really close, just an intersection away. And our proximity was the first gateway to our partnership with Villanova. Especially during and right after COVID, many professors started using Stoneleigh as an outdoor classroom for classes ranging from, the obvious, biology, geography, to freshman intro seminars, to creative writing, to theology. That's this course right here, theology course. And so introducing the students to the garden through their classes, and in this way, hopefully early in their tenure as students at Villanova, can really provide them with safe and relaxing spaces for them to escape the stressors of school and provide a grounded space for them to connect with the garden and with each other. Green spaces can be really transformative in terms of mental health. We all know this, and physical health as well. So being this place for students is really important to us. Villanova also has institutions within the university that connect directly with Stoneleigh's philosophy, like the Center for Biodiversity and Ecosystem Stewardship, also known as CBEST. So this organization was established fairly recently, and the creation of this organization, as well as a lot of the conversations we were having with professors and students and researchers associated with CBEST, led to a more robust relationship between Stoneleigh and CBEST. And at first, that kind of started out as students doing some of their research at Stoneleigh. And recently, one student donated her time to and her resources to map Stoneleigh using high-tech drone photography, which is awesome. If you have never worked with a mapped property, it is life-changing. And so we're really grateful for that relationship. But ultimately, something that we've come to a conclusion with this partnership is one of the goals is to inform the management of Villanova's campus. I'm sure that we're familiar with kind of the traditional management that we see on college campuses, right? It's a little sterile, lots of tree wells, lots of mulch, and Villanova is no different. But between Stoneleigh and Villanova, there are over 250 acres of green space in the highly developed main line. So there's opportunity to create 250 acres of contiguous ecologically healthy, or at least ecologically beneficial space on the main line. So that's one of our big goals. But while CBEST is a great forum for science and research, we come to the relationship with more of the practical side, right? We have experience managing aesthetic and ecological spaces at Stoneleigh, and we have compiled this information into a guiding document we like to call our biodiversity plan. And this document outlines our approach to horticulture and our approach to landscape management. How do we manage invasive species in the garden? How do we approach meadow maintenance? How do we approach turf maintenance? What do we do with abandoned animal burrows or bare soil or dead trees? What kinds of equipment do we use? In particular, this plan highlights how ecology can inform those decisions in the garden. And of course, this is a living document, right? We are constantly learning. The field of ecological research and ecological management is constantly evolving. So this is a living document, and we get to experiment with new science, new approaches, and see how those approaches work on the scale that we're working on in the garden. And our biodiversity plan not only serves as a living and guiding document internally, but hopefully we get to share this with guests, either online or in person, and hopefully we get to share versions of this with you all, our partner organizations, our fellow professionals. And this is a great opportunity for us to share the lessons learned. We can create dialogue, and we can really establish ourselves as a public garden at the forefront of gardening with ecology in mind, a garden that is visually stimulating and exciting and also ecologically healthy. And so with 5 years as a public garden under our belts, and with so many opportunities for engagement that we're either currently taking advantage of or hope to take advantage of in the future, the challenges that we're facing now are looking a lot different than the ones that we faced in the very beginning. So we're not having those problems with identity anymore. But one of the really big challenges that we've started to navigate in the last year is the evolution of our language around the garden. So one interpretive conundrum that we have is right there in our name, Stoneleigh, a natural garden. All right, ready for audience participation? What words come to your mind when you hear a natural garden? Or what words do you think would come to the mind of an average guest when they heard a natural garden?
Organic.
Organic. Messy. Thank you. Unkempt. Yes. Anything else? Unmanaged. Wild. Yes. Yes. So when people see a natural garden, they might think exclusively meadows and woodlands. They might think naturalistic. They might think messy, hands off, uncultivated. All of these words that really, we know that Stoneleigh is not an uncultivated landscape. And so we have this interpretive conundrum. And these concepts that we just talked about, that you all just said, what do they also apply to? Generally, native plants, right? People think of these things when they think native plants. And our goal is really to elevate the concept of what native plants can do in a garden. As I said, Stoneleigh is a highly cultivated landscape. And we hope that it demonstrates native plants do not need to be relegated to pollinator gardens or to rain gardens. That's not where they need to live and stay. We can utilize them in more formal landscapes. And one other kind of conundrum that we've been dealing with is we try to avoid using the term native plant garden, because I'm sure we're all aware the messaging is so much bigger than that, right? Theoretically, someone could change their entire landscape, use exclusively native plants, and say, did it, answered the call to action, I'm a good human, we got it. But if they're managing their landscape the same way they have been for decades, cutting back their perennial plants in fall, raking up every single leaf, spraying at the first sign of an insect, we're not seeing ecological benefit in that landscape, despite the fact, or at least not as much ecological landscape or ecological benefit in that landscape, because they're still managing in the same old way. And while we want our messaging to be accessible, we don't want to simplify our message. And I think that was stated earlier. We don't want to simplify this message. And of course, I have to talk about insects, right? It's not just about the plants and the landscape. It's about elevating the conversation around the wildlife that our green spaces support too, right? Especially insects. These relationships are so sophisticated and so complex and so vital, and we are just starting to learn the depths of these relationships between especially insects and plants, or insects and each other. And it's a little tough because there's a fundamental lack of understanding and appreciation for insects. Most people just do not like insects. Or if they do like insects, they only like certain insects. And that's usually because they're hearing the stories of those insects, right? One of those stories, we've already talked about it today because it's a captivating story, don't get me wrong. But the story's about monarchs and milkweed. Monarchs, milkweed, irreplaceable relationship, right? It is intricate. We can't have monarchs without milkweed. That's what these caterpillars eat. But a big reason that story is told and that people care is because the adults look like this, right? That's gorgeous. You can't tell me that that's not beautiful. Butterflies do not have a PR problem. You know what has a PR problem? Wasps. Wasps have a PR problem. I was eating lunch today and there were wasps all over everyone's lunch and people were freaking out. How do we get people excited about supporting beetles, snakes, flies, wasps, especially in spaces like gardens, which have been exclusively for people for so long? How do we make these stories exciting and accessible while still capturing the vitality and the complexity of these relationships? I mean, wasps are incredible. There are species of wasps who only parasitize and take back to their nest one group of prey. There are species that only collect spiders. There are species that only collect katydids or only collect crickets. How cool is that? I mean, I think it's cool. I hope other people think it's cool. But how do we make that story interesting? How do we tell those stories? Enthusiasm is a really, really big first step, right? Having someone who's enthusiastic, telling that story. But I want us all to think, how can we tell the ugly stories of our green spaces, right? How can we do that? And so I just want to wrap up by highlighting one really big interpretive success story that I think connects with all the things we've just talked about. And that is how we at Stoneleigh have changed our approach to, not just in horticulture, but interpretively to deadwood in the garden. I'm sure we're all aware, everyone aware that deadwood is like really good. Got lots of benefits. We should definitely keep as much of it in the garden as we possibly can. Great. I'm not talking to you guys, but I can tell you how we talk to others. At Stoneleigh, our first venture into this was this English yew. So this English yew died really suddenly in 2019. And after all its needles fell off, we were like, oh my gosh, that's really beautiful. That's like a sculpture. It was so beautiful. We felt obligated to keep it. And so we did. And so many of our guests have connected with this tree, calling it art, calling it sculpture, that it inspired us to actually change what words we use to describe deadwood in the garden. So snags are usually how we describe, it's the ecological term for a standing dead tree in the garden, right? Hopefully we know that, or some of us know that, but that word doesn't mean anything to anybody who's listening to it for the first time, right? What does a snag mean? Also, it's kind of an ugly word, but that's not its fault. So we decided to call it tree sculpture because it tells what it is. It's a tree, and it highlights the beauty that it can bring to a green space in terms of a sculpture. And in this case, we were really lucky. We could keep almost the entire thing intact, right? That's the best way. That's that provides the most benefits. But of course, that's not always going to be the case. So in some cases, a simpler tree sculpture is better, right? Either man-made, human-made, like the one on the right. We cut the top off of this white pine. We're using it as a trellis for a cross vine. Or nature-made, like the hemlock on the left that got snapped in a storm. But whew, it looks kind of cool. And so we've been implementing these tree sculptures throughout the garden over the past couple of years. But the biggest and most complicated story for tree sculpture that we had to tell came with the death of this 150-year-old London plane tree right outside of the main house. So this tree's been on the decline ever since we got the property in 2016. But this past winter, it went into the season with like 30% of its canopy cover. So we really knew that we had to make the call. And considering this tree's age and the prominence in the landscape, we decided that we had to create a communication plan to help guide our guests through this transformation. And so Natural Lands' media relations manager, May Axelrod, wrote an article, and it was a really emotive article. It was almost like a love letter to this tree. And this was a really big learning opportunity for me. I come from a background of science. I like the facts. I'm not good at expressing emotion. But there are a lot of people who don't connect with facts. They don't connect with the science. But you know what they connect with? The emotion. And so we promoted this on all of our social media channels. We sent it out in an email. And the responses that we got from folks were incredible. So this was prior to the transformation. It hadn't happened yet. And we see a lot of really emotional responses here. But overall, still very positive, right? Sad news, we'll really miss this old tree, but we're looking forward to the next stage. Thank you for what you're doing in caring for this tree. What a lovely way to honor the tree. And even right here at the bottom, Fred Haas himself, son of John and Cara, who donated Stoneleigh to become a public garden, commented, sharing some of his childhood memories about this tree. And so the transformation happened. And even when it was all said and done, the response from our guests was continued to be remarkable. In particular, one gentleman stopped one of our staff and he said, "This is incredible. I'm so glad that you allowed this tree to experience what he called dignity in death." Large trees, especially, really magnificent and prominent trees like this one, really are a touchstone for people. People really connect emotionally with trees, right? We feel more human when we're sitting beneath their branches or when we're climbing a tree. And so it's really no wonder that people see themselves in these trees. This gentleman was older. He saw himself in this aging tree. And it's really not surprising that people connect their humanity to these trees either. And so this for us was huge. Communicating with empathy was really a big lesson for us here. And then in terms of expanding the message just beyond people-centric, luckily, we got some really cool creatures to help us do that. And so we've had northern flickers, we've had red-bellied woodpeckers, and we've had a pair of pileated woodpeckers visiting this tree, perching, scouting for insects, possibly even searching for future nesting sites. So these charismatic creatures are helping spread that message of ecology too. And in the first year, we had a pair of Carolina chickadees successfully nest and raise their young in a cavity of this tree. So the ecology is there. And it's really supporting what we're doing. All right. Whew. So I have talked a lot about the variety of different ways that Stoneleigh has or is currently engaging and interpreting the garden for the community. And obviously, there is so much potential for the future. But these first few years as a public garden have really taught us a lot, and we've come away with many, many takeaways. First of all, that public gardens are gateways to understanding. In this case, gateways to understanding the beauty and the vitality of ecological landscapes. Public gardens tend to be more accessible and they tend to have more resources than other ecological landscapes, right? Much more than usually a nature preserve or something like that. And people expect to be engaged when they go to a public garden. There's an expectation that they'll be learning or that someone will talk to them. Meanwhile, other ecological landscapes like nature preserves or natural areas, usually people go for solitude, right? They're going to get away. They don't want to, maybe passive learning is fine, but active engagement, not usually what people are looking for. And so public gardens have a responsibility to engage their communities and teach people about ecology, about sustainability, about native plants, about ecological gardening. Oops. Next, time is a very strong ally. Plants grow with time, ideas grow with time, and humans grow with time. It can be really difficult, right? Because we, in the work that we're doing, often feel like we're against the proverbial clock. We are operating in a really tough world where time is of the essence. But many people's minds are not going to be changed overnight. And many landscapes aren't going to change overnight either. So we need to acknowledge that time is a really key component to success. Again, communicating with empathy. When I train my volunteers, one of the phrases that we like to use is connect, then redirect. That works for small things like people stepping in beds. Hey, how are you? Having a good time in the garden? Great, that's so good to hear. Hey, just a quick note. Would you mind stepping out of the garden, please? Just so you know, we've got some small plants in there. This also works with really big concepts too, changing people's approaches to their gardens and to their green spaces. Connect with these people, be kind, be welcoming, and then redirect. One of our big takeaways, and often one of the most controversial, is accepting the gray area. Now, I didn't really talk about this too much, but creating a garden with ecology in mind that also appeals to a broad audience is not black and white. We're juggling internal and external expectations of aesthetics. We are limited in terms of staff, in terms of budget. We're balancing needs of guests. We're balancing needs of wildlife. We're doing what we can with the resources and the time and the knowledge that we have. And we're willing to learn and we're willing to adjust. We're doing our best. And so are the people that we're asking to take action. We cannot ask them to, jump light years in a small amount of time, especially if we can't do that with a hundreds of thousands of dollar budget, right? And 6 people, 8 people. So a person who's replaced half of their burning bushes has still made a difference, and we need to acknowledge those small steps. And lastly, I think we all know the learning has just begun. There's so much more to learn as an individual, as a professional, as an industry. There's so much more to learn, and spaces like this are a great way to do that. All right, so at Stoneleigh, we are just at the very beginning of our journey as a public garden. And we understand that we have an obligation in terms of engaging and interpreting for our community, but all of us here can take actions to push our industry forward. We've already learned about a lot of ways to do that. And I'm going to put another plug in for training the next generation of ecological horticulturists, right? fellowships, internships, entry-level positions. Let's bring more young people into the industry so that they can interpret and engage and do the work. Young people are really looking for, they have a very developed sense of social and environmental justice, right? I think that we've experienced that, at least at Stoneleigh, with a lot of our young professionals. And guess what fits that bill? Ecological landscapes, social and environmental justice wrapped up into one. Let's invite as many people as possible into our ecological landscapes in ways that make sense, right? So, all right, you're doing private landscapes for someone. Are they along a road? Can you put a sign out? Maybe that's the best way that you can engage someone in a private landscape. What are other ways that you can engage people in these landscapes? Let's make our spaces essential to as many people as possible, whether that is for their literal health. People at Stoneleigh have come and they've recovered from hip surgeries because they've walked the garden every day. And that's what that means to them. That's essential to them. But for private landscapes, maybe it's essential to someone on their morning commute. And if that landscape didn't exist, oof, that commute would be that much worse for them. And of course, let's continue to collaborate and discuss and exchange ideas and lessons learned in venues like this, where we are here, more casually at other venues. And let's celebrate our successes. I think we've already heard about a lot of successes in the first two talks that we've heard. And I know every single one of us has a success story that they can share. And so let's share those successes, because there are also lessons learned that we can share with each other. And all of that, seeing those success stories, changing minds, and spreading those messages are what keep us going at Stoneleigh. And I think it's what keep us going overall. And so go forth, do good work. And thank you so much for your time this morning. I think we have time for a couple questions. Got a question here?
I just had a brief question on finding some more resources for figuring out host species for native plants. Do you have like go-to lists for what species are hosted by, or what insects are hosted on what species?
That's a really good question. So there are some paper resources. When we're talking about caterpillars, David Wagner's book, Caterpillars of Eastern North America, is one of my favorites. The problem is that some of the sources that people recommend, Illinois Wildflowers is one that people often recommend, that I have found is not often correct. There's a lot of old science that is quoted where those host plants were, it was an accident, or that caterpillar actually wasn't feeding on that. It was just on it. It fell from the sky or something like that. Not the actual sky, a tree. And so I would say Wagner's a good one, but there's still so much that we're still learning about all of these creatures. Another one is the Peterson Guide to Moths of Eastern North America. But even in there, you see like a moth and it'll say host plants, unknown, host plant, unknown. The world of insects is wildly under-researched, and we're still learning a lot. So you can do the best with those resources, but continue to keep an eye out. Maybe there will be some future resources too.
Sorry, thanks. You said something about your biodiversity plan that you guys shared that.
We haven't shared it yet. We are hoping to share it in the future. We've shared it verbally with Villanova, but still working on finalizing some of the details.
Okay, great.
Yes, but keep an eye out. Any other questions?
Hi, thanks. I really enjoyed thinking about language and how you're kind of redefining certain perceptions. How do you define native and how fluid is that?
That is such a good question. I actually thought about talking about that, but that's a presentation in and of itself. At Stoneleigh, we define native, or we pull plants from the ecoregions of Eastern North America according to EPA Ecoregions Level 2. So that is a very, very complicated way of saying essentially Eastern North America. We do not go into subtropical Florida. We don't go into boreal Canada or, you know, very, very northern Maine. But we have a pretty wide definition of native. Partly it is because it's a complicated world that we're working within, and we want to create not only biodiverse systems, but also aesthetically pleasing systems, and also climate change, right? So we're pulling plants from the south that hopefully will be ultimate replacements for plants that we're seeing already die because of our humidity and the changing climate. But if you look up EPA regions level 2, 8.2 and 8.4 are some of our most used ecoregions. All right. Thank you all so much.
I'm just going to go ahead and keep us on schedule. So I'm going to introduce Wendy. Maybe I'll talk more at the end. We'll see. The speakers are more important or more interesting than what I might have to say. But I've known Wendy for a long time because we've known each other through the Millersville Native Plants in the Landscape Conference, which is on a hiatus, probably permanent, as she just said, but the memories will live forever. And we know that there are other organizations kind of taking over that place, but none will ever be the same thing as what that was. But Wendy's currently the marketing director at Cavanos Perennials, one of our sponsors, and was the conference coordinator for this legendary Native Plants in the Landscape Conference, which was held at Millersville each year. You know, I'm reading your bio here, Wendy. She has a BS in landscape architecture from Temple, so local, and obviously working in so many different capacities within the green industry for the past 25 years. Wendy's also a volunteer leader with ELA, so she helped coordinate this event, and so we are eternally grateful for her help with that, and extensive knowledge of speakers and topics and all the wonderful things. But she also is extremely knowledgeable about the plant trade, the nursery business, and she's going to enlighten us all on the conversation that goes on, you know, between all of us, between plants and suppliers, and installers and suppliers. And so at that, I'm going to turn it over to Wendy.
Okay. Well, thank you, Mark. It's nice to see some familiar faces from my Millersville days. One thing that wasn't in my bio were some of the other things that I've been involved with, whether it was from design build to garden center sales to wholesale sales, to education. I've been in a lot of different capacities depending on life stages. So I'm sure some people can relate to that. But I was fortunate a few years ago to be recruited by Cavanos. And that really opened my eyes to a lot of these things. And that's why I feel it's important to share it with this group, because there were a lot of things I wasn't aware of because I hadn't worked for a full-on production nursery before. But one thing that I really love regardless, I am a perennial nut. I was trained by Stephanie Cohen. That should probably say it all. I hope I'm not quite as opinionated as Stephanie, but I have had this vested interest in herbaceous plants since my 20s, and creating gardens and creating spaces that other people can enjoy. That's like our ultimate goal for so many of us. So when I got a chance to work with growing plants, I'm like, yes, 4 acres at home, let's fill them all in with perennials. My husband's not thrilled, but we're doing that one plant at a time. But one thing I learned there was how commodity driven, and that was mentioned before, about plants as commodities. And unfortunately, some of that is just reality. We're in business, that you can't help that. But there are some things that we can do when we work together to make this a more pleasurable experience for all of us. So I'm going to just talk about some things that we faced since COVID, some things I've noticed just in my career, and then just some tips that maybe some of you might be able to use as you progress when you're searching for plants. Since COVID, and even before, shortages, we've all heard shortages, and inflation. We, early on in COVID, it was not uncommon from a order of plugs that several thousand would be canceled from one order. We have to make that up somehow. All we were left with at the time were 50 different dianthus. And how many dianthus do you need in a garden? But that seemed to be what the supply chain was providing us. And for us, that really wasn't good enough. But it's one of the things I've noticed recently, not just Cavanos, but several other growers doing what we do. Our plant palettes start to look the same because that's all we've been fed. You know, it starts from bottom up. So we've had to change some of our practices a little bit over the years. Ultimately, we've gotten some really cool plants in, some plants that I was trained on early on in my career, like Geranium amphocard. I know it's not native, but it's super contrast. But it was not only training, you know, our staff on how to grow these and how to do this, but now we're trying to train our customers on why we're doing some of these things. In addition to supply chain, labor. You've all felt the pinch with labor. We are so labor driven in our whole industry, and labor shortages were crucial. At Cavanos, we are not automated. We are very much boots on the ground, sticking things by hand. While some of our larger competitors might have more automation, we don't. But we take pride in that, and we grow good plants using our methods. But even during the height of all of this, we had to look for other options. We're not a company that utilizes some of the visa programs. It just wasn't in our model. So we were able to look, and we went to some organizations that helped establish refugees in certain communities, and we were able to pull some labor there. Was it as simple as that? No. Did we have to think outside the box and come up with some ways? Transportation was huge. You know, we are not in we're a suburb, but we're not in the city. Public transportation was not there for us. So we paid and had Ubers bring these people in from the city. So it's just thinking outside the box right now is so critical. And I just can't reinforce that enough. But whether we are potting plants, or we are cutting back plants, or we are weeding plants, or we are pulling plants, or we are putting plants on racks and shipping them off all over the East Coast, people are involved, and people are very central to our business. Our biggest thing during COVID there were two things: potting soil and pots. We were quickly informed by some of our vendors that, you know, things are going to get tight. So how do you do that? Well, we were fortunate. We had the property, and we were able to do some stockpiling. Not everybody is able to do that type of thing. It ended up, it wasn't just stockpiling of pots and potting soil, but it also got to be that we were stockpiling plugs because we couldn't get them when we needed them necessarily from some of our vendors. So again, we had to not only be a finished producer, but now we were a holder of plant material that wasn't saleable yet. So different models have to change. With this, I want to share a little bit about where some of our plants come from. I was enlightened to some of this. I knew these things existed. I didn't know all the details. So one of our major suppliers gives us bare root, and bare root has their own challenges, their own benefits. But I just want to share, if I can get this to play, there we go, of what is involved with bare root production. So this is even before it gets to Cavanos. This is out in Michigan at Walter's Gardens. And the amount of property that they devote to perennial production, I'm extremely grateful to, but wow. I mean, this is just fascinating. And a little bit here. Could you imagine having this be your workplace though? It's pretty fantastic. But we will get to, it's coming up shortly, here we go, what it takes. And Walters is very much automation driven. Here, this is one of their planting machines, just to show you what it takes. Their massive labor force. I saw this and I'm like, this is like growing up on the farm when we'd be out planting tobacco, but we weren't GPS driven and our lines were not nearly that straight. So it's really quite amazing what we are able to do. But this, while Walters provides a vast amount of plants, not all of our plants would come from here for bare root. We would ship things from overseas and various places. And that's where we could run into some problems. And we'll talk more about that. But the next piece is harvesting, which was amazing to me. And I grew up farming. So some of this, you know, I was familiar with, but wow, it's just unbelievable, the technology and what's involved with some of this. So all that to get this. So sometimes if you are on, I know there's some homeowners here, you may be able to buy bare roots retail and you get this sad little dried up plant. Well, when we're in the wholesale realm, we fortunately get plants when it's the proper time to have them harvested. So they have a much better success rate. But before it even comes to us with this, there's already been all that technology involved, all that manpower involved. And what you don't see here is after that harvest, all the people involved in their warehouse slicing these plants up to get them to this point so they can ship out. So it's a lot of backstory for that perfect plant. One thing I'd like to talk about here because of the branded pot is to shed a little bit of light on the branding. Branding has become very predominant in our herbaceous industry and the woodies as well. Proven Winners has some great plants, but they definitely are a force in the industry. One of the issues we have seen is that a lot of designers, and not necessarily the ecologically driven, but just a lot of designers as a whole, will go through and look at what's new from their line because they have a great advertising staff. They have lots of money behind their advertising. They get in front of everybody. So we'll get requests for these plants that have just been released and nobody has them. And then people get upset because they can't get the plant material and they're not always the most willing to make a substitution. So flexibility is key with all of this. Also, a little bit of knowledge as far as the process. You know, if something is a new release, it's going to take probably a good year till you can readily get it on a regular basis. The other thing is not all Proven Winner plants are great. We're fortunate, we trial a lot of them. If something doesn't look good, we cut it from our program. We do what grows well for our region. So I do think trialing on your own too, especially if you're in the landscape industry, don't just rely on what you read in magazines. See how this stuff actually grows in your area, in your customers' areas. You know, I know that can be expensive. I've messed up before. I've put stuff in customers' properties and it dies. Well, then I put another plant in there. It's all a lot of trial and error. Not every property is going to respond the same. In addition, a lot of these plants, well, all of the Proven Winners plants are patented, which comes to another conversation. With a patent, a lot of times goes a royalty. So automatically your price per pot goes up. With the Proven Winners, we're also paying a price per pot that's at a premium. So when you're speccing things, it's very, very important that if you are doing a branded program, make sure you're allowing for that extra price. It can be substantial. And sometimes it's worth it in my book. Other times it's not. There's other substitutions that can be used, but it's very important to be aware. And Proven Winners is the most well-known that does this, but there are other programs like that. Terra Nova has a lot of royalties on their products, even small places. Some of the Mount Cuba plants have royalties on them. So it's just things to be aware of in the production. Tissue culture. This is creating plants in a lab setting. This is very handy when you have a specific species that A, does not respond well to cuttings, may not respond well to divisions on a quick timetable, may not set a great volume of seed or a reliable seed source. The key with tissue culture is you can't just send every plant there. You need to have a volume base because it's not cheap. So if you have a plant that you might only sell 500 in a year, it doesn't make financial sense to put it into a lab setting. This is for plants that you're selling tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands potentially, so that it makes sense to pay for all the lab fees. But it is quite impressive what can be done. Again, this before was at Walter's Gardens. This is actually at North Creek, just to show you a little bit. This is what they would get in. And you separate it out and you have all these little baby plants, which at North Creek, then they would stick them into plug trays and grow them on for their finished product. But that wasn't really an option for us to help us get any tissue any faster. We saw seed as a good resource. We had people and we had some space, so we were able to start buying in seed and growing some of our own products on. And one of the things we've had to do is devote space to production. So whereas before we might have been a finished operation with the idea that we bring plugs in, we bring bare roots in, we pot them up, we get them out the door as quick as possible. Now we're going a little more old school. We're actually doing some of this early production in-house. Why? Because we couldn't always get the plants otherwise. So seed led very well to a lot of native species. So our numbers in those we were able to get those up. But just like everything else, sometimes seed shortages happen. Sometimes seed gets hung up in customs. Like right now we have penstemons waiting to come out of New York that don't know when they're going to come to us. But those are some of the things we have to work with. We finally, after several years, our growers are really in tune with this. We're creating some really great crops, and it's very exciting to see what we're able to do with seed production. But here you can see some lobelias starting. Juncus. These are just some of the easy guys. But not everything is quick from seed or can be done from seed. So we have even followed some of the leads of North Creek, and we've started doing some of our own cuttings, divisions, and all of that is a project that needs to be grown. This isn't something you can just do overnight. Seed was quick and easy. This kind of division and growing on, it takes time to build stock. It takes, as John Courtney knows, he does this all the time. It doesn't happen overnight. And the bad thing is we live in such an Amazon world. You know what I mean? You order the plant, they want it there in 2 days. Well, that doesn't happen. It just cannot happen. We aren't fortunate enough, like the succulent world, where we can send a leaf of a Monarda out and somebody will be overjoyed and through the moon that they just got this plant in 2 days. It can't be that way. So a lot of education needs to take place as far as what's involved. We've had to do some of our own cuttings. Like I mentioned, here we have a puntia. But I wanted to show you, again, this is at North Creek, just the time it takes. So they stick a cutting, they stick a bare root. Every crop has a different timetable. And here they've instituted a new program, which I love their signage. Oh, I have a, there we go. They show when they stuck it or when they planted it up and when it'll be finished. So a sedum, which is a relatively quick thing to grow in my book, you're looking at a good 10 weeks till it's saleable. So think about that if you're looking at an availability and you don't see this sedum, but you need it. 10 weeks at the plug grower, possibly another 6 to 12 weeks at a nursery like ours. That's a long time. And what happens is a lot of people, you know, they're in this Amazon mode, think we can pull plants out of the sky sometimes, but it really takes some time to get roots to develop, to make sure our plants are, tough and strong and disease and pest free and all that good stuff. Here's another one. This is Flock Sherwood Purple with a little bit longer finish time. And then this would be what we'd like to see as that end result. Is a finished plug that would then come to us and we would pot into a larger container. North Creek though, shout out to Arden and the North Creek folks, they do hold things. So they have divided their growing operation. They have certain houses that are specifically for those new plants that are still growing on, and then they move on to a holding house until they are shipped out for sale. Well, Kavanaugh's now has holding houses. And I mentioned this before because with availability, it is so variable. We need plants at the certain times we need them. Well, they might come available in the middle of winter and we aren't ready to pot them until early summer. Sometimes we will make that decision and hold them for a while. So here we have people just cleaning flats, cutting back flats. It's just typical maintenance that's involved. Again, our outside holding area of just plugs. So you might say, well, okay, you get these in winter. Why don't you just pot them up right away and just hold them? Well, as Michelle can tell you, if you plant an echinacea in the cold of winter, it will just sit there and laugh at you until it gets some heat. And it doesn't look like much at all. And it's easier to keep things in a plug until it's the proper time for that plant to really explode in the pot and fill in the pot than it is to necessarily sit on it when it's in a larger pot. Perennials have a large seasonality component to them. Grasses, just grasses alone, there's cool season, there's warm season. Some grow more actively in the cooler times, others grow more actively in the warmer times. That determines when you would pot them into a larger container. That can also determine when they're going to take better in the ground for you. This right now is the perfect time to be planting sedges. They're thriving, they're loving this. But little blue stem, that's kind of about done for the season. They're starting to shut down. The same is true with other perennials. Your spring blooming phlox thrive during that time. They kind of putter and slow down as we get later in the season. So keeping in mind the seasonality of these plants has a lot to do with their availability. I know, it can all be mind-boggling, and we're not even through it all. Back to the Amazon idea and the perfect plant. Learning about and actually knowing our plant species is another conversation. A lot of our garden centers have gotten to a point they go through, which I understand, they want the best and the brightest. So it looks prime on their benches and it'll go out the door. But not every plant behaves in that way. You can't get every plant to look like this perfect leucanthemum. We have things like Coreopsis tripteris that no matter how you try, it's either going to get tall and leggy or it's going to be a couple little flimsy stems in a pot, but that's the plant. That's what it's supposed to do. It's not ever meant to look like this. And so education is a very important factor in all of that. Whether it's educating the end user, educating our customers, but just making sure people are learning about these plants. I feel so many times, people just go off a list and they don't really know what they're speccing. They're just, oh, it's a Coreopsis, it's gotta work. Well, some grow better than others in different situations. But ultimately, this is what we want to get to when we're shipping out. Things go out on our racks and they end up either in the retail market or for the landscape contractor. So some other things we need to talk about. I mentioned dianthus. There are so many of these flooding the market right now. The same goes for Salvia nemorosas. The same goes for nepitas. The same, I could go yarrows, you name it. There's tons, and people get bogged down with the variety. Think simple. Pick a few that you really like, that are available, focus on those and use those so that you are not confusing your customer Too many options can make people shut down. So we've tried to limit and scale back and pick the best and the best of the best for our offerings at Cavanagh's. About 3 years ago, I believe, we attended Cultivate out in Ohio and listened to a current trends report. And one of the trends that Katie mentioned from Garden Media Group at the time was that why don't organizations like either public gardens or research institutions team up with some of these nurseries and really do a big push? And we looked at our team and we're like, we just did that. I shout out to Mount Cuba. We have, because we know we don't have all the knowledge, we don't have the time to do the trialing, we don't have the time to do the documentation, but we see so much value in it. We've partnered, and I think partnership, and I know Sam mentioned this, everybody's mentioned this, partnership is so key. There is no way in this industry one person can know every aspect. It's too vast, whether it's from the soils to the plants, to the insects, to the bugs, or to the diseases and pests, everything. You cannot hold all of that information in your brain. So partnering with other organizations, other companies, I think is extremely valuable. So a few years back, we took the data that Mount Cuba produced on their trials, and we started using that with their permission to promote plants that were garden worthy for the Mid-Atlantic. So especially in crops like echinaceas, which have become like hostas and everything else that is bred beyond belief, we were now able to pool a limited palette of things that were guaranteed that people would not fail with, because that's a big part of this. We want our end user to succeed. We want them to be happy with the experience, and we want them to continue with the experience. And if they fail because they planted an echinacea they thought was perennial and it really was not, that's not helping our cause. So this partnership, we were able to not only get some good quality plant material out there, but it gave us a plant palette to then go to our producers and say, we're going to do this. We're invested in this. We want you to grow this product for us at a certain time. So we were able to reach out and schedule custom grows with some of our producers in order to get this product when it was needed. Prior to that, some of these varieties from Mount Cuba's trials were not readily available to anyone. They were just plants. Some of them were breeder plants that were sent to Mount Cuba to trial. Some other companies just hadn't picked them up yet for various reasons. Well, now we are able, because of this joint relationship between our tissue growers and us and Mount Cuba, to get some of these good plants back on the market. But again, if you looked at our availability, you'd see these echinaceas come with a price. Guess what? Patent. So there are royalty fees. Even though they don't have a technically branded pot like Proven Winners, there still are fees associated. So while we love these plants, they are going to be higher end. You do have to show the value in them. You have to explain that value and make people appreciate what they're getting for all of that. But if you look at all the work that went into getting that plant to your backyard, you understand it a little better. Back to expectations a little bit. Woodland plants are requested fairly often to us. But what a lot of people don't understand is what woodland plants will look like when they go out the door. This was something we held onto these uvularias for a while because they didn't look like that perfect leucanthemum. If we would have put that on our availability, we would have had some returned by garden centers because they didn't know what they were getting. They didn't know, this is great, this is ideal. Enter Mount Cuba, and James comes down, who is their buyer for their sales, and he goes, those are fantastic. So educating, your end user, again, it all comes back to knowing these plants, knowing their growth habits, knowing what they're going to be doing. With this, we were also able to find sustainably sourced tissue for this. So we're making sure we're not wild harvesting for any of these fun little native guys. Communication, again. Mount Cuba recently did reports on Carex. Prior to the release of these reports, we grew Carex woodii. Nobody bought it. Nobody. I took photos of these. We had these gorgeous crops, and I bet a bunch went on the compost pile. Fast forward to the release of the report. The industry saw the first round didn't really sell, so nobody was ready for it. And it was request after request of, we want Carex woodii, we want Carex woodii. It took probably a good year and a half till we could get any kind of numbers to meet that demand. Carex woodii is best done by division. It's not super fast. So you really need to build up that stock in order to have enough and to continue having it. We don't want to exhaust all our stock and then everybody's out of luck. So again, communicating between organizations, extremely important. Also understanding what it takes as far as pot size. The bare roots I showed you earlier, typically those will always go into a 1 gallon container for us. Physically, they just will not fit into a quart. It doesn't make sense. So understanding, if you see a proven winner and you do a little research and know it's available via bare root, when you're making specifications on your landscape plans, please spec at least 1 gallon or larger. You're setting yourself up to fail if you're speccing a much smaller plant. And we run into this a lot, even if it's not, these branded plants. Some plants just do better in 1 gallon, and some plants do better in a quart. But there again, it comes to knowing your plants, knowing what the root systems are like, knowing how fast they fill in, so that you're not disappointed. I love deep landscape plugs. They're like the most wonderful thing in the world. They save so much money and time in certain situations. But unfortunately, once you bump up to the next tier of quarts and gallons, there isn't an easy one size fits all for those. So keeping in mind, again, how the plant grows, how the root system grows, how fast it reproduces and pushes foliage and roots is very important when you're making those specifications. All something like this takes on a designer's end is a quick email to someone like us saying, am I on track? And we can correct it. We've also seen really bizarre things like 3 gallon, Coreopsis moonbeam spec. Well, who in the world needs to grow a 3 gallon Coreopsis moonbeam? Who in the world wants to dig that hole is my other thing. If I can get away with a soil knife and plug in a quart in the ground, I will. That's a lot more efficient for everybody. We're still trying to find out where some designers are finding some of this information to think that this is appropriate. So we talked about the amount of time things take. While there are set things, some plants we know we can turn them in 8 weeks, not a problem. We also get some things that are much more variable, depending on the quality of the bare roots of epimediums, for instance, that come in. It could take 12 weeks, it could take 20 weeks. We might get a really decent clump one year, the next year it's half the size for the same money. So we want to sell a consistent product, which means it may or may not, finish in the same amount of time. So some of this variability is just out of everybody's control. Back to seasonality. There are some crops that should only be sold within a certain window. We recently started doing an allium program, and alliums are a great example. It's like a higher end plant. People love them. They see them in magazines. They think about them in the spring because they're reading their fine gardening and they have all these beautiful pictures. But guess what? The bulb growers sold them in the fall and now they can't get them. Answer, potted alliums. However, these are not a plant that's going to last very long in the production nursery. It has a very short window for shipping. Depending on the weather, this beautiful crop can quickly get cold and freeze and look awful. But also alliums go dormant. So while we would love to sell dormant plants, we're not always comfortable doing that. We don't want to be holding those for that long. This is a plant that really, if you want to plant potted alliums, they have to go in the spring. They have to be shipped within a certain window. And that's for everybody's success. Hellebores, the same kind of thing. Hellebores, the main season is spring. Once we start, holding a crop too long, it just starts to deteriorate. So you really want to think about these actively grow in the cooler seasons. That's the better time to get those crops from us and get them in the ground. I know this doesn't go well with a lot of landscape projects, because a landscape project, you want to get in, you want to put everything in, you want to get the bill out the door. But I personally am a big fan of staging things. And I think it's relatively easy once you know your plants to stage and say, we're going to do a cool season install, we're going to do a warm season install. And you can bill it those different stages. Again, the spring ephemerals. For happy customers, buy them in the spring. While dormant pots are great, we all will be much more comfortable if we know for sure that you're going to have a successful plant. Requests for things like trilliums. It was mentioned 7 years from seed to a plant for a trillium. It's not a quick product. From bare root, it's still not a quick product. We've been sitting on some for over a year and they're this big. It's not something that can be easily turned around. Things like Mertensia are a little quicker, but still the seasonality and availability of the rootstock plays a big role in that. Peonies. Peonies are always, at least the traditional garden peonies, sold as a bare root to us. The bare root comes up in the early spring. This is the prime season to get them in the ground. You wait too long, you start damaging foliage in transport. You wait and you hold them longer in the season, again, the quality deteriorates. These want to go in the ground. So when you're scheduling things, keep in mind, we don't really want to be planting peonies in September. I know that's when they're probably on the bargain rack. There's a reason for that. But, you want to give people a good product. So do it at the right time to give them that good product. Again, lamiums, another seasonal thing, typically available in the spring. Things like our tropicals, like mangaves, a heat-loving plant, buy them when it's hot. They're not going to be actively growing. They're not going to look that great early spring, even when they're in a heated house. Grasses. Our grasses, we typically really don't have a big push on till summer when we get some heat and they start actively growing and flushing. But when they do, they're stellar. So some unusual things, and with this being, a native plant slanted group, understanding the patterns of these plants. This is Campanula americana, which is one of our native campanulas. I love it. Color's intense. It gets a lot of cool insects. It's a biennial. So knowing how this operates, biennials, it's foliage first year, flowers the second, then it dies. If you really want to have success with this, you've got to understand that life cycle so that when you plant it in the ground, you know that it has to drop seed. You know that some seed has to come up and you'll have a year without flowers. Again, we don't want people to fail. We've gotten requests before for partridge pea, which is an annual. Well, if anybody would request that they want it in September, we probably wouldn't do it because it's soon going to go dormant. It may not have the time to set appropriate seed and drop it. And again, we want you to be successful. Great plant when it's done properly. Asters, not all asters are the same. So if you're making substitutions, again, know your plants. We have sun asters. This is October skies. We have shade asters, Aster cordifolius. They can't be evenly swapped out if you're doing substitutions. Case study several years ago, we were doing a custom grow project and they had ordered Corydalus, I think, or was it a solid Corydalus? And we had a crop failure. And the designer said, well, what else do you have that's yellow? And all we had was goldenrod, and oh, that's fine. So knowing your plants is very important. I have no idea the success of that project. My hopes are not high. And unfortunately, the goldenrod we provided was not a shade goldenrod. So, but just like asters, we have shade and sun goldenrods. This is Solidago flexicalis versus Solidago rigida. Both great plants in the right places, knowing your plants. But okay, everybody else got the pet or the kid pictures. So the insects. We are plant people. We know plants. We don't know the insects. So another partnership that we have made is with people who do. We've gotten to be very friendly with Sam Droege out of the USGS office near DC, who runs the Native Bee Lab. And he has helped with identification. He's helped us, documenting those host plants that are really going to be beneficial for our area so that people can have success and really bring some of these bees back into the public eye, make people more aware. Solidagos are a great host plant for many bees. You can see there's even, some lepidopteras on there, probably beetles at times, but wonderful. Oh, look at them. So, pussy toes. Sam mentioned these with the painted ladies. This is a great plan. We can fill these out into a pot. However, what happens when the butterflies come? It quickly becomes an unsaleable product. And you don't want us to use chemicals. We don't want to get rid of the caterpillars. So tolerance levels and understanding that's very important. Every year, my pussy toes get defoliated. I love it. It's wonderful. They come back with a vengeance. It's not a problem. So again, educating your customer, educating that end user, even your crews, to make sure they know if they see this kind of damage on a pot, it's okay. It's actually a good thing. Mountain mints, again, a great insect attractor, but knowing your mountain mints and which are more appropriate for the project you're going to use them on. Pycnanthemum muticum has gotten so much press. It's a great pollinator magnet. It does wonderful things, but it will also eat your garden left and right. I found personally Pycnanthemum canum is much more user-friendly for smaller landscapes, gets just as many insects in my yard as the muticum. And it actually, I've been kind of choking my muticum out on purpose, and this one is coming in and taking over, so yay. This is my favorite, everything needs a story. Back to the host plants. This was Euchera americana. Again, telling your customers the story, making sure your designers, making sure everybody on the team knows these kind of things. During COVID, I happened to be on my patio, observed this weird little bee with bright orange pollen all over her body. And I'm like, I have honeybees. I know what honeybees look like. I know what color pollen they get at certain times of the year. And it was the wrong time for orange pollen. So where are they getting this? Guess what? Euchera americana flowers. We sent this down to Sam Droege at USGS. He ID'd it and said, wow, this is the first time in several years that this has been documented in Pennsylvania. Shortly after it was found at Mount Cuba, shortly after it was documented in Philadelphia. So these are out there. If you plant them, they will come. But people need to know the stories so they see the value in all of these wonderful plants. Like Sam said, we know the ones that get good press. Let's talk about some that don't get quite so much good press. When you're looking for, again, we talked about new plants with proven winners. Well, there's other new plants coming into the market. Being prepared for the times it takes to propagate these things. This is a newish Calamagrostis called Jeju Do, which is a very quick to grow plant. It's a great short alternative to Carl Foster. Likewise, this is Eragrostis trichodes, which is sand lovegrass, which I love, but it's been much slower for me to populate. So if you see these wonderful grasses out in the landscape and you want to use them on projects, keep in mind on how slow they are to replicate or how fast. That will play a big impact on how readily available they are. Yep. Things like apios. If someone were to see this in a magazine, I love it. It's a September bloomer. Nothing else is blooming. It's always clean for me. It provides a brilliant show, but it's not easy to grow in a commercial setting. It gets tangled, it gets viney, it does what it does. So things like this would have to be considered on a custom basis in many cases. Again, then think about the time involved. Sometimes that means you have to go to a much smaller operation that can handle some of these specialty crops. Some of these big guys just cannot handle some of the extra level of maintenance that's involved with producing a crop like this. Things like Rhodea japonica, another super slow grower. So if you see it with a huge price tag, well, that's why. These were planted probably 15 years ago, and I finally have a clump like this. So it's no wonder wholesale, they're $10 to $15 a piece. They're not a quick grower. So understanding, again, all the impacts into the price. Pachysandra procumbens, people love it. It's a great multi-season plant. Again, very, very slow. For us to get it a lot of times, we'd be looking at a super expensive plug, probably 3 times or more what we'd normally pay. So it ends up having a higher price tag. I see this getting confused a lot by some people that they think, oh, it's just like the Asian type. So they expect the pricing of the Asian type and then have severe sticker shock. But what they don't know is you're getting a plant overall that's 10 times better. We mentioned overstimulation of certain genuses. Euchra is another one. One of the things we like with some of these, we like the Euchra villosas. They tend to hold up better in the mid-Atlantic for us. So anything that's got villosa blood, again, it's just another education experimentation thing. We've planted these out. We've seen how they respond. And we also have Mount Cuba research to back that up. Coreopsis, again, understanding that not every plant within a genus grows the same way. This one will easily get 8 feet tall. So if you're expecting a moonbeam, no. And knowing culture. Little blue stem, and this is Coreopsis summer sunshine. We provided several thousand little blue stem one year to a large contractor. And after a while, got a call back saying they all died. We need replacements or we want our money back. So we did this is a tough plant. It's hard to kill a little blue stem. We did a little research and part of the management plan for the process, first of all, the garden had an irrigation system. Second, it had a guy out there watering in addition to the irrigation system. Third, the soil was amended with a lot of compost. Problem. Don't be afraid to ask your growers. Your growers know we've grown these, we've killed them. We've been through the trials and tribulations. We know, this plant does not need a lot of feed. This plant likes it lean. This plant likes it dry. Don't be afraid to ask. We are always there. Any grower I know is happy to provide some of that information for your success. So I mentioned some of the shortages. What can we do to fix that? Well, we've gone out to private gardens to find unusual plants, and bring them to market and start propagating. We've talked to experts to see what they are recommending. We go to weird plant sales like the Galanthus Gala every March to see what some of those unusual offerings are. We try things on our own that might be a little quirky to see, with climate change, maybe this is going to work for us now. This is a cactus we've overwintered at our property for probably 2 years now, I think. I'm really excited about that. Maybe down the road, we'll get that on the market. We go to public gardens like Chanticleer, like Stoneleigh, like Mount Cuba, and see what catches our eye or what other people find interest in. And that's what we go after to do some propagation on our own. We've been extremely fortunate with Mount Cuba. They found they have a lot of unusual native plants that aren't necessarily in the trade, and they're sharing tissue with us to build up numbers and get some of those good plants out there. We visit trials. Here again, I use trials with a grain of salt. Personally, I'd rather see it in a botanic garden and see some long-term trials. You know, a lot of stuff's thrown out there, but you talk to different people there, get their feedback, and make selections off of what you see. Garden yourself. I can't say enough how important it is to have that experience on your own, whether you're a grower, whether you're a designer, whether you're, you know, even a professional gardener or whatever you're doing. Experience these plants in your own backyard. Observe them. I think you'll be much more successful when you're providing them to clients if you do that. You get to see what they actually do. This is a proven winners echinacea I trialed a year before it was really out on the market. Fell in love with it. It was one of the toughest ones I had that year. And if you're not willing to do that, there's always Legos. They don't die. So with that, I hope this, you know, the goal of this is just to make you understand, please talk with one another. You know, we can't do this alone. We need to work as a team. If it weren't for our communications with our suppliers, we wouldn't be able to produce the plants that we do. We want to work with our customers. You know, that's sort of our goal. So don't be afraid to reach out to all your growers on different levels. And hopefully we'll power your passion for plants. Any questions?
We do have time for questions, and we still have the microphone. I have a question. All right, we're gonna. So a couple years ago, I was on a panel at Cultivate where we were talking about the small plug, the landscape plug versus the gallon size. So whenever you talk to some of these people, they say, oh yes, you should absolutely use the landscape plugs over the gallons because they'll establish just as quick and you'll have basically equal growth by the end of the year. But it sounds like what you're saying is something I've observed too. It's pretty hard to grow a Baptisia in a landscape plug. So do you have any other thoughts on that?
Yeah, there's certain things I love landscape plugs for, to put them in direct. Baptisia, Asclepias, no. I guess I've killed too many on clients' properties in my former life, and I don't want to put people through that. Again, it comes down to knowing your plants and knowing how they grow. Things with tap roots, I personally have not had as good of success in landscape plugs, putting them right in the ground. I see a more developed root system is extremely beneficial and totally worth the price. So yeah, while there's great benefits, I know budget comes into a lot of jobs left and right. But there's some things I know. My husband and I did a meadow for one of his clients. We did a big mix and we seeded some things that we knew would be a quick turn that we didn't have to wait long for. We landscape plugged other things like our asters and our pycnanthemums and our goldenrods and some of the grasses. And then we went in and we hit just those things, the Asclepias, the Baptisias, some of the other weirder, tougher to grow things in a larger size. Just focusing on what the plants want to do rather than the dollar amount all the time. So. Yeah.
Are you partnered with that? Because you went to the trial with both canal one,
Oh, we're visiting yearly, if not multiple times, and I have them on speed dial. So I have regular meetings with their marketing department to stay up to date on if there's anything fluky. So in an ideal situation, we now in the future have some more lead time to get some of these great plants. We know a little bit ahead of time, but even so, some of them to build up numbers in time is hard. So it's not an end all answer by any means.
Some of the trial.
Probably eventually. Some of that, we're still waiting on some of the results for that because that's a newer one. Vernonias, yeah, we got some of those and they are stunning. I know Amsonia is coming out this winter. That's sort of a different trial because it's been going on for so long and there really isn't a bad Amsonia. So we'll handle that a little differently. But yeah, we'll see. It's still very early on the goldenrods.
Just wondering if you can talk a little bit about maybe if and how climate change has played into the decision about how to propagate. Like you talked a little bit about doing some more seed. Obviously, there's some things that won't work as well that way, but having the genetic diversity from more seed propagation, you know, maybe with respect to climate change might be important. So just wondering if you're thinking about that and for what groups and.
At this point, a lot of our focus is more on getting numbers to people who want them. Anywhere we can, we do our own seed collecting. We have things, we had Stipa out there, we had Amsonias, we've planted out some Sporobolus, a lot of things on our own so that we can do our own local collecting. But while I would love to say that's to encourage biodiversity, it's bottom line, it's because it's hard to get some of that stuff. So growing, if you're getting into the level of eco-type things, that we don't really touch. Unfortunately, there just isn't the volume of material available. And that when we're talking of selling 10,000 Carex pennsylvanica a year, that's really tough to do by seed and get all that diversity, unfortunately. So we are looking at the climate change though on another level, as far as, like it was mentioned, Sam mentioned, they are putting in southern native plants, and we're trying to introduce some more plants like that that might be able to fill those roles as we get warmer and fill the voids as things sort of heat out up here.
So we're coming to this question here, and if you're listening and not in the room, if you do have a question, please put it in the chat. We'll ask it for you. Thank you.
Hi.
Hi.
So you mentioned that during COVID, you were having some supply chain issues with getting potting material, and I assume that included the pots because I know there were other plastics that were hard to get. And at the other end of the spectrum, we experienced frustration with throwing away all of these pots at the end of a job. And I know that it has been taboo to take those materials back and use them. And I wonder if there's any work being done in that area in terms of sterilization procedure or just some way to reuse all of this plastic that we regenerate.
Yeah, we actually are reusing a lot of our plug trays in-house, and we do treat them to help eliminate some of the disease problems. We reuse a little bit of our own containers, just if crops, don't make it, that we know what happened, but we don't really take in. Some of that has to do with just consistency of sizes because everybody is using slightly different size pot material. I know there is some stuff being done with the compostable pots, and they're getting closer. I don't know how soon it'll be till it trickles down that it's cost effective, but we're trialing those as they come out. Our suppliers are sending us things to trial. Some are okay, some are awful. Ultimately we have to have a product that's going to last and not decompose on a bench or before you get it as a landscape product. But yes, work is being done. Our tags and our pots are all made with recycled content. So we do push for that. The thing with that, you're going to get to a point, you can only recycle so far. So we're doing what we can within the limits right now. I know smaller scale nurseries will reuse a lot. So one thing I would say is if you have a smaller nursery nearby, inquire with them if they could use them. And sometimes financially, they really appreciate that. But on our scale, like having a pot return just doesn't really make sense.
But it's a great question, and it's one that gets kicked around on the industry as a whole, like this Cultivate trade show that we've mentioned. throughout the day. That's a really big one for the nursery production world, and it happens each year. It used to be called the Ohio Short Course. It's in Columbus each year. It is a great event. But yeah, the whole plastic problem. The industry knows it has a plastic problem. It's trying to figure it out. Someday it'll get there.
Hopefully. Yeah. I will say proven winners for all the trouble they caused, they're getting really close to one. And unfortunately, I mean, they had money to throw at it, so that helps. They can get a little farther, but I don't know when their technology they'll pass on to other people. What's that? I know. Yeah, and they are. It's proprietary, so.
And I will say that I have a landscaping friend. She runs a landscape company, and she actually is now collecting the pots that they produce. They are cleaning them, and they are partnered with a service that will come pick them up. You have to organize them like with like only, and it does take a long time, but you can do it. It can be done, but it takes the dedication and hard work of individuals. People make the industry go around, right? And so we have to have a passion for something, and if your passion is recycling, you can do that, etc. So do we have a question?
I'll try to be very loud. People in Zoom land. Nick Novik was at a workshop recently where some people observed that some woody plants that usually have a running habit, like Panthera and Ikea, right, didn't move after a number of years in the ground. Someone said they had heard that woody plants replicated by tissue division seem to have lost this habit as opposed to seed-grown plants. Do you have any comment on this, or do you know anything about this?
I'm going to open that up if there's any woody producers here, because that is not my my line of expertise. I mean, the only thing I could say is that could have been bred out, that it isn't as stoloniferous and doesn't have that factor, but I can't say that that's the answer across the board.
Yeah, if they propagated a clone that doesn't have a running habit.
Right, then it was
not gonna run. So, yeah. I do know that there was an issue with one of the hydrangeas years ago in tissue culture, but inherently tissue culture should not be getting rid of a running habit.
Right.
Basically, you're just copying what was already there.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not the mode of producing it. It's that what selection was made and what characteristics that selection had.
And it could be too that it's in a really dry spot, because I see it in dry spots,
Won't-
like in
won't run.
Texas, it doesn't spread out much, as much.
Yeah.
I love what you said about, talking to each other and the growers and need to talk to each other, the people that buy from the growers, all that. Anyway, the Xerces Society has sort of a campaign right now where educating consumers, just the general market, about what to ask nurseries, garden centers, about, use of chemicals and growing practices. But also, they also have a campaign for growers about, how to answer those questions as well. So they're kind of coming at it from both sides. And, at our place, if we buy from you, you're going to get an email soon that says, how do we answer these questions? We kind of do that every year to make sure we keep up on that. I just wondered if you had any, if you know about that campaign, or if you want to talk about that.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with that campaign, but we do get those questions all the time. We're open about, we are neonic free at Cavanagh's. We have an extensive IPM program that we utilize, so it's got to be bad if we do anything. But yeah, Michelle helps monitor all of that for quality control. Yeah, people just need to ask. I mean, I know one thing, we have actually joined American Beauty's program, and they have some other more stringent qualifications than some other programs. So that helps to answer those questions as well. So yeah, so you'll see that coming up, but.
So these were all great questions. Wendy, are you going to be here till the end of the day?
I have to run.
So Wendy has to run. So if you have a burning question that you didn't get answered, you better catch her before she hits the door. We are going to keep moving. We do have a break scheduled right now. We'd like to be back at 3:15 for our next presentation. So you have about 11 minutes to stretch your legs, use the restroom, ask Wendy one more question, interact with each other, have lots of fun. Okay, everyone, I'm gonna introduce our next speaker. that we are all really excited to hear from. We were chatting for just a moment in the in the break, and Helena said, "Wow, I'm a landscape architect.
I'm an architect.
Architect, excuse me, sorry, architect by training," and just was like, "This is a different type of crowd for me." But I thought, you know what? This is the perfect crowd, because it is all about the conversations that we have with each other. It is all about learning from each other. And this group, ELA as a group, generally has a whole lot of passion for their profession. And so I think that it will be a wonderfully received talk. And I can't wait to hear it. I've been looking forward to it. Helena Van Vliet is a biophilic architect. You don't hear that every day. Biophilic design consultant, scholar, educator, and speaker on health in the built environment. She is the principal at Helena Van Vliet LLC, as well as president of Biophily, which is a nonprofit biophilic urbanist organization promoting the link between human health and urban biodiversity in Philadelphia. She's also a steering committee member for the International Biophilic Cities Network. As adjunct faculty, Helena teaches biophilic design and urbanism at Thomas Jefferson University. She's a lecturer in the University of Pennsylvania's Weitzman Executive Program in Design for Sustainability, as well as a regular speaker at various other universities, including Drexel, Widener, the Bauhaus Universität Weimar, Germany. Hopefully I said that right. And
Polytech di Milano.
Polytech di Milano in Italy. And without further ado, please help me in welcoming Helena this afternoon.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all for having me today. I'm very honored. I said to Mark when Zach first called me, I thought he might have the wrong number because I'm not a landscape architect. So I'm very honored to be here. I am associated with that other tribe that you probably better know from destroying habitats, architects. Coming in with bulldozers, flattening the place, dropping large quantities of concrete and leaving a giant mess for you all to somehow put back together. So my personal approach is that I am a biophilic architect, as Mark mentioned, which means I view design of the built environment as a medium to experience nature and seasons and weather. So how do we design buildings that connect people to place? A lot of times our professions are kept apart. Architects do one thing, landscape architects do something different. In my courses, I bring them all together. I also bring in folks from the health sciences. So I have students from the health sciences sitting in my design courses as well. Because I think I've come to the conclusion that the only way we move this forward is by moving sustainability squarely into the realm of public health, especially since sustainability has taken on a politically difficult flavor in some circles in the United States in the last years. So talking about resilience, talking about public health is where we need to be. Louder?
Into the microphone.
Okay,
so
sorry.
that they can hear you virtually.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, so today I want to talk about how we can work together, how we can think about body ecology and place ecology kind of simultaneously in the built environment because they really are deeply connected. So for those who have not heard this term before, biophilia is an ancient human adaptation. The Harvard biologist E.O. Wilson referred to it as the instinctive emotional bond. And as all adaptation, it has an important survival meaning and purpose, and it is directly connected to the optimization of physiological energy. We can quantify that we feel better in healthy biodiverse environments, right? We all know this. We can quantify that our heart rate is reduced, our blood pressure is reduced. And the idea is to not just have this, 10 days a year, but to have it all the time and bring that into the built environment, bring these evolutionary needs that we deeply have and crave into the built environment. So reimagining the built environment as a restorative environment rather than a destructive environment or a stressful environment, which is the way most of our unbuilt environments unfortunately are. So biophilic design seeks to reweave the urban fabric, the built environment, suburban fabric with nature directly as one integrated system. And we know a couple of things, a few things. We know that we have an emotional connection to nature that we can quantify, that it's physiologically restorative, right? We have a connection to healthy natural systems. We know that synergistic symbiotic systems are more resilient. And we know that we cannot survive without a vibrant biosphere. We also know that we are deeply motivated by self-interest. And biophilia really brings all of this together, including the self-interest, because it moves sustainability out of all the things we're not permitted to do anymore into a joy, delight, beauty experience of nature. And that activates, instead of the fear motivator, the pleasure reward motivator, which is one of the two main motivators in dynamic homeostasis. So biophilic design very deeply is involved with science, with cognitive neuroscience, chronobiology, evolutionary psychology, and so forth. So biophilia really is the sweet spot between self-interest, where self-interest aligns with stewardship, and then transporting that into the built environment. So successful applications of this work really synergistically integrate the building with the place. And it is not just a design for humans. It is a design for all who live there, which is not just human beings, as we know. It enlarges, as per Aldo Leopold, whom I'm sure you're all familiar with, enlarges the aspect of community, the understanding of community far beyond the human community, and really reconnects us, seeks to reconnect us with these healthy processes in nature. This is a quote from the Economics of Biodiversity report that came out in 2021, which was quite lengthy. You may have seen it. And we know that there is no well-being or happiness for us without a healthy biosphere. So how can I, as an architect, how can we who all live in built environments, most of our time indoors, 90% on the average, how can we, reimagine healthy, biodiverse built environments? It just so happens that my industry manages to kill 1 billion birds a year in the United States alone with buildings. And this seems to be acceptable because we really aren't taking significant steps to change it at the moment. 56% are killed by buildings between 4 and 11 stories, another percent taller buildings. So there are mass killings that happen every once in a while, and it is gut-wrenching. It's also a biodiversity catastrophe. The loss of biodiversity is absolutely catastrophic. One of the themes today of this conference is changing culture, right? So how do we change culture to align with nature more properly? There are a lot of net zero buildings that kill a lot of birds. So are these sustainable buildings? My tribe produces things of this nature. We like to put trees into atria, which the birds like to try to get to, and they die in the process because someone forgot to put bird-safe glass on these large sheets of glass. Or we do this kind of thing where nobody can tell where on earth the glass actually is, least of all the birds, right? So it looks really great from a human point of view, but not for anyone else. The other thing that we do is we light up the night in disastrous ways. We know that birds migration happens mostly, or a lot of it happens at night. And birds are very much attracted to our light sources. They land. There is absolutely nothing to eat for them. These are food deserts. They become exhausted, they lose energy, and they don't make it if they don't get killed by the buildings in the first place, right? On October 5th, I think it was, you may have seen this, the McCormick Lake Center in Chicago managed to kill 1,000 warblers in one night. It was described as a carpet of dead birds, dead and dying birds. They were found the next morning. This is near a lake, so this is where the birds are. Birds like to be near water, so they figured they would get on their way. They rose above the treetops and they hit a sheet of glass walls. That's the building is all glass, no birds hit glass, right? And it is an absolute heartbreak, you know, that we are building buildings for people only. And it actually doesn't work for people because we are destroying the biodiversity that we need to survive, right? So the artist Andrew Yang, who I had the honor of working with, refers to this as the vast ecology of interruption. And he actually did a project with the Smithsonian Museum of Natural History a few years ago that I was on the panel. I was honored to be on the panel. Unfortunately, I was the representative of the building industry, which was very humbling. So Andrew made this graphic, and you see that rerouting point number 1 is where everything ends for a lot of birds. They get hit by a building. Chicago, this is Chicago. Chicago is a famous bird killer city. And what he did is he collected all these dead birds, or many, many dead birds, and he dissected them, and he took what was in their tummies, all the seeds and everything, and he planted them and he grew them. Which I was very moved by this entire project. So he thinks of this as turning dead ends into second chances, the flying gardens of what might have been. So essentially illuminating the loss of biodiversity. This is the stomach of the content of one mourning dove, just one bird, right? So all this biodiversity that is being completely wasted and destroyed. So for me, this was yet another incentive to really focus on the edges of our buildings, which is the edges of our buildings. It's what kills all these beautiful birds, right? And this is what we built, my tribe. And you can see that this is, yeah, there's nothing here in terms of that would support biodiversity, that would provide food for anyone. And it is profoundly stressful and depressing for all of us, not just for, you know, for humans, but for anyone. By the way, this is the entrance to a daycare center here near City Hall in Philadelphia. So these are nature negative places. These are also body negative places. There's complete match between the two. And we know that these kind of environments have tremendous problems in terms of public health. They do activate very intensely the biophysiological fear centers in our brain. And all these problems that we're facing in cities result from environments that look like that. Well, what did you do? I'm going to talk about this for another minute. So you can see that extreme heat in particular is something that we'll talk about that a little bit more in a moment. But all these things are, of course, something that we can get away with to some degree by going indoors, but all the other urban residents, such as birds and other animals, are completely exposed, you know, to all of this. So extreme heat, we know, is an unsurvivable situation that we cannot adapt to. The more air conditioning we use, the hotter it gets, right? So About 125 million people in the US alone are already overexposed to extreme heat now. We know that the last summer was the hottest on record. We know that in Phoenix, for example, volunteers were running through the city trying to save birds that were literally dying on the pavement. So we cannot adapt to these temperatures. They damage our public health. They lead to cognitive challenges, to increased aggression, to physiological and organ failure, and so forth. In the United States, currently, the life expectancy is more determined by our zip code than by our genetic code. You may know that, to the tune of about 10 years. So there is a profound inequity here. We also know that folks who are born into biodiverse, poor, or denatured neighborhoods have a compromised microbiome from day one. This is the ultimate inequity. They are compromised from day one in terms of inflammation, in terms of their immune response. And especially children are dramatically affected by this. We know that there are more allergies in those areas, that there's just a more likelihood that disease will strike you down. About 70% of our immune system is in the gut. So when we are living in areas where biodiversity is poor or not existent, like so many people in our inner cities struggle with, there is a significant public health cost that we are currently not figuring into anything, as far as I can tell. A new field of medicine, clinical ecology, which I find very interesting. It basically deals with the fact that the environment that you grow up in, that you're born into, affects your health and your immune system deeply. It affects your gut microbiome. It affects your skin. It affects everything about your body. Your stress levels will be much higher in areas without vegetation, without nature. That means you'll have cortisol coursing through your body a lot more, which leads to inflammation. And inflammation is the underlying cause of every single illness. So reducing inflammation is really, as far as I'm concerned, my primary goal in designing built environments. That means designing built environments that activate the parasympathetic nervous system, that elevate the vagus nerve, vagal tone, because that is responsible for reducing inflammation. So currently we're treating the symptoms, but not the system as far as public health, and the built environment has a lot to answer for. Biophilic design is therefore a form of systems thinking, in my opinion. Where not just, when I work on a building project, I first spend a lot of time in the location, really understanding, listening, and watching to see who else lives there and what is, my students currently, actually it's due tomorrow night, they're doing a tree assignment where I have to meet a tree. These are design students who they have all kinds of strange assignments in my courses. But this is one where I really want them to quiet themselves, which is very difficult to do for young people. And they have to report back to me who else lives there, whose house they accidentally sat on. And if I hear that they didn't find any bugs, I want to hear why they think there weren't any. So we talked about bugs before, this whole story, why people have this bug phobia. This is a big issue. I talk about bumblebees a lot. There seems to be something about bumblebees that people like. Maybe it's the furry quality, I'm not sure, but bumblebees are okay. Wasps, not so much. But the notion that seeing no insects is somehow a good thing is something that, I push back very heavily in my design courses. You're all probably familiar with Doug Tallamy's work, right? So we're struggling with that in Philadelphia. How do we think about our parks? Can I let the grass grow in my front yard? I'm going to get fined if I don't mow my grass. All these type of things need to be changed in terms of built environments. So as designers, we have a whole bunch of new tools that we're working with, can work with, are working with in my case, and to really understand how to design for biological organisms. I mean, that's us. We are biological organisms, and then there are all sorts of other ones living near us and with us in and on our buildings, right? Birds hunt from our buildings. They build their nests. My house is covered in ivy, and it's like an apartment building, it's full of sleeping birds at night. Yeah, so we're not the only ones living in built environments. Chronobiology, as an example, is the study of light and circadian health. It's very important. I was, where is Sam? Is Sam still here? Yeah. At Stoneleigh, I wanted to compliment you on the lights because they are full cutoff, they're really low, and they have an ambery kind of color. Very important. We are using LEDs to save energy, and our cities are getting much brighter. A lot of our LEDs are here on this right scale, the sort of white blue lights, which disrupt circadian health dramatically for people and also for birds, also for trees, pollinators, everyone. We know that night moths are defenseless in this color light because they think it's daytime and their sonar doesn't work during daytime. So we're losing a lot in night moths, which means less night moths, less caterpillars, less birds, right? That's another thing I do. I talk about insects in the context with songbirds. And I always use the word song in front of birds because people like songbirds. So no insects, no songbirds, right? So LEDs below 2700, ideally below 2200 Kelvin is this very ambery light, firelight, candlelight kind of color that does not disrupt and destroy biodiversity the way all the stuff on the right does. The city of Philadelphia is currently switching all the street lights to at least 4000 Kelvin. And it's incredibly bright. People are protesting. Yeah, so this is what my industry works with, struggles with, is just this simple thing. In order to save energy, we suddenly have night environments that look like, let's say to our brain, it is noontime, let's get up, which means cortisol is elevated. That means stress is elevated in the body. So thinking about human and ecological well-being in the built environment. So buildings are not separate from nature, but they are just another aspect of nature, integrating all of this in support of biodiversity, in support of public health. So design must primarily be, or first of all, must be salutogenic. We're currently working mostly on a pathogenic system. When something is sick, we're going to fix it. Salutogenic is the other way around. We're going to prevent it from becoming sick in the first place. So places that support the parasympathetic nervous system, that reduce stress, that reduce inflammation, that's what we are working on. That's where we need to go. So the perimeters of our buildings, the edges of our buildings, is where most of the problems occur. That's where the light pollution occurs. That's where the bird death collisions occur. That's where the sound reverberations, the sound reflections occur. That's where the problem is. And a lot of net zero buildings do not help because they are reflective glass all the way up and down, hermetically sealed. which we discovered during COVID is a really bad idea because we can't be in them, right? So, yeah, architects oftentimes are making statements with their designs, and they really are not very focused on the edges. When I use this word ecotone, you probably know what that means. My usual audiences of architects have no idea what that means, but it is a quote from a book that I read decades ago. You may know it. And this term has stayed with me for a very long time because I find it so fascinating that nature has these kind of watercolory overlapping spaces where biodiversity is particularly rich, particularly resilient. So what my tribe does is they say, okay, well, let's have a vegetated green, have a beautiful green roof. This was done by Studio Sistema, Sierra Green. And then we're going to put this building next to it, or this one. You know, and this is insane, actually, because we're inviting birds and then we're killing them with my building, right? It represents a complete lack of understanding of how this works as a system. So everybody's celebrating this roof, which is a really good idea. This building is a disaster, right? Especially it reflects the trees, so now the birds have no idea where the tree ends and the building begins. Or how about this one here? So what we need is we need your input in building projects from day one. We are soft bodies, all of us, and we are building buildings of stone, steel, glass, and concrete. And it's not going very well. What we need to do is completely change our idea about what the built environment must look like. On the right, we have business as usual. On the left, we have a vegetated building designed by Stefano Borri, this one in the Netherlands. So in my opinion, the only architecture that is relevant, period, the end of story, is architecture that is completely vegetated. It solves all of our problems that we currently have in cities, including the billion birds deaths. So if you think of a building as a skin, it's kind of a second skin that is here to protect us from the weather, from sun, from rain, and so forth. It is an edge condition. These are both edge conditions, right? Dramatically different. So I was thinking about how nature does edge conditions. So let's consider the bark of a tree. This is a living tree. My daughter is a moss expert, so I get to look at a lot of moss. The mosses are amazing, as you know. This entire little ecosystem here does not harm the tree in any way, but it's its own little universe, a micro ecotone. It provides food and shelter for birds and insects. It protects the bark. It is a canvas for all kinds of other organisms, including ferns and so forth. It absorbs carbon. It also moderates the temperature within the tree, so it keeps the tree from overheating and drying out. It reduces the daytime vapor pressure deficits. So what if we take this approach for our buildings? Developing building envelopes that are alive and that control the inside temperature of our buildings, that also cool neighborhoods down because we are desperately in need of doing that, that support birds and shelter them, feed them, and so forth. So this is where this typology comes in. Designing buildings that are actually community members, that are eco-positive, that contribute positively to their environments. They absorb sound, they absorb heat, they cool through evapotranspiration. et cetera, and so forth. We can also run our air conditioning systems through these kind of vegetated curtains and cool the intake air down before it hits the interior, so we save a lot of energy. You may have heard of the Nature Needs Half movement. This is happening in cities, or it must happen in cities. Cities like San Francisco and Los Angeles already have biodiversity ordinances that stipulate, supporting biodiversity, in every possible space in the city. My opinion is we don't have enough room on the ground. We have to go up buildings over the roof and down on the other side. We do not have enough ground surface to make this happen with trees. And some of our street canyons are very narrow. There's not enough ventilation. And tree canopies, if it's a very dense one, especially, can actually inhibit ventilation. So we need an additional tool to cool down our cities. So in my opinion, this is the typology that we need to use. It's the only relevant typology for the time that we live in, as far as I can tell. And it has the added side benefit that it's beautiful and it reduces our stress levels. It reduces cortisol. It makes us happy. It makes us feel delight. And it also adds negative air ionization. A lot of our cities are too dry. And we learned during COVID yet again that negative air ionization is essential to slow viral spread. We knew that from the flu already, but the drier the air, the quicker a virus spreads. So if we add moisture, plants, and so forth to the air, we will slow viral spread effectively. Negative air ionization is also an important antidepressant. It's the reason we like to vacation near water, because that's where negative air ions are very high. Waterfalls, rivers, moving water, flowing water in particular. So nature has to become the new design language of the built environment, the facade language in particular. There's something called the daily dose of awe. A researcher in Berkeley by the name of Dacher Keltner, he's a psychologist, he figured out that of all human emotions, awe is the one that reduces inflammation the most. So the daily experience of awe is very healthy for us. So having a leafy curtain in front of your window where you have your birds nesting, you can see butterflies, you can see what's going on, little critters hopping around, that is a public health imperative. It reduces stress, it reduces inflammation. It is very important for us. And it cools down our cities, of course. We know from research that gazing at plants for just 40 seconds restores our cognition. I'm going to give a talk in a high school next week, and a lot of schools, you think that if students look out the windows, that is distracting. Well, the opposite is the case. It is actually restorative for their cognition, and they learn much better. Their memory recall is better. So it's really not surprising when you think about it. We were designed to be in nature, not in boxy buildings, So, but we have thought about this completely wrong. And now we have the research, the neuroscience, the MRI tests, the skin conductivity testing and so forth to prove to ourselves what we knew all along, that we need to be in nature. I wanted to mention attention restoration theory. This is really how it works. This is how the restorative process works. A lot of our work and kind of attention is hard focus. That includes all the screen time that we spend, all the pop-ups and everything that our brain has to kind of, filter through. And we know that that is very stressful and exhausting neurologically. So by contrast, nature fascinates us in a soft way, in an involuntary way. And we know that that restores cognitive fatigue very quickly, 40 seconds. We also know that bird song is restorative. We know that there's probably an evolutionary reason for that. When the birds sing, we know that things are generally okay. There's no hawk in the yard and no cat. So when the birds stop singing, I look out my window and most likely there's a hawk sitting somewhere. And pretty soon I'll see it, you know. So when birdsong's been researched extensively, they are now using it in pediatric hospitals, in airports to reduce stress levels, for example. So it is something that, you know, we are adapted to on an evolutionary level. We know that squirrels orient on birdsong as well. So we're, you know, all of us do. Squirrels, birds have a much better view, so they can see the problem more quickly. So the edges of our buildings need to be softened. This is Chicago City Hall, one of the first vegetated roofs, living roofs in the country. We need to really abandon this artificial distinction between buildings and landscapes, between our professions. This is in London. And buildings have to become a canvas for nature, for biodiversity. And we have to think of buildings as vertical landscapes or vertical forests, for example. And there are many projects on the boards. Some have been built already. A number have been built. Many are under construction. We can think of this also as living air conditioning. We are literally air conditioning our cities without spewing hot air out of the back end. We're absorbing carbon. We're feeding birds. We're also absorbing noise. We're softening our light pollution problems, et cetera, and so forth. And we know that the energy savings are between 32 and 100% for buildings that are fully vegetated. You may be familiar with this project in Milan, or there are two of them. They were finished in 2014. And you can see that they were designed hand in glove by an architect and a botanist. And I think that is the way forward for my profession. You know, that currently what we do is we design a box, we mess the thing up, and we hand it to a landscape architect and say, do something, you know. But what we need to do is work together from the beginning, because these kind of buildings are conceived, you know, as vertical forests from day one. So this guy is not cleaning windows, he's pruning plants. It's the same mechanism. And these buildings have been very successful. They have brought back swifts into the city of Milan, which had not been seen in a long time. They purposely brought in a lot of insects, ladybugs, and so forth when they planted these buildings, and they created a microclimate there that is cooling the interior and the exterior. So it's saving energy in all over the place. The architect described it as a wildlife park, 9,000 ladybugs, brought in to eat parasites. And it has quite a lot of biodiversity. And it also drew the residents together in a stewardship community kind of initiative, where they would report to each other on nesting and seasonal aspects and so forth. And one of my team members from Biophilly, she's a psychologist, she studied the stewardship, the health benefits of stewardship are really very, very important through a number of disciplines. Can they be observed? And it's also a very good antidote towards loneliness, as we discovered during COVID. You know, a lot of people took to bird watching because it was a form of community. This refers to as species loneliness. Yes, so the ecology of shared identity to me means that when I work on a building project, I have the responsibility not just to work for humans, but for anyone who is using or working or raising their young or feeding in the vicinity of my building. These are the neighbors. These are the other urban residents or suburban residents, right? So that's the expanded notion of community that I mentioned earlier. So an ecology of shared identity, high meadows and gardens. Weisman Frady, I know, is designing the new greenhouses here at Longwood. It's a great company. And this is something that, again, we need to work with you people from day one. High meadows, there are different wind conditions, there are different drought conditions for these plants. You know that, we don't. So we need to work together to understand this from day one. I liked this. This is a image by SPUN. You probably are familiar with the network for the protection of underground, the Society for the Protection of Underground Networks. Bus shelters in the Netherlands are being planted. The roofs are being planted to support mycorrhizal fungi in urban environments. So any horizontal surface is a good surface to support life. A design here by Renzo Piano, the California Academy of the Sciences. This is the roof. It was particularly designed to support 2 butterfly species in the San Francisco area that were struggling, checker spot and Smith blue. It is a building that uses no air conditioning or heat. It's completely passively ventilated. These skylights open and close with sensors and so forth. It's a very interesting building. Another design, a Maggie Cancer Center by Heather Wick Studio. These to me are buildings that manage this integration really well. And it is a building for people with cancer. So these people come in very stressed, very vulnerable, and they are sheltered in this oasis in the middle of a city. When we think about buildings as mountains, which is the way birds think of them and hunt from them, there are a lot of hawks in New York City and so forth. What I say to my students is, okay, so what is the local mountain doing? What is the local hill doing? What is the local hill doing on the south side versus the north side versus the east versus the west side in terms of vegetation? What is the vegetation like on the base versus higher elevations? We cannot plant the same thing all the way up and down. It isn't going to work. We need to look around and learn how nature does it and implement these kind of strategies. Another design here, it's an office building by Vince Calibo in France. This building is basically a hill. It collects rainwater, it generates its own energy. And you can see that these buildings look completely different from the kind of suburban and urban boxes that we are also accustomed to, unfortunately. We can transform even the most mundane building with vegetating screens and facades. This is a museum in the Netherlands. It is a bunch of hills. The museum is inside, and you can walk all over this building. So there's a bunch of different examples here for you. Some are more traditional, just grapevine, just vine climbing up old facades. This is a university physics building. I'll talk about that more in a minute. You may be familiar with Patrick Blanc, anyone? Yeah, right. So he has done more than just about anyone to spearhead the technology of vertical gardens to great height, vertical forestry building, vertical gardens. And really, there are different ways to do it, but some of these you can see are plant like murals, right? There he designs with vegetation, and it's just incredibly beautiful. And you can imagine the seasonal component. It looks different types of the year. So it connects folks in inner cities with weather, with seasons, with bird life, insect life, and so forth. There are lots of different ways to make this happen. But making it happen, we must. Here we need bird safe glass on these. Some of them don't have it, as in this one. So that needs to be added. If you look at the different techniques that are used, the 3 on the right are more expensive than the ones on the left, or the two on the right in particular are more expensive and more high maintenance. But I think of all of this as climate resilient infrastructure for our cities. A lot of our cities will not be habitable. I think a lot of developers have not caught on to this at all. They're just building like, I don't know, for the 50s or so. I don't know what they're building for, but the climate that we are moving into, a lot of these buildings will not work anymore. And we cannot afford to air condition everything because it makes it even hotter. So we need to resort to passive techniques, and vegetation is ideal. It pulls carbon out of the air, which is also what we desperately need to do. And it supports biodiversity. The building on the left here is in Singapore. It's quite tall, as you can see. The architects reported that it has greater biodiversity than the local park. Here's the view all the way up. It's just a fascinating design. But you can see that this is not just a building designed by an architect, right? This is a joint effort here from the very beginning. So my friend Tim Beatley from the University of Virginia, who started Biophilic Cities International, thinks that this is how we should judge a beautiful building, a good building, you know, and forget all the other criteria. This is an article he wrote about this particular building. And he wrote, the green walls increase energy efficiency, serving as natural insulation for the building, as well as an air filtration system that transforms pollutants into useful plant fertilizers, providing jobs and utilizing local plant species. Economic stimulus and educational opportunities coincide, providing a connection between city dwellers and the natural flora of their habitat. The lighting is also very subtle, you know. Lighting systems in cities are a huge issue. I mean, we have the capability to dim them down electronically, and a lot of cities in Europe have started to do that, where after 10:30, they're shutting them down off. Currently, with the energy crisis, with the Russian situation and all, or dimming them down 75%. This is a product here that can be used. You may be familiar with it. There are many. Green Screen offers a multitude of options of what you can do with vertical plant curtains. They come in curvature, in whatever you want. I mean, it is incredibly flexible. We can use wood trellises such as this one. We want to work more with wood because it's a low embodied carbon material, right? This is in Kuala Lumpur, very tall buildings where the plants have now reached all the way up. Patrick Blanc worked on this one. Or this one I mentioned before, the Institute of Physics in Berlin at the Humboldt University. This was a research project. It studied for 10 years. It's a combination of bamboo. The white horizontal things are planter boxes that are watered from rainwater collection. A lot of these buildings, these vertical walls, are essentially vertical rain gardens that are watered by collection cisterns. And this building has performed extremely well in terms of energy efficiency, summer cooling. It's a deciduous. These plants are deciduous, so in the winter, the sun enters the building. That's what I want, the sun in the winter. I don't want it in the summer, right? The Audubon Society recommends that the vegetated curtain should be maximum 3 feet away from the glass to protect birds. And I should use bird-safe glass in addition to that, of course. But there's a sweet spot here because you don't want to invite your birds and then they can, you know, you don't want them to take on speed and then hit glass, right? So 3 feet is the maximum, which is just enough to have a person walk in between and prune it. This particular building takes about 40 hours a year in maintenance, so it's very, very doable. So buildings are not just for people, buildings are a community. They should be a community. They should serve the community. not just of people, but of all living beings who happen to be residing there, who happen to be hunting there, who happen to be raising their families there. And that's the way we need to think about the built environment, whether it's a new building or a retrofit situation. And also we need to provide water. Since we talked about edges a lot, I observed this in Germany this summer, a really nice little water garden. It's very hot in July, and I observed a blackbird trying to drink, and it could not. There was no way for it to get to the water. It was like torture without drowning. So my friend and I, we actually went down in the middle of the night and rearranged all the rocks so that did not get arrested. But it occurred to me of yet another example of, wow, we designed this really nice water garden for people. And in the meantime, you know, we can go inside and drink our water. They cannot. They're just out there struggling. So when we design water features in the city, they must have edges that are accessible to animals, right? And to pollinators. Moss gardens. This is a fountain I have at my house, and my bees are drinking. The moss is like a sponge. So it's actually a way for insects to drink. It's very popular. So is a wood roof, by the way. The cedar roof is also very popular after a rain. My colleague and friend Tim Beatley from the University of Virginia, professor of sustainable urban communities, he's written a number of books, and his most recent one is The Bird-Friendly City. So really looking at the built environment from the point of view of birds, not just people. The organization that he founded that I'm on the steering committee of is this one. I encourage you to look into it, biophiliccities.org. We have about 30 cities internationally now in the network, connecting wild habitats with urbanism, with public health. And the organization that Mark mentioned that I founded in Philadelphia is Biophily, doing the same thing in a local kind of context, kind of picking up where William Penn left off, you know, with the country town, the green country town theme that he had, but thinking of urban environments as places where biodiversity and public health come together, you know, and because we all face the same struggles more or less. So I think of this as something like this as biophilic urban acupuncture. Those kind of building projects activate immune cells. They literally do, because they strengthen public health. They reduce inflammation. And what we need is have them everywhere. We need to have them all over the place for birds, for people, for pollinators, to keep our cities habitable and livable. And my friend and colleague, environmental engineer Katie Patrick, did these renderings that I wanted to share with you of what our cities might look like when this becomes a generally accepted and realized way of building. And we can retrofit existing buildings very easily that way. So thank you very much for your time today.
We do have a few minutes for questions. So, and I'm going to bring you the mic so you can say it into the mic, because that way the virtual people can also hear your very important question.
Virtual people.
Yeah, and you may or may not know the answer to this, but maybe somebody in this audience does. As in nature, when you go up a mountain, the plant types change because you get into different planting zones.
Mm-hmm.
Is the same true if the buildings, even though they stay in that heat, the urban environment, the higher up you go, you have to change the plant types?
Yes, you do. The wind conditions are dramatically different and the air is drier. Absolutely.
Okay.
And this was not done on the Bosco Verticale. And there was some criticism about those projects because they did not do that. It's the same vegetation all the way up and down, and they hoisted some of these trees up with cranes, which was carbon intensive, you know. So really, that's a prototype, and every time we learn more. So I think the newer buildings, we're learning from how a mountain does it,
Okay, and the only other thing I had to say, you mentioned about the lighting in Philadelphia. I'm originally from Philadelphia. I worked for Fairmount Park Commissioner early in my career, and I still have friends up there that I talk to occasionally.
Yeah.
And the reason why I was told they're changing the lighting over is for criminal activity. The streetlights aren't bright enough, they said, and that's why they're doing it. So I mean, I can understand what you're saying, but at the same time, where do you draw that line?
Well, the research doesn't support that. There is so much glare involved with these lights. I just had a chronobiologist in one of my classes who focused specifically on this issue. And she showed a whole bunch of images where there was someone standing at the gate. And because the LED was so glaring, you could not see it. You could not see that person until you put your hand in front of that light, and then you could see that person. So our eye muscle is not that flexible, especially when we get older. And it is blinding, especially if they're not full cutoff, which a lot of them are not. A lot of our lights are just spraying out, and we replace the old, high pressure sodium with LEDs, and it's a completely different experience. It's incredibly glaring, right? And the other thing is that the white lights raise cortisol in the body. So think about that. That's a stress hormone. We know that. The AMA has come out against anything above 3000 Kelvin, the American Medical Association. And we know that they cause cancer, specifically prostate and breast cancer. Correct. So there is the research does not indicate that brighter lights equal less crime. In fact, it's almost the opposite.
Sounds like we need to use our Casparian strip.
Just wondering if you could talk about what you see as the role of regulation and government in adoption of these practices versus cultural and voluntary and industry-based.
Depends on the country. In America, everything seems to be based on an individual initiative basis. I come from Europe, where the government has implemented a lot of things decades ago that we're still thinking about here. So.
Right, like we have I guess New York City passed this bird-friendly buildings
Excellent
ordinance a couple of years ago.
Yes.
And I know Delaware has a draft bill that's probably going to be introduced this legislative session for
Yes.
bird-friendly buildings.
Yeah.
So it seems to me like we kind of need to push that side of things
Write
to
your
help.
write your local Congress people.
Right.
And senators. That's how it works. I mean, like the Java Center in New York, big Congress, the big convention center, it's right on the Hudson, was a massive bird killer. And then they reduced bird collisions by 95% by making it bird safe. The glass is bird safe, and they put a vegetated roof on top. Complete game changer, because the birds use rivers as migration routes, right? They come, they're depleted, they land, they need to land, they need food, they need shelter, and there's nothing.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Directly related to that as well, with the US government being hands-off on a lot of different approaches to large-scale things, how do we, on the topic of, that's come up a couple times today, as plants as commodity, how do we mitigate the increased cost of these greener buildings and bird-safe buildings? Because a lot of the time that cost is directly passed on to the people who are going to be living or working in that building rather than mitigated by the government.
Exactly. Well, that's the reason why I talk about public health, because people spend money on health. And the police department is very interested in reducing stress levels because it reduces crime. People are stressed, they don't deal well with conflict, So we make poor decisions when our brain is in the fear mode. We're not creative, we're not good problem solvers. So all this stuff, that's the reason I talk about public health all the time, because we're currently not figuring that cost into anything, really. People show up in the emergency room and then we try to fix them if we can. But why are they there in the first place, you know? We have, the medical model is not set up for preventive, it's essentially a form of preventative medicine. You know, so once we make this connection, again and again and again, it's an educational process. I teach other architects at Penn. So they come to me and I bring this to them, I'm hoping that they will take this into their business model and it becomes a marketing tool for them, also for developers, you know.
Are you optimistic about that? Like, have people seemed receptive to that?
Yes, it's, the research indicates that it is the most, the subject matter that firms are most interested in learning about. And because we have the science now, we can prove to ourselves what we've known all along, which is kind of silly with instrument that we also invented. This is how we do things. But we can quantify, you know, for instance, in interior design, we know that wood paneled rooms reduce our heart rate and improve cognition in schools. And that's true also for people who don't like wood, supposedly, who claim not to like wood. So we know that our experience of place is about 95% non-conscious. You know, so it's a physiological immersive experience. Place is never neutral on a physiological basis. It either relaxes us or it stresses us, and we can choose what kind of space we're going to design. But a lot of my colleagues haven't thought about it that way. You know, that's, yeah. Anyone else?
Well, I have a quick one just because I'm curious. So,
yeah,
the bird-friendly glass that you've mentioned.
Yes.
So is it like really more expensive or not more expensive?
No.
Same amount of light passes through? I mean, for those.
Yeah, I
that don't know
I
about
didn't put the slide in because if y'all were architects, I would have had every possible solution here. But the American Bird Conservancy and Audubon both have pamphlets out. If you Google it, you'll find everything. It's about visual noise. It's about making glass visible, essentially. There are films. There's a company called Kaleidoscape, which sells all kinds of different products. No, the bird applique does not work. So it's a polka dot pattern, usually 2 by 4 inches. Although Audubon recommends 2 by 2 because of hummingbirds. You can also have paracords. There's etching, like the Barnes Foundation in Philadelphia uses all this milky glass, which is bird safe, of course. So you have to take the reflection out. There's something called Ornolux, which is works with ultraviolet light, but it does not work at night. Only works during sun sometimes. So it's actually very effective, very expensive, and only works half of the time. So probably not a good investment.
Been studies,
Wait, you need your microphone.
thanks. Have there been studies on all the effects of all that reflected glass on people? Because
Yeah.
it seems like that's a visual noise, right?
It
For
is.
us as well.
Stress.
Yeah.
Yeah, can't see.
Have they done studies about that?
Well, there's studies on these LEDs also for drivers, you know, people who drive and then suddenly get blinded and crash, you know. Yeah, but our cities generally are for the most part not places that our ancient brain recognizes as shelter. So I don't know who came up with the idea to put us in boxes, but it was not a good day when that happened. Yeah. So I think the only solution is to think about it in terms of public health, because that gets a lot of people's attention in terms of money. It frees up resources, financial resources that otherwise wouldn't be available. And the fact is, it increases the value of real estate. This kind of work elevates real estate value. And that's really the actual problem. I mean, it's a proof of concept that it works, but then it becomes a luxury item. Gentrification sets in, you know, so we need to have this everywhere, not just on the High Line or somewhere, you know, we need to have like 100 High Lines. we need to do this everywhere, and we do because extreme heat is upon us. Yeah. Well, thank you.
Thank you, Elena.
Thank you.